Chingcho's villa in Linjiang City, Yang Gaofei reported respectfully, hesitating to say more. Xiao Fan nodded, aware that Zhou Lingxi often visited Linjiang City to treat her senior sister's illness. Speak your mind, Xiao Fan urged, seeing Yang Gaofei's hesitation. Hall Master, I'm puzzled about something, Yang Gaofei began, seemingly making a decision. What is it? Why haven't you revealed your true identity to the lady? You wouldn't understand. This is about love. If I reveal my identity to Lingxi, and she feels I've been deceiving her these 3 years, what should I do then? Xiao Fan shook his head. Yang Gaofei fell silent, not fully grasping his master's approach. As someone who had been single for over 30 years, Yang Gaofei found his master's continued concealment somewhat dumb as FCK. He felt sorry for Xiao Fan, constantly demeaned by the Zhou family. Let's go to the Shen residence, Xiao Fan said, leaving the terminal and hailing a taxi to Shen Qingchou's villa, with Yang Gaofei following. At Shen Qingchou's villa, Zhou Lingxi had returned here, and Shen Qingchou, having a day off, was leisurely drinking tea in the pavilion. What's bothering you? Did something upset you? Shen Qingchou asked, seeing Zhou Lingxi's unhappy face. Zhou Lingxi, usually carefree and upbeat, shouldn't have any worries. Zhou Lingxi began, looking troubled and hesitating to speak. With a deep sigh she said, Sister, I'm actually married. Zhou Lingxi finally confided, needing to unburden her heart after keeping it a secret for so long. Clearly, Shen Qingchou was a good confidant. What did you say? Shen Qingchou was shocked, spilling her tea. She had never heard about Zhou Lingxi being married. Ji Qingwan also turned her head curiously, waiting for Zhou Lingxi to continue. Actually, I got married 3 years ago, Zhou Lingxi said with a wry smile. Why didn't you tell us about it? Shen Qingchou asked, frowning. Marriage was a significant life event, at least notifying her friends would be expected. It's a long story. Here's what happened. Zhou Lingxi took a sip of tea and began to recount her past with Xiao Fan to Shen Qingchou. Upon hearing Zhou Lingxi's words, Shen Qingchou fell silent, understanding her predicament. Shen Qingchou, herself skilled in medicine and martial arts, could empathize with Zhou Lingxi's frustration of being married to a worthless man with no cultivation or ambition. As a woman, she understood Zhou Lingxi's annoyance, especially since Zhou Lingxi didn't like Xiao Fan at all. Why don't you divorce him? Shen Qingchou asked curiously. Divorce wasn't illegal, and if she were Zhou Lingxi, she would have divorced him long ago. I promised my grandfather to live with him for 3 years. If there's still no affection after 3 years, I could divorce. Now that grandfather has passed away, I've wanted to divorce him, but every time I bring it up, I get rejected by those in the family who oppose our branch. They say I'm violating my promise to my grandfather, which is a great disrespect. Zhou Lingxi shook her head, expressing her helplessness. If it were possible, she would have divorced Xiao Fan long ago. Shen Qingchou nodded silently, aware that in such prominent families, some things couldn't be done as one wished, especially in Zhou Lingxi's case, where the family was particularly large. He called me several times just now. He must have arrived in Linjiang City and will probably come looking for me soon. Zhou Lingxi speculated. What do you plan to do? Asked Shen Qingchou. Should I hide from him? Zhou Lingxi considered, clearly not wanting to see Xiao Fan. Every time she saw him, it ignited an inexplicable anger in her heart. You can hide for a while, but can you hide for a lifetime? Shen Qingchou shook her head. I think you should talk to him directly, wait until the time is up, give him some money, and then divorce. It's no use. He clings like a plaster, impossible to shake off. Zhou Lingxi bitterly smiled. She had tried almost everything but couldn't get rid of him, much to her frustration. She didn't want to spend her life in a loveless marriage, she'd rather stay single forever. Miss, there's a man outside claiming to be Miss Zhou's husband, asking to see her. While they were talking, a security guard approached Shen Qingchou and respectfully informed them. He glanced at Zhou Lingxi, surprised that such a beautiful woman had married a man of average appearance. Shen Qingchou's face showed a strange expression as she heard this. As they were talking about Xiao Fan, he had arrived. Tell him to leave, say I'm not here, Zhou Lingxi said impatiently, frowning. The security guard looked at Shen Qingchou, waiting for her order, as she was his employer, and he couldn't simply follow Zhou Lingxi's instructions. Just do as Lingxi says, Shen Qingchou instructed, and the guard bowed and left. At the entrance of the Beehive Flower Villa district. Our Lady said that Miss Zhou has already left. Please return, sir, the security guard politely told Xiao Fan after returning. Xiao Fan, being Zhou Lingxi's husband, should not be offended unnecessarily despite their apparent conflicts. Lingxi left. Xiao Fan frowned upon hearing the security guard's words. He had a feeling he was being deceived. After all, the information from Yang Gaofei should be accurate. It seemed Zhou Lingxi simply didn't want to see him. Go back and tell Lingxi that if she won't see me, I'll just wait here, Xiao Fan said with a faint smile, seemingly unbothered, as if he had all the time in the world. The security guard glanced at him, said nothing more, and walked away. Master, are we really going to wait here? Yang Gaofei asked hesitantly after the guard left. Yes, I have nothing else to do. I can wait, Xiao Fan confirmed. Yang Gaofei's lips twitched in frustration. Great, the Shira Hall has so many issues, and you're not planning to deal with them then, please resign as the hall master. Of course, he only dared to mutter these thoughts to himself, knowing better than to voice them out loud. Watching Xiao Fan's lovelorn expression, Yang Gaofei suddenly thought of a popular term on the internet, licking dog. Comparing Xiao Fan's behavior with the definition, he realized that Xiao Fan fit the bill perfectly. For 3 years as a son-in-law in the Zhou family, he had been enduring humiliation and mistreatment from Zhou Lingxi without giving up. Despite all his efforts, he had not won her over and even refrained from revealing his true identity. Yang Gaofei couldn't understand this, wondering if it was really all for love. With Xiao Fan's status as the Shira Hall master, he could have any woman he wanted, yet he chose to pine after Zhou Lingxi. Indeed, the world of a licking dog is something I do not understand. Jiang Che pulled up in his Bugatti in front of Shen Qingqiu's villa. Shen Qingqiu had called him that morning, inviting him over. Keen to maintain a good relationship, Jiang Che accepted the invitation. He also knew that the troublesome son-in-law, Xiao Fan, would likely appear here, as typical protagonists tended to hover around their love interests relentlessly. Just as he got out of his car, Jiang Che noticed 2 people standing not far away. One appeared ordinary but possessed a strong aura, and the other had a square face and dark skin, typical of a protagonist's subordinate. Furthermore, the system alert sounded in his ear. Ding host detected near a protagonist. System has automatically collated protagonist information. Would you like to view it? Ding protagonist information detected. System has automatically issued a hunting mission. Hunt the Son of Luck, Xiao Fan. Mission duration, unlimited. Failure penalty, none. Hunting reward, mysterious treasure box X1. View, Jiang Che mentally commanded the system. Protagonist, Xiao Fan. Cultivation, innate peak. Identity, Shira Hall master. Luck, 5000. Skills, advanced culinary arts, god-level martial arts, advanced firearms mastery. Why does he have only half the luck of Ye Chen despite being much stronger in cultivation? Jiang Che curiously asked. He knew Ye Chen had only the early stages of the innate realm but a fortune of 10,000 points. It's because Xiao Fan has limited potential for improvement. At most, he can reach the unity of man and heaven realm, while Ye Chen has already started cultivating immortality in the later stages, the system explained. Jiang Che nodded, understanding why Xiao Fan's luck was so low. After all, in Shira's Hall master son-in-law, the story mainly revolved around business battles and face-slapping, with Xiao Fan only reaching the unity of man and heaven realm by the end. Sensing someone watching him, Xiao Fan frowned and turned away. Jiang Che simply smiled and entered the Shen residence. There was plenty of time to deal with the protagonist, no need to rush. The servants at the Beehive Flower Villa recognized Jiang Che and greeted him warmly as he passed. Where's Qingqiu? Jiang Che asked a young maid. The young mistress is in the garden pavilion, she replied. Jiang Che nodded and headed toward the garden. He said he would wait outside for me. Zhou Lingxi couldn't believe it. This guy was really like a stubborn plaster. Just leave, thank you, she said to the security guard, who bowed and left. Sister, what should I do? Zhou Lingxi asked, clearly exasperated. Why not just kill him? Shen Qingqiu hesitantly suggested, seeing no better solution. Killing someone didn't weigh heavily on her conscience. It won't work. If I really kill him, his family will definitely question me. Zhou Lingxi shook her head. Then you can only wait until the 3 years are up and then divorce him, Shen Qingqiu shrugged helplessly. There was no way to shake him off, nor could they kill him, so they had to wait. What are you discussing? Jiang Che approached and sat next to Shen Qingqiu, curious. Shen Qingqiu glanced at Zhou Lingxi, seeking her approval to share the private matter. Zhou Lingxi nodded, signaling it was okay to tell him. Ling Shi is already married, but she doesn't like the man. Due to some reasons, she can't divorce him yet, so we're discussing how to avoid him. Miss Zhou is married. Jiang Che feigned surprise. Zhou Ling Shi nodded and sighed. If he were as handsome as brother-in-law here, I wouldn't want to divorce him, but unfortunately. Admitting her partiality for good looks, Zhou Ling Shi still found Ye Chen's appearance unappealing. Jiang Che accepted her compliment, aware of his charm, wishing he could rely on it more than his strength. Zhou Ling Shi gazed at Jiang Che, seemingly deep in thought. Then, her eyes brightened as if she had an idea. Sister, I have a solution, she exclaimed. What is it? Shen Qingqiu asked, curious. Zhou Ling Shi smirked and sat next to Shen Qingqiu, grabbing her arm. This method is effective, but I need your approval. My approval? Shen Qingqiu was puzzled. Just lend brother-in-law to me for a few days to pretend to be my boyfriend, and I can drive Xiao Fan away. No way. Brother Xiao Che is my boyfriend, how can you borrow him? Shen Qingqiu firmly rejected the idea. Why use this method to provoke Xiao Fan? Wouldn't any other man do? But I don't fancy any other man, Zhou Ling Shi said, looking a bit aggrieved. So you fancy my man? Shen Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, her tone becoming cold. Zhou Ling Shi nodded, then shook her head, assuring she wouldn't blatantly steal her sister's boyfriend, despite being a sucker for good looks. Sister, you misunderstood. If I randomly find a man outside, do you think I can fool Xiao Fan? Zhou Ling Shi asked. We need someone who can thoroughly outclass him in every way, make him feel inferior, and leave on his own. I think brother-in-law is a perfect candidate. Besides, why let precious water flow into others' fields? Would you really like to see another man getting close to me? It's better to let brother-in-law benefit. He will be grateful to you and spoil you to the heavens after marriage. What kind of logic is that? Shen Qingqiu increasingly felt something was off. What did Zhou Ling Shi mean by not letting precious water flow into others' fields and benefiting Jiang Che? Jiang Che's lips twitched upon hearing Zhou Ling Shi's bold statement. She was daring indeed. Zhou Ling Shi wanted to use him as a shield, but Jiang Che wasn't opposed to the idea. It would be interesting to see how long the protagonist could endure, given that such characters usually have immense patience. Am I wrong? Zhou Ling Shi continued. How can you bear to watch your dear junior sister suffer because of this? Don't you feel any remorse, sister? I've been tirelessly treating your hidden ailment for years, can't you help me this once? Moreover, I won't do anything to brother-in-law, I won't come between you two. I get it, you never really loved me, Zhou Ling Shi dramatically said. I understand, I'll go find Xiao Fan right now and live a life of misery. Sister, let's never contact each other again in this lifetime. Zhou Ling Shi turned on her dramatic skills, tears welling in her eyes, ready to go find Xiao Fan. Wait, Shen Qingqiu was moved by Zhou Ling Shi's words. Zhou Ling Shi had indeed been selflessly caring for her during her illness, without any credit. Thinking this over, Shen Qingqiu felt she could agree, as it was just a matter of pretending to be Jiang Che's girlfriend. Do you mean it? Zhou Ling Shi asked excitedly, turning around. Her demeanor changed rapidly from the sorrowful state. I agree, but you have to ask if brother Xiao Che agrees, Shen Qingqiu said suspiciously. She wondered if Zhou Ling Shi had been acting all along. Brother-in-law, can you pretend to be my boyfriend for a few days? Zhou Ling Shi turned to Jiang Che, coquettishly shaking his arm, speaking in a sweet, persuasive tone. I can, but I never work for free. What compensation can you offer me? Jiang Che asked, raising an eyebrow playfully. I'm even acting as your girlfriend, what more do you want? Zhou Ling Shi immediately became indignant. If there's no compensation, I'm afraid I can't help you. Jiang Che shook his head, refusing her proposal. But brother-in-law, can you really bear to see me living in sorrow? Zhou Ling Shi spoke in a pitiful tone, her face full of grievance. I can bear it. Jiang Che nodded seriously. Zhou Ling Shi realized then that Jiang Che was a true man of steel, impervious to her charms. If you really want my help, you'll have to agree to a condition, Jiang Che proposed. What condition? Zhou Ling Shi asked, curious. I haven't decided yet. I'll let you know when I do, Jiang Che said, making it clear he expected some benefit. Fine, I agree, Zhou Ling Shi hastily agreed, trusting the relationship between Jiang Che and her senior sister. From now on, you're my man, Zhou Ling Shi declared cheerfully. And you should call me Ling Ling baby from now on. She joyfully took Jiang Che's arm and headed for the door, eager to provoke Xiao Fan. Shen Qingqiu watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. She wondered whether her decision was good or bad, feeling as though she might have been tricked by her junior sister. At the entrance of the Beehive Flower Villa, Xiao Fan and Yang Gaofei sat under the shade of a tree nearby, somewhat listlessly observing their surroundings. Ling Shi came out. Xiao Fan turned and saw Zhou Lingxi leaving the villa. His face lit up with joy, and he was about to approach her for a reunion. However, seeing Zhou Lingxi holding hands with another man, his expression immediately darkened. That man was none other than the one who had just entered the villa. Watching their intimate actions, Xiao Fan's fists clenched tightly with anger, feeling as if his head was sprouting a field of green grass. Ling Shi, who is this man? Xiao Fan managed to suppress his inner turmoil and stood in front of them, his tone slightly accusatory. Who he is has nothing to do with you, Zhou Lingxi sneered, looking disdainfully at Xiao Fan. Just seeing him kindled a fire of irritation in her heart. But I am your husband, how can it not concern me? Xiao Fan said, somewhat dumbfounded. Although Zhou Lingxi had always been cold to him, she had never openly cuckolded him before. Shut up, I have never acknowledged our relationship, Zhou Lingxi retorted. As soon as the 3-year period is over, we'll divorce immediately. But, boy, I warn you, stay away from my woman, or you'll regret it, Jiang Che interjected, his voice threatening. He nonchalantly wrapped an arm around Zhou Lingxi's waist. Zhou Lingxi's cheeks flushed, instinctively wanting to pull away from Jiang Che. But remembering Xiao Fan was watching, she abandoned the thought and leaned comfortably against Jiang Che, speaking in a gentle tone. Honey, let's not bother with this waste. Let's go have a meal. Jiang Che glanced amusingly at Xiao Fan, who stood there with clenched fists, seemingly too scared to react. He thought to himself about the resilience of such protagonists, enduring even when their wives were taken away. All right, let's not let this waste spoil our mood. Let's go for a meal, Jiang Che agreed and hooked his finger under Zhou Lingxi's nose, then started to lead her away. Wife, Xiao Fan called out as he watched them leave. I told you, I'm not your wife, Zhou Lingxi snapped back. And you're not fit to be my husband. Hearing Xiao Fan persistently calling her that, Zhou Lingxi finally lost her temper. She turned around and slapped him across the face. Whack! With a loud slap, Xiao Fan was taken aback, still not quite recovering from his daze. Let's go, honey. Don't let this waste affect our good mood, Zhou Lingxi said cheerfully, looking at Jiang Che. They then got into Jiang Che's Bugatti and drove off. Watching the Bugatti disappear into the distance, Xiao Fan stood there, dazed, still struggling to grasp what had just happened. Zhou Lingxi, his wife, openly displayed affection for another man right in front of him and even slapped him for that man. He felt a sense of injustice. What had he done wrong to be so despised by her? Hall Master, why not just divorce Ms. Zhou? It's clear she doesn't have you in her heart, Yang Gaofei suggested beside him, clearly exasperated. The dignified master of the Shira Hall had been cuckolded and even slapped. He found it absurd. Do you know that man? Xiao Fan asked, ignoring Yang Gaofei's suggestion. He's the young master of the Jiang family in Linjiang City, Yang Gaofei replied, having already researched the social circles of Linjiang City. Jiang family's young master, Xiao Fan murmured, a fierce light in his eyes. Ling Shi must have been threatened by him. She distanced herself from me to avoid dragging me into this. Listening to Xiao Fan's soliloquy, Yang Gaofei's lips twitched in disbelief. Threatened? Zhou Lingxi looked anything but threatened, snuggling up to that Jiang guy. What should we do? Hall Master, take action against this Jiang young master, Yang Gaofei asked tentatively, knowing full well the complications of clashing with the Jiang family. He threatened my wife, of course, I'll make the Jiang family pay, Xiao Fan declared, his aura intensifying, reminiscent of his days of fierce battles abroad. But his next words threw Yang Gaofei off again. Act against the Jiang family in secret, and ensure Ling Shi doesn't find out it's me interfering. Yang Gaofei sighed inwardly, acknowledging his master's unchanging character. He had hoped the recent events might awaken Xiao Fan's assertive side, but it seemed he was still holding onto his delusions. Understood, Yang Gaofei replied resignedly, realizing that his expectations for Xiao Fan were perhaps too high. Jiang Che was speeding along the highway in his Bugatti, with Zhou Lingxi sitting in the passenger seat, appearing in good spirits. Where shall we go? Zhou Lingxi turned her head to look at Jiang Che and asked cheerfully. Shopping, dining, watching a movie, it's up to you, since you are my girlfriend now, wherever you want to go, Jiang Che said, shrugging his shoulders and then glancing at Zhou Lingxi with a smile. Actually, let me first buy you some clothes. Zhou Lingxi, in her flowing long dress, was not quite his style. He preferred a more urban white-collar look. Pencil skirts, black stockings. Okay. Zhou Lingxi agreed, leaning her head against the passenger seat, quietly watching Jiang Che. What have you been captivated by this young master's good looks? Noticing Zhou Lingxi's gaze, Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and asked somewhat playfully. Indeed, you are the most handsome man I have ever seen, Zhou Lingxi admitted frankly. That was just her character, direct and straightforward. Pity, you are my senior sister's fiancé, otherwise I would definitely make you mine. Are you really afraid of Qingqiu? Of course, our senior sister is so fierce, Zhou Lingxi said, pouting her mouth. Shen Qingqiu, among their sisterhood, was recognized as the most stoic, colder than even Ji Qingwan. We just don't let her know, right? What do you mean? Zhou Lingxi was momentarily baffled, looking puzzledly at Jiang Che. I mean just what I said. You want me to be your concubine? Zhou Lingxi looked at Jiang Che with a touch of oddity. She thought he was a decent guy, but it turns out, no man is a good thing. Exactly. Jiang Che nodded affirmatively, admitting it outright. Such things were not uncommon in their circle, he was no exception. Having power and wealth, why not have multiple women? It's not like he couldn't love only one person for life. He wasn't that sentimental. Do you think I would agree? Zhou Lingxi almost laughed in exasperation. Though she had some fondness for Jiang Che, it didn't mean she was willing to willingly be a concubine. You will agree, Jiang Che said earnestly, nodding his head. Where does your confidence come from? Zhou Lingxi gave Jiang Che a sidelong glance and then, as if thinking of something, she covered her mouth and giggled. If you can really attract me, I am willing to be your concubine willingly. Jiang Che drove the Bugatti swiftly, soon arriving at the most bustling commercial street in Linjiang City, Yudian International Plaza, a property belonging to his family, the Zhangs. After parking the car, Jiang Che led Zhou Lingxi to the women's clothing section on the 6th floor. Good day, young master. Welcome, young master. Staff members greeted Jiang Che along the way, recognizing him as the young master and future heir of the Zhang family. Fetch me a few pairs of Balenciaga black stockings and Valentino short skirts, Jiang Che instructed directly. Hearing his request, several sales assistants went to pick out clothes accordingly. You brought me here just to buy black stockings? Zhou Lingxi looked at Jiang Che with an odd expression. Yes, your body proportions are excellent, and you'll look great in these clothes. Jiang Che nodded, smiling lightly. Zhou Lingxi, almost 1.7 meters tall, with her straight, long legs, would look stunning in black stockings. But I don't like these things. Zhou Lingxi shrugged helplessly. She felt long dresses suited her more and had never worn such exotic attire before. It's okay, you'll get used to them after wearing them a few times. Soon, the sales assistants brought a heap of clothes to Jiang Che. Young master, this is our latest collection from Balenciaga. I believe the lady will love them. Hearing this, Zhou Lingxi's cheeks flushed slightly. Although she was only pretending to be Jiang Che's girlfriend, the comment still felt odd. Go try them on, Jiang Che suggested with a smile. Eventually, Zhou Lingxi, unable to resist Jiang Che's persuasion, entered the dressing room under the envious glances of the sales assistants. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Zhou Lingxi emerged from the dressing room, her slender figure complemented by the black stockings, her delicate ankles exposed. The celestial aura was replaced by a touch of charm. Not bad, fits well, Jiang Che commented satisfactorily. This attire was indeed more to his liking. But I feel a bit strange. Zhou Lingxi frowned, feeling awkward in high heels, worried she might sprain her ankle at any misstep. It's fine, you'll get used to it. Let's go have dinner now, Jiang Che said, smiling, and took Zhou Lingxi's soft hand to leave. Zhou Lingxi struggled a bit but eventually gave up when Jiang Che refused to let go. Did you find out where Jiang Che took Lingxi? At a bustling intersection, Xiaofan asked Yang Gaofei, who was panting heavily. Since leaving the Beehive Flower Villa, he had been searching for Jiang Che and Zhou Lingxi. Hall master, I've had the brothers search everywhere, but we haven't found them yet, Yang Gaofei shook his head. Finding two people in the vast city of Linjiang was like looking for a needle in a haystack. A bunch of useless fools can't even find two people. Xiaofan immediately became irate upon hearing this and scolded Yang Gaofei. Yang Gaofei silently bowed his head, feeling somewhat resentful inside. You say it's simple, why don't you search yourself? He thought, harboring some grievances towards his hall master. Did you at least find out where he is staying? Let's wait for them at his doorstep. Xiaofan took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. Crouching Dragon Villa in the suburbs, Yang Gaofei replied. Jiang Che, accompanied by Zhou Lingxi, toured various attractions in Linjiang City, with Zhou Lingxi's smile never ceasing throughout their journey. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Che bought some barbecue and beer and took Zhou Lingxi to the seaside. It was midsummer, and the sky had not completely darkened yet. The fiery clouds on the horizon hadn't faded away, and the breezes from the sea surface gradually calmed the restless hearts of summer. Jiang Che sat directly on the sand, placing the barbecue and beer in front of him, and handed a few skewers to Zhou Lingxi. Unexpectedly, the great young master of the Jiang family would also eat at roadside stalls. Zhou Lingxi commented with a hint of surprise, slightly altering her impression of Jiang Che. She had thought that as an heir of a top family, Jiang Che would only patronize high-end restaurants, but he seemed to have an interest in street food as well. What's so surprising about that? It's just a meal, and I'm not that picky, Jiang Che shrugged and said. Besides, it's nice to change flavors occasionally after getting used to delicacies. Thank you for taking me out today, I had a great time, Zhou Lingxi said genuinely, taking a seat next to Jiang Che and sipping a beer. Isn't it just some ordinary places? Haven't you been to these type of places before? Jiang Che asked, somewhat puzzled. No, this is my first time visiting such places, Zhou Lingxi shook her head, explaining how her life had been fully scheduled since childhood, leaving her little time for personal endeavors. Jiang Che lit a cigarette, quietly waiting for Zhou Lingxi to continue. Her usually straightforward demeanor had suddenly become quiet, which he found somewhat unusual. My family comes from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine. I started learning to prepare medicines and diagnose illnesses with my grandfather at a young age. At 11, I was sent to Fengming Mountain to study martial arts and ancient medical techniques for 7 years. Zhou Lingxi shared her life story, including how her grandfather arranged a marriage for her against her will, leading to her unhappy marriage. She opened a small clinic in the capital, finding fulfillment in treating patients despite occasional exhaustion. I've never been to places like these, nor have I ever felt as carefree as I did today, she confessed. You don't need to thank me. As your boyfriend, it's my duty, Jiang Che responded, understanding her sudden melancholy. Not everyone had the privilege of being born into a wealthy family with the freedom to do as they pleased. It's getting late, let's head back, Zhou Lingxi suggested after finishing her beer, standing up with a smile. Are you going to stay with Qingqiu? Jiang Che inquired. I'll stay at your place for the next few days. Xiao Fan is probably still lurking outside my sister's villa, she said, her expression dropping at the mention of Xiao Fan. Then I'd be delighted to have you stay. My house is quite spacious, Jiang Che responded casually, escorting Zhou Lingxi to his Bugatti and speeding towards his villa. At a traffic light, while waiting for the green signal, Zhou Lingxi suddenly yelped in discomfort, her expression turning grim. What's wrong? Caught a cold? Jiang Che asked, puzzled if she had gotten a stomach upset from the beer. It's nothing serious, just not used to wearing high heels, Zhou Lingxi replied. Should I take a look? Jiang Che offered, his expertise in such matters coming to the forefront. You know how to treat this? Zhou Lingxi was taken aback, never having heard of his medical skills. I'm not a doctor, but I've learned a few techniques to improve blood circulation, Jiang Che explained, starting to drive one-handedly while using the other hand to massage Zhou Lingxi's feet. What are you? Zhou Lingxi blushed at his actions, her heart racing with embarrassment. She instinctively tried to pull her foot away but was stopped by Jiang Che. Don't move, I'm treating you, Jiang Che said seriously, concentrating on his task. Zhou Lingxi murmured, her cheeks flushing with a mixture of embarrassment and surprise. Feeling much better now at the entrance of Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che parked the car and looked at Zhou Lingxi, who sat in the passenger seat, radiating charm. Indeed, much better, and really ticklish too, Zhou Lingxi pulled back her foot, her cheeks flushed, hair slightly disheveled, and beads of sweat on her forehead. She coyly glanced at Jiang Che. It dawned on her why he had taken her to buy black stockings, it seemed he had that kind of preference. Hee, if it bothers you again, I'm always available to help, Jiang Che said with a grin. All right, we're home, let's go to sleep, he said, getting out of the car. Zhou Lingxi put on her high heels and followed. Jiang Che tossed the keys to a bodyguard to park the car and walked towards the mansion, his arm around Zhou Lingxi's soft waist. She didn't resist Jiang Che's closeness anymore. After spending the day together, she had gotten used to his intimate gestures. They had only walked a few steps when someone blocked their path. Jiang Che looked up. It was none other than their very own Lord of the Azores, Xiao Fan surprisingly persistent, Jiang Che thought, smirking and tightening his grip on Zhou Lingxi. Why are you here? Zhou Lingxi asked coldly, losing the joy she had with Jiang Che moments ago. My wife, I've come, Xiao Fan started, but his words triggered Zhou Lingxi's anger. Shut up, I'm not your wife, she interrupted, her face turning red with rage. Fine. Lingxi. Xiao Fan, realizing his mistake, quickly corrected himself. Don't call me Lingxi, call me Dr. Zhou, she snapped. Okay, Dr. Zhou, Xiao Fan complied reluctantly. Why are you here bothering me? I told you, we have nothing to do with each other. Don't disrupt my life. Dr. Zhou, are you being coerced by him? Xiao Fan asked earnestly. If he's forcing you, just tell me, I can help. Coerced? Zhou Lingxi almost laughed. Do I look like I'm being coerced? She then boldly kissed Jiang Che, and cuddled into his embrace, her heart pounding. It was her first kiss, unexpectedly given to Jiang Che. Jiang Che, taken aback by her sudden move, quickly realized her intention, to make Xiao Fan give up completely. No man could stand seeing his wife kiss another man. Jiang Che wondered if Xiao Fan would retaliate if he slapped him in front of Zhou Lingxi. Lingxi. Xiao Fan was stunned, unable to comprehend Zhou Lingxi's actions. Xiao Fan, is it? Jiang Che let Zhou Lingxi step aside and confronted Xiao Fan, towering over him. Lingxi is my girlfriend, I hope you won't foolishly bother us anymore. With that, Jiang Che, gathering inner strength in his palm, slapped Xiao Fan, sending him flying into a tree. Xiao Fan coughed under the tree, and Jiang Che realized he had underestimated the resilience of a protagonist like Xiao Fan, who endured the attack without fighting back to avoid revealing his identity in front of Zhou Lingxi. Kid, better not let me see you again. If I do, I'll beat you every time, Jiang Che warned, taking Zhou Lingxi's hand and leaving. As they walked away, Jiang Che thought about the long road ahead. There was no rush to end this game, they had plenty of time to play. Boss, why didn't you fight back just now? Cough cough cough. Xiao Fan got up from the ground, coughing a few times while holding his aching cheek. You don't understand, if I had fought back just now, I would have exposed myself. Lingxi would definitely blame me for deceiving her all along. Xiao Fan spoke with a dark expression, still feeling the surge of blood and qi in his chest from Jiang Che's merciless slap. What? Yang Gaofei stared at Xiao Fan in disbelief, shocked by his words. Was such submission necessary? Almost beaten to death and still not fighting back. Truthfully, he was starting to understand why Zhou Lingxi looked down on this guy. Being such a pushover, what woman could admire that? Moreover, he really couldn't understand what Xiao Fan had been hiding. If he had just come clean earlier, the Zhou family might not have despised him so much, and maybe he would already be happily in love with Zhou Lingxi. What a peculiar fellow. Have our people arrived in Linjiang City yet? Xiao Fan, unaware of Yang Gaofei's strange gaze, stood up, brushed off the dust, and spoke while holding his chest. Besides the brothers who have always been in Zhou country, those abroad haven't arrived yet. But they've taken the earliest flights and will arrive soon. Yang Gaofei answered truthfully. By the way, boss, the vice hall master is also coming. As he said this, Yang Gaofei's expression turned odd. In the Shira Hall, it was well known that the hall master and the vice hall master didn't get along, but their supporters were almost equal, so they had been in a stalemate for years. But Xiao Fan, having been a son-in-law in the Zhou family for 3 years and neglecting the affairs of the Shira Hall, had already dissatisfied many of his supporters. Is she also coming? Hearing Yang Gaofei's words, Xiao Fan's brows furrowed deeply, his face filling with irritation. Just thinking of that woman irritated him. He had always been at odds with her, but with similar cultivation levels, neither could overcome the other over the years. If she came to Zhou country, it might expose his identity. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan felt extremely troubled. He didn't want his 3 years of effort to be in vain. We can't let her come to Zhou country. Find a way to stop her. Xiao Fan spoke with a grim tone. But, Vice Hall Master, going wherever she pleases isn't something we can stop. Yang Gaofei replied with a wry smile. Then create some accidents. Xiao Fan sneered, filled with pent-up anger. If that woman was deliberately walking into danger, he couldn't be blamed. This is going to be a bit difficult, Yang Gaofei said with a wry smile. If the Vice Hall Master wanted to come to Zhou country, no one knew when or how she would arrive. Then find a way to delay her for me, Xiao Fan said with a furrowed brow, aware that his request was somewhat unrealistic. Killing that woman would not be an easy task. I'll take care of it right away. Yang Gaofei agreed and immediately made a phone call. Jiang Che, accompanied by Zhou Lingxi, entered his villa. It took them a full 10 minutes to walk from the gate to the modern villa. You really know how to enjoy life. Zhou Lingxi commented somewhat jealously, surprised by the luxuriousness of Jiang Che's residence. The vastness of the entire estate was beyond what she had imagined. Why save money if not to enjoy life? Since I came here, I've stopped worrying about money. No matter how much I spend, it never runs out. Young master as Jiang Che and Zhou Lingxi entered the living room, Ah Qing had been eagerly waiting. Seeing Jiang Che, her face lit up with excitement. She was about to run into his arms but stopped upon noticing the woman with him, her eyes flashing with confusion and complexity. You haven't slept yet, Jiang Che said to Ah Qing, who always waited for him to return home, regardless of the hour. Master, I can't sleep without you, Ah Qing said innocently. You silly girl. Jiang Che patted her head and introduced Zhou Lingxi. This is my girlfriend. She's probably older than you, so you can call her Lingling's sister. This is my little maid, also my family member. Just call her Ah Qing. Hello, Ah Qing's sister. Zhou Lingxi extended her hand with a smile, sensing the close relationship between Jiang Che and his maid. Hello, Lingling's sister. Ah Qing shook hands with Zhou Lingxi, appearing very obedient. Such soft skin, how do you take care of it? Zhou Lingxi remarked as she touched Ah Qing's hand. Even after consuming beauty pills, her skin wasn't as smooth as Ah Qing's. Ah Qing blushed, unable to say that it was due to playing games with her master. Cough cough, let's go to bed, it's late. Jiang Che coughed to change the subject, not wanting Zhou Lingxi to keep probing, as Ah Qing might slip up. Zhou Lingxi didn't say much more and went to bed after her room was prepared by the servants. Meanwhile, Jiang Che played house with Ah Qing. I'll count to 5, and when I reach 5, Ah Qing, you say stop. Jiang Che began to teach Ah Qing. She nodded obediently and started the counting game. 1, 2, 3, 4. Young master, you're cheating. No, you just didn't count to 5. While Jiang Che enjoyed his time in the villa, Xiao Fan outside was having a hard time. Surrounded by mosquitoes in the dense weeds near the villa, he was quite bothered. Hall master, should we find a hotel to stay for the night? This isn't working, Yang Gaofei suggested, swatting another mosquito on his arm. We can't. If Lingxi sneaks out in the middle of the night, what then? We have to wait here, Xiao Fan said, deciding to ignore Yang Gaofei and began to meditate on a large rock. The next day, around noon, Jiang Che leisurely got out of bed, got dressed, washed up, and went downstairs. The maids were serving lunch in the living room, while Zhou Lingxi was watching TV on the sofa. Ah Qing was still asleep, having stayed up late playing games the night before. Look who's up, thought you'd sleep all day, Zhou Lingxi teased Jiang Che as he came downstairs. I'm not a pig, I can't sleep all day. Jiang Che sat opposite her, pretending to be oblivious to her implications. You look pale, Jiang Che. You should avoid staying up late. Your health is your wealth. No need to worry about me, Jiang Che replied, detecting the underlying meaning in her words. How can I not worry? I'm your girlfriend. Here, I had the servants prepare wolfberry tea for you. Drink it while it's hot. Jiang Che didn't refuse and began to sip the tea. He had indeed been staying up late playing games and needed to take care of his health. I have to go back today, Zhou Lingxi said while eating lunch. You're going back to the capital? Jiang Che paused for a moment, looking at Zhou Lingxi with some surprise. Yes, my grandmother is celebrating her 70th birthday, so I need to go back early to prepare the gift invitations. Hearing Zhou Lingxi's words, Jiang Che's expression turned peculiar. It seemed like no protagonist in a son-in-law novel could ever escape the trope of the female lead's grandmother's 70th birthday celebration. A grand birthday celebration for the old lady, and the son-in-law brings a chamber pot as a gift. The grandmother gets furious on the spot. How dare the son-in-law? The son-in-law sneers disdainfully, what do you all know? This is a chamber pot once used by Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Remembering these clichés from the past, Jiang Che couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. It had to be said that the authors who came up with such plots were truly unparalleled. And he remembered, in the novel Asura Dragon's Son-in-Law, there really was such an absurd plot. I'll go back with you. I haven't visited the capital yet, Jiang Che said with a smile, not wanting to miss such an important event. Zhou Lingxi nodded, delighted that Jiang Che was willing to accompany her. His status alone would be enough to make a statement to those in her family who always ridiculed her. After lunch, we'll pack up and set off, Jiang Che suggested. He hadn't visited the Su family in the capital since starting university, so this trip was a good opportunity. After lunch, Jiang Che called over Along. Young master. Along greeted Jiang Che respectfully. Since his discharge from the hospital, he had been diligently cultivating under Jiang Che's orders. Any progress in your cultivation recently? Jiang Che asked curiously. With Xiao Fan already at the peak of innate, Along's early stage of innate would hardly be enough. It's still at the early stage of innate, Along said, somewhat ashamed, bowing his head. Don't feel guilty. Cultivation isn't something that happens overnight. I'll be away for a few days, so you'll stay here to guard the house, Jiang Che said, then waved Along away and called his mother, Su Shanshan. Hello, son, what's up? Su Shanshan's voice came from the other end of the line, sounding a bit puzzled. Mom, do we have any transformation-level servants in the Jiang family? Jiang Che asked directly, without any dilly-dallying. There are a few at the transformation level, but not many. What are you planning? Really, I didn't expect that. Jiang Che was surprised. He had just asked casually without much hope. Indeed. What's the matter? I'm heading to the capital soon and have provoked an innate peak master. I need a transformation warrior for protection. Jiang Che was straightforward with his mother, referring to Xiao Fan. He didn't want to engage Xiao Fan himself out of sheer laziness. Why not just kill him? He's still useful to me. When he loses his value, I'll deal with him myself. I've arranged someone to come to you. They should be there within an hour. I've got to go now. Wait, what's the matter? Su Shanshan asked, sounding puzzled. I'm heading to the capital. Please inform grandfather and the others. All right, I know. Su Shanshan hung up without asking what Jiang Che was going to do in the capital. She had always spoiled him and was ready to take responsibility for whatever trouble he might cause. System, how many villain points do I need to upgrade from innate peak to transformation? Jiang Che was curious. The upgrade from peak dark energy to innate peak had cost 5,000 points each time. To upgrade from innate peak to peak transformation, it costs 10,000 villain points per upgrade. 10,000. Jiang Che was taken aback, having guessed correctly about the increased cost. System, open the attribute panel. Host, Jiang Che. Identity, Jiang family young master. Cultivation, innate peak. Villain points, 11,000. Cultivation methods, open double angle bracket limitless pure yang close double angle bracket open double angle bracket mysterious heavenly scripture close double angle bracket. Items, mysterious treasure box x1, human infant burp bag x100, marrow cleansing pill x5, good luck charm x3, kitchen knife x1, open double angle bracket ghost gate 13 needles close double angle bracket. Skills, god level disguise technique. I only had 3,000 villain points left. How did it become 11,000? Looking at the remaining 11,000 villain points, Jiang Che asked curiously. When the host agreed to act as Zhou Lingxi's boyfriend, you altered the plot, earning 5,000 villain points. Last night, humiliating Xiao Fan and forcing him not to retaliate, you altered the plot again, earning 3,000 villain points. You just didn't notice. Understanding the system's explanation, Jiang Che found an open area and began his breakthrough. Ding, deducting 10,000 villain points upgrading open double angle bracket mysterious heavenly scripture close double angle bracket. The breakthrough lasted about 3 hours. When Jiang Che opened his eyes again, it was already 5 p.m. So this is the power of transformation. He marveled at the immense chi within him, which was more than 10 times stronger than before. The distinction between innate and transformation was indeed significant. Only after breaking through to this realm could one rely on their abundant internal energy to achieve short-term flight. A transformation warrior could form a protective energy around their body, making them impervious to ordinary firearms. Standing up, Jiang Che saw Zhou Lingxi and a small old man nearby. It was Fu Bo, the butler of the Jiang family. Fu Bo, what brings you here? Jiang Che asked in surprise. He had always liked the old man, who had served the Jiang family for decades, witnessing the growth of 3 generations. I'm here under Madam's orders to protect you, Fu Bo said with a chuckle, stroking his goatee. You're the transformation expert mother mentioned. Jiang Che looked at Fu Bo in surprise. For so many years, he had not known the old man was a martial arts expert, well hidden by his mother, Su Shanshan, to keep him protected. That's right. However, compared to young master, I'm not much of a martial arts expert. Fu Bo humbly stated. He had spent his life barely reaching the late stage of transformation, whereas Jiang Che had already broken through to transformation at a much younger age. If young Master Jiang continues to cultivate diligently, he might even reach the legendary realm of Shattering Void, Fu Bo thought, smiling fondly. He had watched Jiang Che grow up and was as proud as a grandfather seeing his grandchild excel. I didn't expect you to break through to transformation. Zhou Lingxi looked at Jiang Che with a hint of shock. She knew he had some level of cultivation, but she had assumed it was only up to the level of light energy. But Jiang Che's strength proved her wrong. She was increasingly unable to see through him, this man who was so good at disguising himself. This made Zhou Lingxi more curious about what other secrets Jiang Che might be hiding. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Jiang Che shrugged and said, with the system as the biggest cheat, he really didn't feel that cultivation was tiring. Zhou Lingxi, are you ready? We can leave now. Jiang Che glanced at his wristwatch. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and they would probably reach the capital around 10 at night. I don't have much to pack, and the plane tickets are already booked. We can leave now. What about you, Uncle Fu? Jiang Che turned his head to look at Uncle Fu. I don't have much to pack either, we can leave now. Uncle Fu stroked his goatee and smiled. Then let's go. Jiang Che, without dallying, had the bodyguard drive a Maybach, and the trio headed for the airport. Boss, someone is coming out. Outside Crouching Dragon Villa, Xiaofan was sitting on a big rock, dozing off. Mosquito bites from last night kept him awake all night, and just as he was finally feeling sleepy, he was woken up by Yang Gaofei. He was quite annoyed, but perked up after hearing Yang Gaofei's words. Following Yang Gaofei's pointing direction, he saw a Maybach slowly driving out of the villa. Quick, follow it, Xiaofan said, hopping into a BMW parked by the road, which he had arranged for his subordinate to bring yesterday. Jiang Che sat in the back seat of the Maybach. Looking through the window, he saw the BMW doggedly following behind and smiled playfully. This Xiaofan was really persistent, unexpectedly camping out the whole night outside the villa. Zhou Lingxi also noticed the car behind and looked displeased. This guy is really like a sticky plaster, impossible to shake off. Drive faster and lose that BMW behind us. Jiang Che instructed the driver, then closed his eyes to rest. Upon Jiang Che's instruction, the driver floored the accelerator, and the speed instantly soared to 200 miles per hour. The Maybach swiftly pulled away. Drive faster, Xiaofan, in the BMW's passenger seat, urged anxiously as he watched the Maybach getting further away. Yang Gaofei said nothing and also floored the accelerator, relentlessly pursuing the Maybach. At Linjiang City International Airport, Jiang Che and his companions got off the Maybach. You go back first. Jiang Che looked at the driver and dismissed him. Then he, along with Zhou Lingxi and Uncle Fu, headed straight for the terminal. What are they doing here? Not long after, the BMW also stopped outside the airport. Xiaofan, watching Jiang Che's group, was puzzled. Master, in a few days, it's the 70th birthday of the lady's grandmother. Yang Gaofei reminded him kindly, which he had previously told him. Right, how could I forget this? Xiaofan slapped his forehead. Reminded by Yang Gaofei, he also remembered. It seemed that the continuous shocks of the past few days had affected his thinking. Quickly book the nearest flight, back to the imperial capital. After waiting for over an hour in the terminal, Jiang Che and his companions boarded the plane smoothly. In first class, a tall and beautiful stewardess approached Jiang Che, bending slightly with a professional smile. Sir, would you like something to drink? The stewardess's eyes sparkled at the sight of Jiang Che, who was handsome and wearing a limited edition Patek Philippe watch, which would cost several million. It seemed she had encountered a real wealthy man today. She was determined to seize this opportunity to rise to the top. After all, it's rare to find someone like Jiang Che who has the trifecta of being tall, rich, and handsome. Just a bottle of mineral water. Jiang Che, looking at the newspaper in his hand, spoke indifferently. He could see the woman's intentions. She might be considered a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people. But having seen beauties like Shen Qingqiu and Zhou Lingxi, Jiang Che had no interest in such mediocrity. He might be lascivious, but he was not indiscriminate. All right, please wait a moment. The stewardess sensed the distance in Jiang Che's tone and felt slightly disappointed but didn't give up, planning to continue after bringing the water. Yo, is this the Jiang family's young master of beauty throwing herself at you, and you reject her? Zhou Lingxi sat beside Jiang Che and teased. You can question my character, but never my taste. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Zhou Lingxi. If my dear Lingling wants to throw herself into my arms, I wouldn't refuse. HMPH, in your dreams. Zhou Lingxi snorted and retorted. Sir, your water. The stewardess returned shortly with a bottle of mineral water, handing it to Jiang Che while deliberately leaning down to give him a full view. You can leave now. Jiang Che frowned, growing impatient. Was this woman blind? Couldn't she see he wasn't interested? Seeing Jiang Che's increasingly annoyed expression, the stewardess didn't linger and tactfully left. She knew that angering such wealthy individuals could be frightening, but she still felt regret at not successfully catching his interest. What did you say? There are no flights to the imperial capital tonight. Xiao Fan's face darkened upon hearing Yang Gaofei's report, his tone full of blame. There was a flight at 9 tonight, but it was suddenly cancelled. The earliest is tomorrow morning. Yang Gaofei nodded, explaining that although flight cancellations were common, they didn't happen every day. Xiao Fan was just unlucky. What a bunch of useless people, can't even manage a plane ticket. What use are you lot to me? Hearing Yang Gaofei's explanation, Xiao Fan grew angrier, cursing furiously, his face red with rage. This was a minor issue, but seeing Jiang Che and Zhou Lingxi on the same flight made him think the worst, so he lost control. Hearing Xiao Fan's curses, Yang Gaofei silently lowered his head, fists clenched, feeling discontent with his master for the first time. He had followed him from the Shira Hall to Zhouzhou country for 3 years, dealing with various trivial matters without pay, and still got scolded from time to time. Did he really have no temper? At 10 in the evening, at the Imperial Capital International Airport, Jiang Che, accompanied by Zhou Lingxi and Uncle Fu, walked out of the terminal. As they reached the exit, they saw a group of men in black approaching them. These are all masters of dark energy, and the leader is even an expert in the early stages of innate. Zhou Lingxi frowned slightly, warning Jiang Che. She couldn't understand why they were approached immediately after disembarking, wondering if Jiang Che had enemies in the imperial capital. Don't worry, these are our people. Jiang Che shook his head and smiled. These men were likely from the Su family, sent on the orders of his father-in-law to pick them up. As expected, the group of men in black came to Jiang Che, bowed, and shouted in unison. Young Master Jiang, we are here to pick you up on behalf of our master. A hotel has been arranged for you. Do you plan to visit the Su family tonight, or stay at the hotel? The leading bodyguard asked for Jiang Che's preference, as it was too late to visit the Su family. Let's go to the hotel first, and visit the Su family tomorrow. Jiang Che also considered this and told the men. Young Master Jiang, please. The leading bodyguard stepped aside, gesturing for Jiang Che to proceed. Behind him, a row of Rolls-Royce Phantoms were parked, about a dozen in total, exuding an air of opulence. The Su family. What is your relationship with the Su family? Zhou Lingxi was dumbfounded at the sight of Jiang Che, casually receiving such a grand welcome with a dozen Rolls-Royce Phantoms and bodyguards with innate realm cultivation. Apart from the Su family, one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital, she couldn't think of a second possibility. My mother is the eldest daughter of Su Changfeng, the head of the Su family. Jiang Che did not hide this fact and told Zhou Lingxi the truth. There was no point in hiding such things. He wasn't like Xiao Fan, a fool, nor did he have any interest in playing the pig to eat the tiger. Moreover, such a background was an advantage for him. Not using it would be foolish, wouldn't it? You actually have such a background? Zhou Lingxi looked at Jiang Che in shock. She truly hadn't expected his background to be so formidable. One Jiang family was not enough, and now there was also the Su family. She realized that she still didn't understand this man enough. What she knew was just the tip of the iceberg. The more she dug, the more shocking it became. Surprised when I go home with you, I can also help you gain face, can't I? Jiang Che said playfully. Zhou Lingxi nodded. Jiang Che's background was already terrifying enough, and adding the identity of the grandson of the Su family head would definitely silence those relatives who used to mock her. It's late today, let's talk about it tomorrow. Get someone to take Miss Zhou home, we're going to the hotel. Jiang Che instructed the leading bodyguard and got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of him. You take Miss Zhou home. The man in black told another bodyguard, and then got into Jiang Che's car to be his driver. Imperial Capital International Hotel, in a presidential suite. Jiang Che took a bath, sat on the bed, lit a cigarette, and pondered what gift to give his cheap grandfather. Although he didn't have to give a gift, Jiang Che thought it better to give one since he hadn't seen him for 3 years, and it would look good. But what should I give? Jiang Che frowned and thought. The Su family, being an ancient martial family, might not have as much money as his own family, but they were not short of money, owning a listed company worth several hundred billion. Giving money was obviously inappropriate and too tacky. Right, the Great Restoration pill. Thinking of this, Jiang Che's eyes lit up. How could he forget this? The Great Restoration pill was a treasure for martial artists, and he just happened to have 1,000 villain points left, just enough. System, refine a Great Restoration pill for me. Ding, deducting 1,000 villain points, refining the Great Restoration pill. Looking at the golden pill in his hand, Jiang Che finally fell asleep satisfied. The next day, Jiang Che slowly woke up and got out of bed. After getting dressed and freshening up, he went downstairs with Uncle Fu. Outside the hotel, the bodyguards were already waiting. Seeing Jiang Che come down, they hurriedly opened the car door for him, and they headed straight for the Su family. Master Jiang, we have arrived. After about an hour, the driver parked the car and woke Jiang Che, who was resting in the back seat. Jiang Che got out of the car and looked at the magnificent and domineering manner in front of him, which overlapped with his memories of the Su family. He didn't think much and walked straight in with Uncle Fu. In the Su family's living room, Su Changfeng, the current head of the Su family, was leisurely drinking tea, seemingly waiting for someone. Master, young Master Jiang is here. A butler dressed like an old man came to Su Changfeng's side and spoke respectfully. Let him in. Su Changfeng took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. Yes, grandfather, your grandson Jiang Che has come to see you. Jiang Che walked in from the outside with Uncle Fu, wearing a spring-like smile on his face. It's been 3 years, I didn't expect you to have grown so much, young man. Seeing Jiang Che, Su Changfeng finally showed a kind smile. He liked this grandson very much. You're growing more and more like your mother. Su Changfeng said sentimentally, realizing it had been a while since he last saw his daughter, Su Shanshan. You've broken through to the transformation realm. Su Changfeng looked at Jiang Che somewhat astounded. He hadn't noticed at first, but now he sensed that Jiang Che actually had the cultivation of the transformation realm. He remembered that 3 years ago, Jiang Che was just an ordinary person. Could it be that he had some encounters in these 3 years? Otherwise, it's impossible to step into the transformation realm in just 3 years, right? That would be too monstrous if he knew that Jiang Che had become a transformation realm expert from an ordinary person in just over a month. What would he think? 2 years ago, I had a chance encounter and slowly cultivated to this realm. Jiang Che smiled and spoke, not deliberately hiding anything. With the system's help, Su Changfeng wouldn't have discovered his cultivation. Then you really are blessed. Su Changfeng exclaimed, then said cheerfully. Opportunities are not something you just have. Without deep blessings, even if an opportunity is right in front of you, you can't grasp it. This is a gift for you. Jiang Che took the Great Restoration pill from the system space and handed it to Su Changfeng. What is the use of this pill? Su Changfeng asked curiously, looking at the golden pill in his hand, exuding a faint fragrance. He had lived a lifetime, seen many pills, but this was the first time he had seen one like Jiang Che's. This is called the Great Restoration pill. Taking it can gain 10 years of inner strength. It can be used when breaking through, and there are no side effects. Really? Hearing Jiang Che's words, Su Changfeng suddenly stood up from his chair, looking at Jiang Che in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. Such a miraculous pill, he had never seen in his lifetime. There are many pills that can enhance cultivation, but not many that don't have side effects after enhancing cultivation. Of course, it's true. Jiang Che smiled and spoke. You know how to refine pills? Su Changfeng looked at Jiang Che with a somewhat strange expression. In 3 years, he found he couldn't quite see through this grandson. I don't, this pill was just something I stumbled upon. Jiang Che shook his head. Your sentiment is appreciated, but this pill is too precious. You should keep it for yourself. Su Changfeng spoke, although a bit reluctantly. He returned the pill to Jiang Che. After all, the Jiang Che is still young, and the pill would be more useful to him. I have already taken one, taking another is useless. You should keep it. Jiang Che shook his head with a smile, rejecting Su Changfeng's suggestion. Well then, I'll accept it. Hearing Jiang Che say so, Su Changfeng no longer insisted and then asked curiously. Do you have any business coming to the imperial capital this time? My girlfriend's grandmother is celebrating her 70th birthday, I'm here to celebrate with her. Which family is your girlfriend from? She comes from a traditional Chinese medicine family, the Zhou family. Traditional Chinese medicine family, the Zhou family. Su Changfeng frowned and thought for a while before he remembered such a family. The Zhou family in the imperial capital could only be considered a second-tier family, and that was at the lower end. Since you're here, stay in the imperial capital for a few more days. Su Changfeng said cheerfully, looking at Jiang Che with a doting gaze. He had always loved Su Shanshan very much, and by extension, he had a lot of affection for Jiang Che. I've already arranged a courtyard for you, stay here with me these few days. Jiang Che nodded and didn't refuse. He had planned this too. Moreover, after breaking through to the transformation realm, he found he couldn't quite control this chi well. This was a minor drawback of breaking through too quickly. It was a good opportunity to consult with Su Changfeng. After all, the other party was a martial artist in the unity of man and heaven realm, who had been cultivating for decades, and even a few words could benefit him greatly. In Tianxiang Garden, inside a certain villa. Daughter, you're back. Lu Qin looked at the returning Zhou Lingxi with a gentle smile on her face. How is your senior sister's condition? She knew her daughter went to Linjiang City to treat her senior sister, as she does every month. My senior sister is completely cured now. Zhou Lingxi said with a smile, clearly happy about this matter. That's good. That useless son-in-law of yours went to Linjiang City to find you, did you see him? Lu Qin asked curiously. I saw him mentioning Xiao Fan. Zhou Lingxi's previously cheerful face immediately fell, showing how much she detested the guy. Endure it for a while longer, after this month, once the 3-year agreement is up, you can divorce him. Lu Qin looked at Zhou Lingxi with some sympathy, knowing her daughter had suffered a lot in the past 3 years because of Xiao Fan. Let's not talk about him. Where's Dad? Zhou Lingxi took a deep breath and changed the subject. Your father went to prepare a gift for the old lady, as tomorrow is her 70th birthday. Mom, actually, I found a boyfriend on this trip. After some hesitation, Zhou Lingxi decided to tell Lu Qin about her relationship with Jiang Che. Oh, you found a boyfriend? Wait, what? Lu Qin was stunned, then looked at Zhou Lingxi somewhat bewildered. She did not blame Zhou Lingxi for not being faithful, as she had previously encouraged her to find a boyfriend to cuckold Xiao Fan, then he wouldn't dare not to divorce. Zhou Lingxi had only agreed verbally and never actually found anyone, so why did she suddenly come to her senses this time? He is the grandson of Su Changfeng, the head of the Su family. The Su family, one of the 4 great families in the imperial capital. Lu Qin asked with wide eyes, completely shocked. This news from Zhou Lingxi was just too explosive, as the Su family was an existence that their Zhou family could never reach. Zhou Lingxi nodded. She was just as shocked as her mother when she first learned of Jiang Che's identity. Is he really your boyfriend? Lu Qin said excitedly. It's always cooler under a big tree. If Zhou Lingxi had found such a boyfriend, who in the Zhou family would dare to look down upon them? Yes, and he will also accompany me to Grandma's birthday celebration tomorrow. That's wonderful. Lu Qin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her excitement. I'll call your father right away, he will be very happy, Lu Qin said, and immediately took out her phone to call her husband, sharing the good news. Hall Master, are you really going to give this to the old lady tomorrow in a hotel room? Yang Gaofei looked at the chamber pot in Xiao Fan's hand with a weird expression. He knew this chamber pot was not ordinary, it was used by Emperor Qin Shi Huang. But seriously, how many people in the Zhou family would appreciate it sending this out? Wasn't Xiao Fan just asking to be scolded? He was finding it harder and harder to understand his hall master. Others give bracelets, jade, or gold, but he was sending a chamber pot. Yes, I believe the old lady will like it. Xiao Fan looked at the bronze chamber pot in his hand, confidently smiling. He had spent a lot of money on it. Yang Gaofei didn't say anything else, feeling his master was becoming more and more idiotic after being provoked. You wait here, I'll go home first. Xiao Fan glanced at Yang Gaofei and left the room, went downstairs, took a taxi, and headed for Zhou Lingxi's villa. Worthless son-in-law, why have you come back? Seeing Xiao Fan, who walked in with a smile, Lu Qin was immediately infuriated. Her daughter had suffered so much marrying such a worthless guy. And this fool didn't know Ling Shi had found another boyfriend. How could he still have the face to come back? Mom, where's Ling Shi? Facing Lu Qin's harsh words, Xiao Fan remained cheerful, asking as usual. He was used to being scolded by Lu Qin. If one day Lu Qin didn't scold him, he might actually feel uncomfortable. Don't you know Ling Shi found a boyfriend? She's already cuckolded you. Why are you back? Lu Qin didn't answer Xiao Fan's question, but continued to mock him. She thought he didn't know about Ling Shi finding a boyfriend. If he did, he surely wouldn't come back. After all, probably no man could tolerate being cuckolded, right? Hearing Lu Qin's words, the smile on Xiao Fan's face instantly turned dark. His fists clenched unconsciously, his eyes blazing with murderous intent at the mention of Jiang Che. He wished he could tear him apart. But soon, he loosened his fists and put on a smile again. Mom, Ling Shi was forced by Jiang Che. I don't blame her for this. Of course, I chose to forgive her. After speaking, Xiao Fan left the living room without looking back and sat down beside the doghouse in the yard. He wasn't allowed in the living room unless cleaning. The doghouse in the Zhou family had been his home for 3 years, and he was used to living with dogs. Lu Qin stood in the living room, still stunned by Xiao Fan's words. His wife ran off with another man, and he didn't even frown. Such a pathetic person was unheard of. Overseas, on a small island filled with fragrant flowers and birdsong, several hundred villas of varying sizes were scattered. In the largest villa at the center of the island, a blonde, blue-eyed beauty lay on the sofa, lazily asking, "How's the investigation going?" "Vice Hall Master, we've thoroughly investigated the Hall Master's past 3 years." After returning to Zhou country, the master went to the Zhou family in the imperial capital and became a live-in son-in-law. For 3 years, he has been humiliated and hasn't managed a single matter of the Shira Hall. He has been living in a doghouse every day, keeping company with dogs. The dignified master of the Shira Hall became a live-in son-in-law after returning to the country, and he even lived in a doghouse. Hearing the subordinate's report, Alice almost burst into laughter. Has Xiao Fan gone crazy ignoring the beauties of Shira Hall in various countries? He actually went back to be a son-in-law. The black-clad man reporting respectfully lowered his head. Have you informed the elders? What did they say? Alice stopped laughing and asked indifferently. In the Shira Hall, apart from the master and vice master, the 10 elders hold the most power. If she wanted to completely get rid of Xiao Fan and rightfully ascend to the master's throne, she needed at least 5 votes from the elder council. Except for Elder Leng, Elder Tian, and Elder Tan, the other elders agree with your plan, Vice Hall Master. The black-clad man replied respectfully. Again, those old fools. Alice sneered coldly, her eyes flashing with killing intent. Xiao Fan's rightful position as master of the Shira Hall was largely due to these old fools' help. 3 years ago, she lost to Xiao Fan in that duel and became the Vice Hall Master. For these 3 years, she had been training hard to take revenge on Xiao Fan and reclaim the master's throne. Don't bother with them. Inform Haifeng and the others, we set off for Zhou country tomorrow. Let's meet our dear Xiao Hall Master. As she spoke, Alice couldn't help but giggle again. Her voice was enchanting, making one's bones go soft. Yes, the black-clad man answered and respectfully withdrew. Mom, Dad, the birthday feast should be starting soon, let's head over now. Inside the villa at Tianxiang Garden, Zhou Lingxi said to her parents with a smile, feeling somewhat excited. She had already contacted Jiang Che, who was on his way to the Zhou family. She was eager to give a hard slap in the face to those relatives who had mocked her. The 3 of them left the villa chatting and laughing and got into Zhou Dui's Audi. Just as they were about to leave, they heard Xiao Fan shouting. Darling, wait for me. Xiao Fan, carrying something unknown, hurried after them, looking somewhat excited. Dad, don't bother with him, let's go. Zhou Lingxi frowned and urged Zhou Dui to drive quickly. Zhou Dui didn't dawdle, sharing the same disdain for Xiao Fan, the useless son-in-law, and saw no need to show him any courtesy. He stepped on the gas and sped away. Watching the Audi drive away, Xiao Fan sighed and had to take a taxi to follow them from a distance. Zhou family courtyard. Today the Zhou family was particularly lively, filled with laughter and chatter, with many from other families coming to wish the old lady a happy birthday. When Zhou Lingxi and her parents arrived, the banquet was about to begin. She scanned the crowd but didn't find Jiang Che, feeling a bit disappointed. Was he not coming today? After the guests were seated, a butler beside the old lady coughed twice and announced loudly. Now begins the gift-giving session. Lin family presents a pair of top-quality jade ruyi. Wang family presents a pair of jade bracelets. Deng family presents a thousand li of rivers and mountains painting. Zhou family's son-in-law Xiao Fan presents a chamber pot. The butler, reading the list, suddenly froze, baffled by the gift list in his hand. A chamber pot for the old lady's grand birthday. Presenting a chamber pot, what the heck, I'm dying of laughter. Who is this Xiao Fan? He's a real genius. I know, he's Zhou Lingxi's husband, the Zhou family's live-in son-in-law. I heard that after he entered the Zhou family, he did nothing but stay at home cooking. A bunch of Philistines, what do you know? This is a chamber pot used by Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Hearing the murmurs around, Xiao Fan stepped out of the crowd, scanning the guests with a disdainful look. After a brief silence, the room erupted in laughter again. I'm dying, ha ha ha, even claiming it's Qin Shi Huang's chamber pot. My painting is one personally drawn by Qin Shi Huang. Then. Enough, Xiao Fan, what are you doing? Zhou Lingxi walked over to Xiao Fan and slapped him hard. Her face was filled with anger, and tears welled up in her eyes, clearly infuriated by Xiao Fan's actions. Her hatred for him deep and endless like a river. Wife, why are you hitting me? This really is a chamber pot used by Qin Shi Huang. Xiao Fan looked at Zhou Lingxi with a wrong face, not understanding why she hit him. Slap. He was answered with another slap. I've told you before, I'm not your wife, don't call me that. Zhou Lingxi glared at Xiao Fan furiously. This useless thing, did he want to make her lose all face? Xiao Fan, what exactly are you trying to do? The old lady, sitting in the main seat, questioned Xiao Fan with a stern face, losing her previously cheerful demeanor. Before Xiao Fan could finish, he was interrupted by a shout. Jiang family's young master Jiang Che presents a 1,000-year-old ginseng. The butler, looking at the gift list, couldn't help but gasp. A 1,000-year-old ginseng, this is a priceless treasure, impossible to buy even with money. Due to its age, this type of ginseng has enormous health benefits. It's usually something wealthy people buy for life-saving purposes, as ordinary people can't afford it. Who is this Jiang family's young master? He's really generous. Never heard of him. There doesn't seem to be a Jiang family in the imperial capital. Hearing the murmurs around her, Zhou Lingxi turned around, surprised, and saw Jiang Che walking in through the door. She ran to him and hugged him tightly, sobbing silently. With Jiang Che's arrival, all the grievances she had suffered today seemed worth it. Feeling the woman in his arms trembling and his chest getting wet, Jiang Che patted Zhou Lingxi's shoulder, not saying anything to comfort her. He knew that at this moment, Zhou Lingxi needed to vent her emotions. Jiang Che watching the intimate Jiang Che and Zhou Lingxi, Xiao Fan's face turned green with envy. His eyes bloodshot, he clenched his fists tightly. He was about to lose control and attack. No, I can't reveal my identity in front of Lingxi. After venting her emotions, Zhou Lingxi lifted her head from Jiang Che's embrace, her face flushed with embarrassment. Upon seeing Jiang Che, she had uncontrollably thrown herself into his arms, feeling embarrassed about it now. Jiang Che, you don't need to explain, after all, I am your boyfriend. Jiang Che tenderly wiped the tears from Zhou Lingxi's face, took her soft hand, and walked up to Xiao Fan. He slapped Xiao Fan hard, who didn't resist, or rather, didn't want to resist, and was sent flying. He crashed onto a dining table a dozen meters away, breaking it apart, coughing violently on the ground. The scene went silent, with all the guests staring at this unexpected Jiang family's young master, not knowing what he intended to do. Your Lingxi's grandmother Jiang Che looked at the old lady sitting in the main seat, frowning slightly. Yes, I am. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble at my birthday banquet? The old lady frowned at Jiang Che, not recognizing the name of the Jiang family, assuming this young man was just from a minor family. Can I hit her? Instead of answering the old lady's question, Jiang Che turned to Zhou Lingxi. This Zhou Lingxi was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Che to say such a thing. Hesitating, and perhaps motivated by something, she nodded firmly. She didn't have a good impression of the old lady, who had always treated her and her family poorly. If possible, she would have loved to slap the old woman herself. Uncle Fu, slap her. After Zhou Lingxi's response, Jiang Che smirked coldly and ordered Uncle Fu to take action. Uncle Fu didn't hesitate, walked over to the old lady, and with a slap, knocked several of her teeth out. She whimpered in pain, tears rolling down her cheeks, asking unclearly. Why are you hitting me? Slapping you for being disrespectful in your old age. Slapping you for being a bully. Slapping you, this old woman, for being blind to marry Lingxi to such a useless thing like Xiao Fan. Uncle Fu, what are you waiting for, keep slapping. Woo, stop, I was wrong, I shouldn't have forced Lingxi. After several more slaps, the old lady started crying and begging for mercy. At her age, a few more slaps might kill her. Uncle Fu, stop. Jiang Che snorted coldly, halting Uncle Fu's actions, then turned his gaze to Zhou Lingxi's relatives. Anyone who bullied Lingxi, stand up now, don't make me root you out one by one. Otherwise, you won't like the consequences. Who are you? By what right do you meddle in our Zhou family's affairs? A woman in her 20s stood up, retorting with displeasure. Since when did the Zhou family's matters need interference from an outsider? Slap. Before Jiang Che could respond, the bodyguard behind him slapped the woman. How dare you be disrespectful to young Master Jiang, you deserve it. You. The woman, covering her aching cheek, glared at Jiang Che with resentful eyes. After being slapped, she quieted down, not causing any more commotion. No one wants to come forward, Jiang Che sneered and then turned to Zhou Lingxi. Tell me, who all have bullied you today, I'll help you get revenge. Forget it, they are all small matters. We are family, let's not hurt our harmony. Zhou Lingxi smiled and shook her head, feeling content that Jiang Che had stood up for her today by hitting the old woman. That's not acceptable. You are my woman, how can you be bullied? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, knowing that Zhou Lingxi might not speak up, but she must be harboring some grievances. After all, being mocked for 3 years and unable to retaliate, she's not a pushover like Xiao Fan. How could she not harbor any resentment? Who is your woman? Zhou Lingxi's face suddenly flushed red, and she coyly glanced at Jiang Che. Don't worry about them retaliating against you. With me here, no one can bully you. From today onwards, your father will be the head of the Zhou family. You don't have to fear anyone. Jiang Che spoke to Zhou Lingxi in a gentle tone. Tell me, who all have bullied you? Zhou Lingxi nodded, trying to control the tears in her eyes, and listed a long string of names. Women remember those who have wronged them, so how could she not care? She had never spoken up before because no one had her back, but with Jiang Che's promise, she no longer needed to hold back. It is said that a woman's strength comes from the man beside her. If you make her feel safe, even if she is an iceberg, she will slowly melt for you. Zhou Lingxi rarely cried, not because she was strong, but because she never felt safe. At this moment, she cried tears of happiness, for she had found someone willing to shelter her from the storms. Zhou Jing, Zhou Yuan, Zhou Fei. Jiang Che coldly looked at the Zhou family members standing before him, repeating the names Zhou Lingxi had mentioned. Aren't you willing to come forward? I am Zhou Yuan, I was wrong, I shouldn't have mocked Lingxi before. Unable to bear Jiang Che's scrutinizing gaze, Zhou Yuan timidly stepped out of the crowd, continuously apologizing to Zhou Lingxi. Turn him into a waste. Jiang Che looked at Uncle Fu and coldly uttered 5 words. Uncle Fu nodded and stepped forward, standing in front of Zhou Yuan. He stomped on Zhou Yuan's leg, and as a crisp sound of breaking bones echoed, Zhou Yuan screamed and passed out. Who else? If you don't come forward now, I will kill all of you. Hearing Jiang Che's chilling words, the Zhou family members were almost scared witless. None doubted Jiang Che's seriousness, seeing his ruthless actions, they knew he was not to be trifled with. Jiang young master, please spare us. We were foolish and shouldn't have angered Lingxi. A few more people came forward from the crowd, falling to their knees and begging for mercy. Render them useless. Jiang Che coldly glanced at them and ordered the bodyguards. Understood, young Master Jiang. The bodyguards responded and moved towards the Zhou family members, starting to beat them mercilessly. Ah, Grandpa, stop hitting. A series of blood-curdling screams filled the air, chilling everyone present. From today onwards, Lingxi's father will be the new head of the Zhou family. Does anyone object? Jiang Che coldly swept his gaze over the Zhou family members. We have no objections, but if Dewey takes over like this, it might be hard to convince everyone. A portly middle-aged man stepped forward, Lingxi's uncle, one of the few who were on good terms with her family. Young Master Jiang is our head's grandson. Isn't that enough? The bodyguard coldly glanced at the middle-aged man. Who is your head? Su Changfeng of the Su family. As the bodyguard spoke, everyone from the Zhou family gasped in shock. Who didn't know Su Changfeng in the imperial capital as the head of one of the 4 major families? Su Changfeng had a significant reputation. If Jiang Che was Su Changfeng's grandson, then no one would dare object to his words. Because opposing Jiang Che meant opposing Su Changfeng. We have no objections, the middle-aged man swallowed hard, trying to suppress his shock. Do you have any objections? Jiang Che then turned his gaze to the old lady, whimpering on the ground. The old lady looked at Jiang Che in terror and shook her head frantically, indicating no objections. If she had known Jiang Che's identity earlier, she wouldn't have dared to be so presumptuous. Now, just being alive was good enough, and she dared not have any opinions. Very well, I announce, from today onwards, Ling Shi's father, Zhou Dewei, will be the head of the Zhou family. And so, what was supposed to be a pleasant birthday banquet turned into a one-man tribunal led by Jiang Che. After handling the matters, Jiang Che took Zhou Lingshi's soft hand and walked outside. Zhou Lingshi let him lead her, not resisting, docile like a little wife. Jiang Che you at the doorstep, Xiao Fan blocked Jiang Che's way. Jiang Che frowned and slapped him away again. This time, Xiao Fan didn't fight back also and he passed out on the spot. Watching Jiang Che and Zhou Lingshi walk away, Zhou Dewei was still in a daze. He had become the head just like that, it felt like a dream. Imperial Capital International Hotel, Presidential Suite. Jiang Che, bored, smoked while Zhou Lingshi was freshening up in the bathroom. 10 minutes later, seeing Zhou Lingshi dressed in a JK skirt and black stockings, Jiang Che immediately grabbed her flowing hair, making her turn around. At 8 p.m., at the Zhou family mansion, Xiao Fan, still groggy from his unconscious state, gradually came to his senses. Shaking his head to clear the fog, he struggled to get up from the ground. Look, the useless son-in-law is awake, a woman nearby sneered disdainfully as she saw Xiao Fan stirring. Your wife ran off with someone else. You might as well be dead, you useless son-in-law. Xiao Fan's mind raced as he recalled the last thing he saw before passing out, Jiang Che leading Zhou Lingshi out of the Zhou family's door. A bad premonition surged through him, and he quickly took out his phone to call Zhou Lingshi. At the Emperor International Hotel, Zhou Lingshi frowned at the caller ID on her phone. Just as she was about to decline the call, Jiang Che stopped her. Answer it. With a blush, Zhou Lingshi hesitated upon hearing Jiang Che's words. Although she despised Xiao Fan, he was still her husband in name. Reluctantly, she answered the call. Xiao Fan, noticing the call had gone through, quickly asked, Wife, where are you? That scoundrel Jiang Che didn't do anything to you, did he? No. Are you coming home now? Xiao Fan asked, somewhat puzzled. Not yet, I'm negotiating a business deal worth billions. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. With that, Zhou Lingshi ended the call abruptly, fearing she might give herself away if she continued. Xiao Fan, looking at his phone that had been hung up on, felt something was amiss but chose not to question it further. He decided to head back to their home in Tianxiang Garden to wait for Zhou Lingshi and discuss things face to face. The next day, around noon, Zhou Lingshi returned to Tianxiang Garden looking haggard with dark circles under her eyes, clearly having not slept well. Wife, you're back. Xiao Fan greeted her excitedly as he rose from his dog kennel. Where were you last night? He asked, looking at her curiously. I told you, I was negotiating a business deal, Zhou Lingshi said with impatience, heading straight to the living room without giving Xiao Fan another glance. She was exhausted and needed to catch up on sleep after spending the previous night gaming intensely with Jiang Che. Observing Zhou Lingshi's weary appearance and odd walk, Xiao Fan realized what must have happened, despite his naivety. He felt a surge of anger, not towards Zhou Lingshi, whom he considered a goddess, but towards Jiang Che, who had dared to cross the line with her. Jiang Che, I swear I'll kill you. His anger boiling, Xiao Fan felt a murderous rage enveloping him, believing Zhou Lingshi had been coerced by Jiang Che. At the Emperor International Hotel, in the presidential suite, Jiang Che lay leisurely on the bed, casually smoking a cigarette, a content expression on his face. Smooth, so smooth, he murmured, relishing the memory of his recent encounter with Zhou Lingshi, who had shown an unexpected talent for gaming. It was only by drawing on his 2 decades of dedicated practice of the Fumo sword technique that he had managed to triumph over her. Ding Xiao Fan has lost all hope and harbors a deadly grudge against the host. Reward: 2,000 villain points. Ding Xiao Fan's fortune -3,000, reward: 6,000 villain points. Want to kill me? Jiang Che scoffed at the system's notification, feeling disdain for Xiao Fan's futile anger. Alice should be arriving soon. He closed his eyes, pondering the upcoming plot. Time to send Xiao Fan off, he thought, his cold laughter filling the room. Xiao Fan's dwindling fortune meant he was no longer of any value to Jiang Che. Deciding his next move, Jiang Che got out of bed, planning to deal with Xiao Fan's subordinate, Yang Gaofei. In the original story, Yang Gaofei eventually betrays Xiao Fan due to constant humiliation. Jiang Che figured he could expedite this process. "Have our brothers arrived?" Xiao Fan asked Yang Gaofei in a hotel room, his face alternating between shades of light and dark, making it hard to discern his thoughts. "Our brothers encountered some mishaps on their way to Zhou country, so it might take a while before they can arrive," Yang Gaofei replied cautiously, knowing Xiao Fan would likely become angry again. "What kind of mishaps?" Xiao Fan frowned, clearly displeased. "Damn it, what's going on recently? Why is nothing going right?" he grumbled. "Our brothers were all killed by the Vice Lord's people in a maritime area outside Zhou country." What? Xiao Fan stood up abruptly, looking at Yang Gaofei in disbelief. "They're all dead." "Yes." Yang Gaofei nodded woodenly, conveying the stark reality. "Also, Elder Leng sent a message. The Vice Hall Master is expected to arrive in Zhou country tonight. Elder Leng advised you to be cautious, as her cultivation has significantly improved since her last emergence." Good Alice, you forced my hand. This time, I'll make sure you never return." Xiao Fan was utterly enraged. "How many of our brothers do we have in the capital?" "A few dozen, spread across various industries," Yang Gaofei thought for a moment before responding. "Most of their people were at Shira Hall, their base of operations. Notify our brothers to gather at the eastern outskirts forest at 10 tonight." "Yes." Yang Gaofei complied respectfully and went off to relay the instructions. He knew Xiao Fan was truly furious, and a bloody battle was inevitable tonight. Just as Yang Gaofei stepped out of the room, he was suddenly pulled into the room next door. "What do you want?" Yang Gaofei asked warily, recognizing Jiang Che, the young man who had cuckolded their hall master. "I want to make a deal with you." "Don't be nervous, have a seat," Jiang Che said, patting Yang Gaofei's shoulder and motioning him to sit opposite. "What kind of deal do you want to make, Mr. Jiang?" Yang Gaofei asked, full of suspicion. "Help me get rid of Xiao Fan, and when Alice takes over, you'll be the Vice Hall Master of the Shira Hall," Jiang Che offered, painting a tempting picture for Yang Gaofei. "You must be joking, Mr. Jiang. I won't betray our lord," Yang Gaofei retorted coldly, standing up to leave. "Do you think you can leave?" Jiang Che chuckled coldly. As he spoke, Yang Gaofei's face suddenly contorted in pain, feeling as if countless ants were gnawing inside his chest. He broke out in a cold sweat and wanted to scream, but Jiang Che quickly sealed his mute acupoint. Yang Gaofei could only whimper in agony, his forehead beaded with sweat, his expression etched with excruciating pain. "This feeling isn't pleasant, is it?" Looking at Yang Gaofei writhing on the ground, Jiang Che asked with a hint of amusement in his tone. He had just exchanged 3,000 villain points with the system for a heart-eating ant GU. Once infected with this GU poison, one must consume an antidote every 3 days, otherwise, they would endure unbearable pain until death. Yang Gaofei lay on the ground, his face contorted in agony, his mouth trembling non-stop, obviously enduring extreme pain. Jiang Che stuffed an antidote into his mouth and released his mute acupoint. "How about it, are you interested in cooperating with me now?" "What did you give me?" Yang Gaofei looked at Jiang Che in terror, still shaken by the excruciating pain he had just experienced. "You've been poisoned with my heart-eating ant GU. If you don't take the antidote on time, every 3 days, you'll suffer the pain until it kills you." Jiang Che's face bore a casual smile, but to Yang Gaofei, it seemed chilling. I'm willing to cooperate." After hesitating for a few seconds, Yang Gaofei quickly gave in. He was already dissatisfied with Xiao Fan, and he certainly didn't want to endure that pain again. "You're sensible. What do you want me to do?" Yang Gaofei frowned, slightly confused. "Alice will arrive in Zhou country tonight, and she will surely fight Xiao Fan. If he gets injured, make him eat this." Jiang Che handed a pill to Yang Gaofei while speaking. "What is this?" Yang Gaofei looked at the pill in his hand, puzzled. "This is called the 100 poison pill. Once consumed, toxins rapidly corrode the entire body. No matter how high your cultivation is, if you eat this, you can only wait for death." Jiang Che's smile was somewhat cruel, anticipating the outcome. It would be interesting to see Xiao Fan's reaction when he realized his closest subordinate had betrayed him. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Yang Gaofei's face showed a mix of emotions. This guy was ruthless, intending to send Xiao Fan to his grave, but he didn't object, as he harbored discontent towards Xiao Fan. I hope you keep your promise to help me become the Vice Hall Master. No problem. Alice has arrived, hasn't she? Xiao Fan, with dozens of subordinates, was waiting early in the forest on the eastern outskirts, growing impatient at Alice's delay. We've already notified the Vice Hall Master. The meeting place is set here. While they were talking, several figures approached from a distance. The woman in black leading the group, with blonde hair and blue eyes, was none other than the Vice Hall Master of the Shira Hall, Alice. Yo, Xiao Hall Master, long time no see. How is this a welcome for us? Alice looked at the dozens of people behind Xiao Fan with a mocking tone, disdain in her eyes. Besides Yang Gaofei, the rest were incompetent in Xiao Fan's camp. Enough talk. Let's settle our issues today. Xiao Fan glared coldly at the enchanting woman. Despite her allure, she meant nothing to him, his heart only had room for Zhou Lingxi. Why so angry, Xiao Hall Master? Tired of being a pushover in the Zhou family, and now venting on your own people? Alice mocked, and her subordinates burst into laughter. They all knew about Xiao Fan's role as a son-in-law in the Zhou family, being mocked and bullied without retaliation. The dignified master of the Shira Hall, reduced to this for a woman, it's ridiculous. Xiao Fan's face turned ashen at Alice's words, hating when others brought up his son-in-law status. What about me? Looks like the hall master has become a fool. I've discussed with some elders, and we've unanimously decided to dismiss you as the hall master of the Shira Hall. I'm here to notify you. You have no right to dismiss me. Xiao Fan sneered. Alice must be delusional, thinking she could dismiss the hall master with her vice hall master status. My right. Open your dog eyes and see what this is. Alice took out a blood-red token from her waist and waved it in front of Xiao Fan. The token, entirely in crimson, had Shira inscribed on both sides. The Shira Order. Xiao Fan stared at the token in shock. The Shira Order, passed down from the first generation of Shira, symbolized the identity of each generation's leader. When he returned to his country, he had left the Shira Order at the headquarters. It was customary for the hall master to stay at the island headquarters, not like Xiao Fan, who had left soon after becoming the master. To ensure its safety, the Shira Order was left with the Council of Elders. But how did it end up in Alice's hands? The Council of Elders is disappointed in your actions and unanimously decided to dismiss you. From today, I am the new hall master of the Shira Hall. You're just a son-in-law living in a dog kennel. Alice laughed mockingly, her eyes full of disdain, as if ridiculing Xiao Fan's incompetence. You're asking for it. Enraged by Alice's taunting words, Xiao Fan unleashed his inner strength and leapt towards her, attacking her face. Alice also counterattacked with a palm strike. Bang! After a loud noise, both stepped back several paces, eyeing each other warily. 3 years, and you haven't improved a bit. Alice looked down on Xiao Fan, having thought he might have improved over the years, but she was disappointed. Xiao Fan, clutching his aching arm, watched Alice warily. He hadn't expected her cultivation to have progressed so much, now almost equal to his. Both were at the pinnacle of the innate realm, but Xiao Fan had reached it earlier, so his internal strength was always a bit stronger. A fierce light flashed in Alice's eyes. She leapt towards Xiao Fan and kicked at his chest. Caught off guard, Xiao Fan was sent flying, and before he landed, Alice leapt up and kicked again. Xiao Fan blocked with his arms, and they fought mid-air, creating tremors in the air. Both attacked mercilessly, each strike lethal, aiming to kill. Yang Gaofei led his men in a fierce battle with Alice's subordinates below. A dark, windy night perfect for murder and arson. Xiao Fan's eyes were bloodshot, attacking Alice like a madman. Alice struggled to parry the attacks of the enraged Xiao Fan, retreating step by step. She had underestimated him, his burst of strength was overwhelming. But she was not to be trifled with. Concentrating her internal strength in her palm, she appeared behind Xiao Fan and struck. Caught off guard, Xiao Fan was sent flying. Boom! Xiao Fan crashed beside a large tree, breaking it in half, coughing as he struggled to stand up. Leaping into the air, he struck Alice, who fell from mid-air and staggered back several steps, turning pale. I underestimated you this time, I'll let you off. Let's go. Alice wiped the blood from her mouth corner, leaving with a few harsh words. Injured, she knew continuing the fight would do no good. Today, she couldn't finish off Xiao Fan. She'd have to find another way. As Alice's figure vanished, Xiao Fan could no longer pretend. He spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Master, are you all right? Yang Gaofei asked worriedly, seeing Xiao Fan looking like he was on his last breath. "I'm fine." Xiao Fan shook his head and sat cross-legged on the ground, trying to heal himself. Yang Gaofei stood by silently, guarding him. After a moment, Xiao Fan expelled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. "How many did we lose?" he asked, seeing the scattered corpses around him. "We lost more than 10 brothers, they lost 2." Yang Gaofei replied awkwardly. In truth, he hadn't used his full strength in the fight, so he was relatively unscathed. "Useless bunch." Xiao Fan coughed, annoyed. Yang Gaofei didn't say anything, silently taking out 100 poison pill Jiang Che had given him and handing it to Xiao Fan. "Hall Master, this is a healing pill I've been keeping. Please take it." Xiao Fan didn't think twice, swallowing the pill. He trusted Yang Gaofei and didn't suspect betrayal. Just after taking the pill, Xiao Fan felt something wrong. It felt like his organs were suddenly filled with toxins. His complexion visibly darkened, the bone-piercing pain leaving him powerless. Xiao Fan glared at Yang Gaofei, realizing he'd been given poison, not medicine. "Why betray me? Why?" Yang Gaofei burst into manic laughter. "Do you know what I've been through these 3 years? I followed you from the Shira Hall to Jojo country, thinking we'd achieve great things. But you ended up a useless son-in-law at the Zhou family. And every day, you ordered me around like a dog without pay, even verbally abusing me. People have limits, Xiao Fan. You being greened is your retribution." "You shut up." Xiao Fan's face reddened in anger and coughing fits, clearly agitated by his words. Suddenly, a procession of Rolls-Royce phantoms approached. Jiang Che got out of the car, looking amusedly at Xiao Fan, followed by several solemn-looking men in black. Jiang Che seeing Jiang Che, Xiao Fan roared furiously, his eyes brimming with undisguised murderous intent. Despite struggling, he couldn't stand up, the poison rapidly spreading in his body. "Ah, the mighty Xiao Fan reduced to this. Quite a spectacle." Jiang Che squatted down, his face mocking. "Jiang Che, may you die a horrible death." Xiao Fan cursed, his face contorted in rage. Each word he uttered made him paler. "People have wished me dead before, but they all ended up dying by my hands," Jiang Che replied nonchalantly. "My dear Xiao Fan, today I've come to send you on your way," Jiang Che said, patting Xiao Fan's face mockingly. He then leaned in and whispered in his ear, "I must say, your wife is truly delightful." Xiao Fan's eyes widened in rage. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Che ended his life with a single palm strike. Xiao Fan lay motionless, eyes wide open in death. Ding, the host has manipulated Yang Gaofei to betray Xiao Fan, altering the storyline. Reward: 3,000 villain points. Ding, the host has slain the son of Luck Xiao Fan. Reward: a mysterious treasure chest. Ding, the system has detected Xiao Fan's death and is searching for the next protagonist. Does the host wish to accept the new storyline? No. Jiang Che finished his conversation with the system and turned to Xiao Fan's followers, commanding, "Kill them all, leave no survivors." Understanding the importance of removing all traces, the bodyguards swiftly executed Jiang Che's orders. Soon, pained screams filled the air as each strike took another life. "Jiang Master, my task is done. May I leave now?" Yang Gaofei asked, looking nervously at Jiang Che. After witnessing Jiang Che's ruthlessness, he only wished to leave alive. "Of course, you may go," Jiang Che replied calmly. As Yang Gaofei turned to leave, he suddenly collapsed. Jiang Che looked at him dismissively, "Such a fool." "Jiang Master, we have cleared the area," the lead bodyguard reported, his face stern. "Good, dispose of the bodies," Jiang Che instructed, handing over corpse-dissolving powder. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the bodies had to be dealt with efficiently. "Understood, Jiang Master." The bodyguard took the powder and proceeded to dissolve the bodies, leaving nothing behind but a nauseating scent in the air. "Clean up the surroundings," Jiang Che ordered before getting into his Rolls-Royce Phantom. System, open the mysterious treasure chest. Ding, opening the mysterious treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 villain points and a life-saving talisman. What's the use of this talisman? Jiang Che asked curiously. The life-saving talisman, as the name suggests, can be used in a life-threatening situation to block a fatal blow for the host. That's impressive, Jiang Che exclaimed, excited about the new item. With the talisman, he essentially had an extra life. System, open the attribute panel. Host, Jiang Che. Identity, eldest young master of the Jiang family. Cultivation, early stage of transformation. Villain points, 15,000. Techniques. Limitless pure yang, mysterious heavenly scripture. Items. Mysterious treasure chest x1, human infant burp bag x100, marrow cleansing pill x5, good luck charm x3, kitchen knife x1, ghost gate 13 needles. Skills. God level disguise technique. System. I want to accept the new storyline. Jiang Che lit a cigarette, communicating with the system in his mind. Ding. Storyline transmission in progress. This time it's actually a soldier king. A few minutes later, after receiving the plot from the system, Jiang Che's face showed a strange expression. Wild Soldier King in the City of Flowers, it's another urban novel with a white-collar setting. The protagonist, Ye Chen, is a famous mercenary king from Heizhou. Tired of living on the edge, he returns to Zhou country and starts working as a security guard. Then, he goes through a journey of showing off, slapping faces, encountering various mature women, young girls. Finally, he marries a rich and beautiful woman and reaches the pinnacle of life. And as Jiang Che expected, this soldier king indeed has a sister who fought alongside him, and it's his own little maid, Ah Qing. Ah Qing's brother and Ye Chen were comrades until death. In a mission to protect Ye Chen, her brother perished. His dying wish was for Ye Chen to take care of his sister after returning to the country. Ye Chen readily agreed and, after returning to the country, immediately included Ah Qing in his harem. But Ah Qing is now his own woman. How could Jiang Che let him have his way? If he dares to come, Jiang Che swears to kill him. System. When will Ye Chen return to the country? Jiang Che extinguished the cigarette in his hand and asked faintly in his mind. In 3 days, Ye Chen will arrive in Linjiang City. 3 days, it seems it's time for me to go back. Young Master Jiang, everything is taken care of. The bodyguard sat in the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce and spoke to Jiang Che. Let's go home. The next evening, inside the presidential suite of the Emperor International Hotel. You're leaving tomorrow? Zhou Lingxi, lying on Jiang Che's chest, rubbed her head back and forth, her voice filled with reluctance. Yeah, I have some things to deal with, so I have to go back tomorrow, Jiang Che said, stroking Zhou Lingxi's soft hair with a smile. Can't you stay a couple more days? Zhou Lingxi pleaded, her eyes swirling with tears, as if she would start crying immediately if Jiang Che refused. If you miss me, just come to Linjiang City to find me. I'm always there, Jiang Che replied. Once you're back, don't mess with other women, Zhou Lingxi threatened fiercely, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth in a naive expression. She knew Jiang Che wouldn't have only her in his life, especially since he was her senior sister's fiancé. And she hadn't forgotten that little Zhang Yuner was also eyeing him. She needed to remind Jiang Che, because if Zhang Yuner took the initiative, Zhou Lingxi didn't believe Jiang Che could resist. Don't worry, having you and Qingqiu in this life is enough for me, Jiang Che said, holding Zhou Lingxi in his arms and speaking sweet nothings. Although Zhou Lingxi knew Jiang Che was just appeasing her, she loved to hear such sweet words. Her heart was filled with joy, and her face showed a blissful expression. Leaning her head in Jiang Che's arms, she looked a bit lazy and charming. By the way, I've killed Xiao Fan, Jiang Che suddenly remembered to mention. He's dead. Good, he was annoying alive. Zhou Lingxi was startled but didn't ask much. She wished Xiao Fan would just disappear. With Xiao Fan gone, she felt no pressure and could be openly with Jiang Che. What if senior sister finds out about us? Zhou Lingxi asked, a bit worried. There's nothing to worry about, even if she knows, Jiang Che said, pinching Zhou Lingxi's tender cheek with a smile. He was not afraid of Shen Qingqiu anymore. In the past, he had been somewhat restrained because he didn't want to anger her, but now things were different. If Shen Qingqiu disagreed, Jiang Che would just persuade her until she agreed. Don't worry about these things, let's cherish the present, Jiang Che said, and then he gently turned Zhou Lingxi over. The next day, Jiang Che groggily opened his eyes. Glancing at Zhou Lingxi, who lay beside him with a face full of sweetness, he gently kissed her forehead before getting dressed and quietly leaving the room, softly closing the door behind him. After Jiang Che's departure, Zhou Lingxi too opened her beautiful eyes. Gazing at the fading silhouette of Jiang Che, she inhaled the lingering fragrance he left on the pillow. Her face was adorned with a content smile, and soon, overwhelmed by exhaustion, she fell into a deep sleep again. She was extremely tired, as Jiang Che had been somewhat overbearing the previous night. At noon, Jiang Che, accompanied by Fubo, walked out of the Linjiang City International Airport. Outside the terminal, along with others, was already waiting. Seeing Jiang Che emerge, he promptly approached him, speaking respectfully, "Young master, welcome home." Let's go back to Crouching Dragon Villa," Jiang Che replied with a smile, then got into the Maybach parked behind Along. Along drove directly towards Wolong Villa. Outside Wolong Villa, dressed in a maid's outfit, Ching had been waiting at the gate, having heard of Jiang Che's return. Spotting Jiang Che, she hurriedly ran into his embrace. "Young master," she exclaimed, "I've missed you so much." "What did you miss about me?" Jiang Che inquired, raising an eyebrow playfully. Blushing, Ching shyly replied, I want the young master to treat me. My internal chill has acted up again these past few days." Ching's personality had become much more open after being treated by Jiang Che for over a month. Although she still spoke with some shyness, she was no longer as timid as before when teased by Jiang Che. "Hehe, I'll treat you tonight," Jiang Che chuckled, holding Ching's tender hand as they walked into the living room to eat. The dining table was laden with a variety of delicious dishes, all prepared by Ching. "Do you have family?" Ching, Jiang Che inquired curiously after lunch, calling the young maid over. In the novel Wild Soldier King in the Flower City, it only mentions that Ching is the sister of Ye Tian's comrade. "I have no family," Ching replied, a bit lost. "Only a brother, but he disappeared when I was 13. I don't know where he went, and then I was bought by the family head to serve as a maid for the young master." There wasn't much sadness in her voice when she spoke of her family, having grown accustomed to it over the years. "What's your real name?" Jiang Che asked, hugging Ching and gently stroking her hair. "My real name is Su Qingzu," she answered. "Su Qingzu," Jiang Che repeated. "That's a nice name. Have you ever thought about finding your brother?" "I did, but I gave up later," Ching said, shaking her head. She had held on to hope for the first few years after her brother left, but it slowly faded away. "It doesn't matter whether my brother comes back or not. I've gotten used to it over the years. Besides, Ching isn't alone anymore, I have the young master now." She smiled radiantly, looking adoringly at Jiang Che. To her, the young master was her entire world. Jiang Che didn't say much more, just holding Ching's arm a bit tighter. They both remained silent, enjoying the rare moment of peace together. The next day, at Linjiang City International Airport, a young man about 25 years old with a solemn face and sharp eyes emerged from the terminal. This man was Ye Tian. 8 years. Ye Tian couldn't help but sigh as he left the airport. Zhouzhou country is indeed the best. After spending 8 years in Heizhou, tired of a life on the edge, he had returned to his homeland for retirement. Ye Tian took out his phone and dialed Lin Kanghai's number. During his time abroad, he had once saved Lin Kanghai by a stroke of fate, and Lin had promised to help him find a job upon his return to the country. "Hello, who is this?" The phone was quickly answered, with a somewhat puzzled voice from Lin Kanghai on the other end. "It's me, Ye Tian." "Ye Tian, you're back in the country." Lin Kanghai's tone turned excited. It had been 3 years without any news from Ye Tian. He thought Ye Tian wouldn't return, but surprisingly, he received his call today. After all, Ye Tian was his life savior, and Lin had not properly thanked him back then. Now, Ye Tian's return was an opportunity for Lin to repay his debt of gratitude. "Yes, I just got off the plane. I was hoping you could help me arrange a job," Ye Tian said with a light smile, somewhat aware of Lin Kanghai's background. The Lin family was among the top families in Linjiang City, and arranging a job for him would be easy for them. "Wait at the airport, I'll send someone to pick you up, and we can meet and talk." All right. After the call, Ye Tian sat on a bench by the roadside, idly watching the passers-by. About an hour later, a Maybach stopped in front of him, and 2 men in black got out of the car. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Ye Tian?" "Yes, I am Ye Tian. Our master has sent us to take you to the Ye residence." "Please get in the car," the man in black said respectfully, stepping aside to make way, with a gesture of invitation. They had been instructed not to provoke Ye Tian, whose background was formidable, so they were extremely respectful. After Ye Tian got into the car, the men in black also got back in and drove straight to the Ye family's compound. At the Ye family compound, Ye Tian was led by the men in black directly into the villa's living room, where Lin Kanghai was already waiting in the main seat. "It's been 3 years, and yet young Master Ye still looks as spirited as ever," Lin Kanghai said, stroking his beard and smiling faintly as he looked at Ye Tian. "Mr. Lin, you too. It's been 3 years, and you seem even healthier than before, Ye Tian responded, taking out a gift box from his backpack and handing it to Lin Kanghai. What's this? Lin Kanghai asked curiously. This is Ceylon black tea I brought back from abroad. Knowing your passion for tea, I specifically brought it for you, Ye Tian said with a smile. He was not unfamiliar with the ways of courtesy. Although Lin Kanghai owed him a life-saving debt, he still needed to rely on him in Linjiang City, so it was better not to act arrogantly. You are thoughtful. Lin Kanghai chuckled and accepted the Ceylon black tea without refusal. His impression of Ye Tian improved. The man was not only a skilled martial artist with a terrifying background, but he was also polite and humble in his conduct. If he didn't meet an untimely end, Ye Tian was bound to be an extraordinary figure in the future. Why did you suddenly decide to return to the country? Lin Kanghai asked curiously. Tired of the life of constant fighting and killing, I've been wanting to retire, Ye Tian replied. Moreover, I returned this time at the behest of a comrade in arms, to take care of his sister. He lost contact with his sister after going abroad, but she should still be in Linjiang City. Her name is Su Qingzu. I need your help with this matter. That's a small matter, don't worry. Lin Kanghai pondered for a moment. I will have someone inquire about this person, but I can't guarantee results. Linjiang City, as one of the 4 major cities of Zhou country, had a population of about 20 million, making it difficult to find a single person. I also need to trouble Mr. Lin to find me a job. What kind of job do you want? Lin Kanghai asked curiously. The Lin family primarily operated in the cosmetics industry. If Ye Tian wanted to develop in a major internet company, it would require pulling some strings, but it was just a matter of saying a word. Cleaning, security, any job is fine, Ye Tian said, shaking his head. He was looking for a job mainly to occupy himself. He wasn't short of money, a job was just a way to pass the time and quickly integrate into the life of ordinary people. In that case, Lin Kanghai thought for a moment and then smiled. How about you become a bodyguard for my granddaughter? Lin Kanghai had his own motives in suggesting this. Having Ye Tian as Lin Xian's bodyguard would not only ensure her safety but also potentially lead to a closer relationship between them. Ye Tian was one of the few outstanding young men he had met, and his background abroad was also formidable. If he could bring Ye Tian under his command, it would be excellent. Grandpa, I'm back. While they were talking, Lin Xian, dressed in an OL outfit, walked in from outside. Ye Tian turned his head curiously, and then he was stunned. During Ye Tian's years in Heizhou, he had seen plenty of foreign beauties, but he had never encountered someone like Lin Xian, who radiated a natural, gentle beauty and charm, and was exceptionally attractive in both appearance and figure. A flash of greed crossed his eyes, and he quickly made up his mind. The pursuit of such extraordinary beauties was one of his hobbies, and only by following him, Ye Tian, could such a woman not be wronged. Grandpa, who is he? Lin Xian, noticing Ye Tian's greedy gaze, frowned and asked Lin Kanghai. Although Ye Tian's gaze was subtle, she easily caught it. A sense of disgust towards Ye Tian emerged in her heart. She detested being looked at in such a way. You're back, just in time for me to introduce you, Lin Kanghai said with a chuckle. This is Ye Tian, a young and talented martial artist. He didn't reveal Ye Tian's background, knowing if he did, it might ruin his plans since Lin Xian didn't like those who lived a life of constant violence. Ye Tian, this is my granddaughter, Lin Xian, currently serving as the president of our Lin Corporation. Miss Lin, nice to meet you. I'm Ye Tian said as he stood up and extended his hand in a gesture of friendship. Sorry, I don't like physical contact with men, even handshakes, Lin Xian said, frowning slightly and not extending her hand. No problem, I understand, Ye Tian replied with an awkward smile, withdrawing his hand, though feeling somewhat annoyed inside. Bitch acting all high and mighty. Wait until one day when Ye Tian. Grandpa, I don't need a bodyguard, Lin Xian said, turning to Lin Kanghai. She was skilled in martial arts and already had several bodyguards, she didn't need Ye Tian. Ye Tian is not an ordinary person, he can protect you, Lin Kanghai suggested. You young people should try to interact more. I don't need it, Lin Xian said, frowning. She could sense the underlying meaning in her grandfather's words. But how could she agree with his opinion when her relationship with Jiang Che was still ambiguous? She went upstairs without giving Ye Tian another glance. My granddaughter is just like that, don't take it to heart, Lin Kanghai said awkwardly, puzzled. Usually, Lin Xian was gentle with everyone, Why did she change her attitude so suddenly at his suggestion? Could it be that she already had someone in her heart? No worries. It's common for girls to have small tempers. I understand, Ye Chen said, retracting his gaze from the second floor and smiling lightly. At Crouching Dragon Mountain Villa, by the pool. Mr. Lin sent someone to bring Ye Chen back to the Lin family, Jiang Che asked, enjoying the massage from Ah Ching, without lifting his head. Yes, young master, our people saw Ye Chen going to the Lin family, Ah Long answered respectfully. He didn't understand why the young master wanted someone to keep an eye on such an ordinary-looking person, but he didn't ask further. Tell the brothers to continue watching him, but remember not to expose their identities. Yes, Ah Long responded and respectfully withdrew. Jiang Che sipped some juice placed nearby, starting to piece together the upcoming plot. Ye Chen would become Lin Xian's bodyguard, face ridicule and disdain, then gradually change Lin Xian's opinion of him through various heroic deeds, eventually winning her over. But with Jiang Che present, how could Ye Chen get his wish? It's about time for me to make a move again. Just rested for 2 days, and now I have to beat up the protagonist again. This kind of life is really awesome, Jiang Che mused, enjoying the moment. Young master, how's the strength? A bit stronger. Jiang Che closed his eyes comfortably and said with a contented expression. In the CEO's office of the Lin Corporation. Who told you to follow me? Lin Xian irritably said to Ye Chen standing before her. Is this guy deaf? Didn't he hear her saying she didn't need a bodyguard? Master Lin instructed me to protect you, so naturally, I follow his orders. Ye Chen replied with a grin, his eyes filled with admiration when he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was much more attractive than the foreign women he had flirted with over the years, not just in looks but also in temperament. Get out! Lin Xian's cold gaze fell on Ye Chen, her expression sour. Okay. Ye Chen didn't persist and left immediately. He knew such things couldn't be rushed and there was no hurry. In his eyes, Lin Xian was already in the bag. Ye Chen walked out of Lin Xian's office and lit a cigarette by the corridor window. Jiang Che, exiting the elevator, noticed him immediately. Perhaps due to frequently dealing with protagonists, Jiang Che felt an instinctive awareness whenever he encountered one. The system's alert also confirmed his suspicion. Ding, a protagonist aura detected nearby. System has automatically compiled the protagonist's information. Host, would you like to view it? Ding, detected the son of Luck Ye Chen, initiating assassination mission. Completion rewards available, no time limit or failure penalties. View. Protagonist, Ye Chen. Cultivation, innate peak. Luck, 15,000. Identity, leader of Heijo Sky Wolf mercenaries. Skills, advanced firearms mastery, advanced combat techniques. 15,000 luck. Jiang Che's gaze towards Ye Chen changed, as if seeing a crop ready for harvest. 15,000 luck meant 30,000 villain points, enough to elevate his cultivation to the peak of the transformation stage. Ye Chen sensed someone watching him. He frowned, turned his head, and saw Jiang Che entering Lin Xian's office. He didn't think much of it and turned back to his cigarette. Why are you here? Lin Xian was surprised to see Jiang Che. Since their last encounter at her grandfather's birthday banquet, she hadn't seen him for nearly half a month. Busy dealing with the beauty pill business, she had no time to meet anyone. Moreover, Jiang Che, who had professed his affection, hadn't visited her even once. This made her quite annoyed. Had he just flirted and then stopped caring? Don't you welcome me? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, sitting opposite Lin Xian, his tone playful. Not welcome, please leave. Lin Xian glanced at him, annoyed. Didn't he know that pursuing a girl required striking while the iron is hot? After being charmed by him last time, he just disappeared. Let's have dinner together later. Jiang Che swiftly changed the subject, not wanting to linger on this matter. After all, being so popular, he couldn't just hover around Lin Xian all the time. Wanna go to dinner? Why did you suddenly think of inviting me to dinner? Aren't you afraid your senior sister will be jealous? Lin Xian sarcastically commented. This scoundrel already had a stunning beauty like Shen Qingqiu as his fiancée, yet he flirted with her, and she actually fell for it. Thus, she harbored both love and hate for Jiang Che. She won't be, she's very obedient, Jiang Che said with a smile, now fearless even if Shen Qingqiu found out. Worst case, he would persuade her until she had no complaints. Humph. Lin Xian snorted, then lowered her head to continue working on documents. Jiang Che didn't disturb her, quietly watching her, admiring her stunning beauty. He found Lin Ziyan quite attractive when she was focused on work. I'm done. Where shall we eat? An hour later, Lin Ziyan finally finished her documents, rubbing her forehead and asking. Although she knew Jiang Che had no good intentions in asking her out, she didn't want to refuse him. Women are mysteriously complex. If a man gives them a different feeling, even if they know they're being deceived, they willingly fall for it. That's why good girls often get taken advantage of by scoundrels like Jiang Che. Let's go to a private restaurant. Jiang Che suggested with a smile, leaving the office first, with Lin Ziyan following close behind. Where are you going? Yi Tian, seeing Jiang Che and Lin Ziyan walking together towards the elevator, frowned and quickly followed. Where I go is none of your business. Lin Ziyan coldly retorted, finding Yi Tian increasingly annoying. Wasn't it enough for him to mind his own business, and why did this bodyguard think he had the right to ask about her whereabouts? Yi Tian was at a loss for words, realizing he was just a bodyguard with no right to question his boss's private matters. But in his heart, Lin Ziyan was already his woman. How could he tolerate her going out with another man? I'm just ensuring your safety. Yi Tian made up an excuse, then turned to Jiang Che with a threatening look. Young man, better stay away from our CEO, or you'll regret it. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Lin Ziyan's face showed a bizarre expression. This guy really thought too highly of himself. Are you threatening me? Jiang Che was amused. Aren't villains supposed to threaten the protagonist? Yet here was the protagonist threatening him. Jiang Che slapped Yi Tian across the face, sending him flying down the corridor until he stopped near a window. Yi Tian struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth, looking at Jiang Che in disbelief. How could this happen? He hadn't sensed any martial arts aura from Jiang Che. Young man, I'm letting you off this time for being Ziyan's bodyguard. Next time, I'll cripple you. Some people you can never afford to provoke. Jiang Che looked disdainfully at Yi Tian and pulled Lin Ziyan's delicate hand, heading for the elevator. Lin Ziyan let Jiang Che lead her, not glancing back at Yi Tian. After they disappeared into the elevator, Yi Tian finally came to his senses. Touching his aching cheek, he glared at Jiang Che, filled with murderous intent. For how many years had no one dared to treat him like this? He, the leader of the Sky Wolf mercenaries, got slapped on his first day back in Jojo country. If this got out, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? Good, you've successfully angered me. Yi Tian didn't linger and chased after them, determined to ensure Lin Ziyan's safety. Jiang Che drove his Ferrari with Lin Ziyan in the passenger seat, followed by several Maybachs driven by their bodyguards. At a crossroads, while waiting for the traffic light, Jiang Che began his mischievous moves. What are you doing? Lin Ziyan's face turned crimson, bewildered by Jiang Che's actions, seeming somewhat lost. She hadn't expected Jiang Che to possess such mysterious medical skills. Nothing, I'm helping you expel the coldness in your body. Jiang Che replied seriously, discovering Lin Ziyan also had a strange constitution like Ah Cheng's. But I don't have any coldness in my body. Lin Ziyan's face was flushed, both embarrassed and annoyed by Jiang Che's actions. And she didn't know she had any internal coldness. Besides, who treats it like Jiang Che does? And this sensation was really ticklish. That's because your cultivation is shallow, so you haven't noticed the coldness in your body. I'm currently expelling it for you, don't move. Lin Ziyan was dumbfounded by Jiang Che's actions. Truly shameless. Is this how his family treats illness? Instinctively, she thought of struggling, but Jiang Che stopped her again. Stop, it's ticklish, Lin Ziyan murmured softly, her face reddening, forehead beaded with sweat, hair slightly disheveled. She hadn't expected Jiang Che to have such a hobby. On Tianhua South Road, Jiang Che parked his Ferrari by the roadside, allowing Lin Ziyan to finally reclaim her black silk-clad foot. Jiang Che, feeling refreshed, stepped out of the car and lit a cigarette. Lin Ziyan, having put on her shoes, slowly got out of the car, her head lowered, feeling incredibly shy. After all, it was her first time receiving such treatment from Jiang Che, and now she understood why he was so obsessed with stockings. How does it feel now? Better, right? Jiang Che asked Lin Ziyan with a grin, pleased regardless of her feelings. You shameless! Lin Ziyan glared at Jiang Che and entered the restaurant. Jiang Che extinguished his cigarette, glanced back at a taxi that had been following them from Lin Corporation, and smiled playfully before heading inside. The taxi had followed them from Lin Corporation, and Jiang Che knew it was Yi Tian inside. Yi Tian got out of the taxi and hurried into the restaurant. Spotting Jiang Che and Lin Xian ahead, he followed them upstairs without hesitation. As he attempted to enter a private room on the second floor, Along, standing guard at the door, blocked his way. "Kid, our young master is having dinner with Miss Lin. You can't go in," Along said sternly, glancing at Yi Tian. "Let me in." Yi Tian frowned, showing no fear of Along's demeanor, and retorted sharply. He was not someone to be easily trifled with. "Get lost." Along scoffed dismissively at Yi Tian, expressing his contempt. "Ha ha!" Yi Tian laughed coldly, gathering his inner strength in his palm and striking at Along without hesitation. Bang! Along was sent flying, crashing heavily at the end of the corridor. Struggling to get up, he shouted furiously, "What are you waiting for? Get him!" Several bodyguards who had been standing at the door snapped into action and charged at Yi Tian, but he quickly and effortlessly knocked them to the ground. "That's it, and you thought you could stop me?" Yi Tian looked at the groaning bodyguards on the floor with a mocking expression. Taking advantage of Yi Tian's distraction, Along charged at him from behind and kicked hard towards Yi Tian's back. However, Yi Tian, as if anticipating the attack, turned around and caught Along's ankle, throwing him again. "Overconfident fool!" Yi Tian sneered. "Well, aren't you brave?" Jiang Che said as he opened the door of the private room and stepped out, looking down at Yi Tian with disdain. He had instructed Along to block the door as a trap for Yi Tian, not expecting him to fall for it so easily. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Yi Tian Lin Xian asked, angered by the screams of the bodyguards. "They wouldn't let me in. I was worried you might be in danger inside," Yi Tian replied calmly, facing Lin Xian's scrutinizing gaze without flinching. Despite having assaulted people, he believed Lin Xian would understand his intentions. "What danger could I possibly be in?" Lin Xian asked incredulously, clearly annoyed by Yi Tian's excuse. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh at Yi Tian's words, thinking to herself, "Can't this scoundrel just wish me well?" Even though Jiang Che isn't a good person, he wouldn't cause trouble in public places. Why is this guy so despicable? From tomorrow, you don't need to come to work at our Lin Corporation. I'll inform Grandpa, Lin Xian said with disgust, looking at Yi Tian. She had been worrying about how to dismiss him, but he had just given her the perfect opportunity. "We received a report of someone causing a disturbance." Just as Yi Tian was about to say something, a group of police officers arrived, led by a man with a square face, looking to be in his 40s. "Officer, it's this man causing trouble," Jiang Che pointed at Yi Tian. "Did you assault these men?" the officer asked Yi Tian, surveying the injured bodyguards and Yi Tian's demeanor. Yi Tian started to speak but hesitated, aware that the surveillance footage would reveal his initial aggression. "It's you set this up." Realizing he had been trapped, Yi Tian accused Jiang Che. "Officer, he's slandering me. I want to file a defamation charge against him," Jiang Che responded casually. "Take him away," the officer ordered, and the police handcuffed Yi Tian and led him downstairs. Yi Tian didn't resist, knowing he had fallen into Jiang Che's trap but could only accept his bad luck. In Zhouzhou country, resisting arrest was a serious offense. Unless he didn't want to stay in the country, he had no choice. As Yi Tian was being led away by the police, he glared at Jiang Che with a venomous look, harboring murderous intent. He couldn't understand why Jiang Che would frame him just after returning to the country. He had no recollection of having Jiang Che as an enemy in Zhouzhou country. Jiang Che looked at Yi Tian with disdain and said something in a slang, clearly calling him a fool. Yi Tian clenched his fists, his face turning ashen with rage, his heart filled with a deadly determination against Jiang Che. "Are you all right?" Jiang Che approached Along, who looked pale, and asked with a frown. "I'm fine, just some internal injuries. I'll recover after some rest," Along replied, shaking his head. Yi Tian hadn't used his full strength in the fight, so Along wasn't seriously hurt. "Young master, I'm sorry for losing face," Along apologized, understanding why Jiang Che had been monitoring Yi Tian from the start. He was an enemy of their young master. "Jiang Che, I'm sorry. I didn't manage Yi Tian well, leading to your people getting hurt," Lin Xian said apologetically, worried Jiang Che might think she had intentionally brought Yi Tian to cause trouble. Jiang Che patted Lin Xian's head and assured her, "It's not your fault." He understood Lin Xian's feelings and wouldn't blame her. "I'll take them to the hospital to get checked. You can go home if you're okay," Jiang Che said, instructing the less injured bodyguards to carry the more seriously wounded ones downstairs. As Jiang Che left, Lin Xian immediately called Lin Kanghai. Grandpa, I've fired Ye Tian. You don't need to plead for him. I don't need such a dangerous person around me. Ding, host has successfully schemed against Ye Tian, causing a rift between him and Lin Xian, altering the storyline. Reward, 20,000 villain points. Ding, Ye Tian's luck 1,000, reward host 2,000 villain points. Jiang Che had just settled into his Ferrari when he heard the system's notification sound in his mind. A smirk played on his lips as he drove towards the Linjiang City First People's Hospital. At Linjiang City First People's Hospital, Jiang Che approached a doctor in a white coat. Doctor, how is my brother doing? Young Master Jiang, he really doesn't have any serious issues, just some superficial injuries. He'll be fine with some rest, the doctor replied, looking at the medical report. The patient Jiang Che brought in showed completely normal health indicators with no signs of illness. How is that possible, doctor? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Jiang Che said earnestly. He then gave Long a sign, and Long immediately feigned a critical condition. Seeing the act put up by Jiang Che and Long, the doctor quickly understood what they were after. He was experienced enough to catch Jiang Che's intentions. The doctor nodded gravely and said, "This patient's condition is quite serious. He might have a concussion or even a cerebral thrombosis. We recommend hospitalization for observation for a month. Then please prepare a medical report for me," Jiang Che said with a slight smile. After obtaining the medical report, Jiang Che and Long left the hospital contentedly. "Young master, why did we do this?" Long asked, still puzzled about the purpose of the medical report. "If we want Ye Tian to stay in detention for a while, this report is essential," Jiang Che explained. Long nodded thoughtfully. "Make sure to act convincingly when we get to the detention center," Jiang Che instructed. In the detention center, Ye Tian was being processed. Name: Ye Tian. Gender: male. Age: 25. Where is your registered residence? The police officer checked the system for Ye Tian's background but found no matching information. I'm originally from Yunzhou, Ye Tian replied after a moment of thought, having had all his records destroyed before going abroad. You are detained for suspicion of causing a disturbance. Wait here for further questioning, the officer said, leaving the room. Ye Tian's ultimate fate would depend on the statement from the victim. The officer found Ye Tian, the kind of person who flouted laws and regulations, particularly disagreeable. I want to apply for a lawyer's defense. Ye Tian called out to the policeman who was about to leave. The policeman frowned but didn't say much and handed his phone to Ye Tian. Ye Tian quickly dialed Lin Kanghai's number, and the call was soon connected. Lin Kanghai's voice came from the other end. Hello. Ye Tian quickly explained the whole situation to Lin Kanghai. You hit Jiang Che's people. Jiang Che is the young master of the Jiang family. Hitting his people, this matter is a bit difficult. Lin Kanghai sighed. I'll go and negotiate with Jiang Che. If he agrees to a settlement, it's good. If not, you might have to stay there for a while. Jiang Che, holding the medical report, along with Long and a lawyer from the Jiang family, arrived at the detention center. Officer, this is the medical report of my brother. He has been crippled by Ye Tian. I demand strict legal punishment for him. Jiang Che pushed the medical report in front of the police officer with righteous indignation. Just wait, I'll call our captain over. The police officer looked at Jiang Che's report and said, as this was beyond his authority and needed the captain's decision. Soon, the middle-aged man with a square face came to Jiang Che. Good day, sir. Hello. We will handle this matter properly at the detention center and will surely provide justice for you, don't worry. The square-faced policeman reassured, his stern appearance adding credibility. Good, I trust you and the laws of Zhou. Jiang Che handed over the medical report and let the lawyer stay to handle the follow-up matters, while he left with Long. As long as he insisted on his version, Ye Tian wouldn't be able to get out in less than 10 days or half a month. As soon as Jiang Che returned to Crouching Dragon Villa, he saw a familiar figure in the garden. Are you Zhang Yuner? He was puzzled by the sight of the little Lolita with white hair, dressed in Lolita fashion and wrapped in white silk stockings. When did she dye her hair? Hee, Xiao Che brother, you're back. Seeing Jiang Che, Zhang Yuner's eyes lit up, and she pounced into his arms, nuzzling her little head against his chest, murmuring unclearly. Jiang Che passively held Zhang Yuner, otherwise, the little girl would have fallen out of his arms. What's this about? Jiang Che looked at Zhang Yuner strangely, wondering why the little girl had suddenly become so proactive. Brother, I've missed you so much while you were away. Jiang Yuner did not answer Jiang Che's question, but instead spoke softly and sweetly, lifting her face to kiss Jiang Che's cheek, her eyes filled with adoration. What are you doing? I'm your brother-in-law, not your brother. Jiang Che put Jiang Yuner down and spoke righteously. He also signaled along with his eyes, who understood immediately and left. I know you're my brother-in-law, but also my brother. Jiang Yuner playfully smiled, wanting to pounce into Jiang Che's arms again. What do you really want? Jiang Che held Jiang Yuner's little head, somewhat puzzled. During his last visit to the Jiang family, the little girl had suddenly kissed him out of the blue. Could it be that she was captivated by his charm? I don't really want anything, I just want to be your little wife, brother. No fever. Jiang Che placed his hand on the little girl's forehead for a while and found she had no fever, which made him even more puzzled. Humph, I'm not feverish, I'm serious. Jiang Yuner stood with her hands on her hips, speaking earnestly. Why do you want to be my little wife? Aren't you afraid Qingqiu will find out? Because I like you, brother. I'm not afraid. Brother will surely protect me from now on. I belong to you, brother. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. This is what you said yourself, I hope you won't regret it. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, saying this little girl had delivered herself to his doorstep. Of course, I won't regret it. Have you agreed, brother? Jiang Yuner's face lit up with joy upon hearing Jiang Che's words. They say it's easy for a woman to chase a man. She didn't expect to win over her brother so easily. She had no idea that in Jiang Che's eyes, her actions were completely free of charge. I agree, but you have to listen to me. I have my rules. Of course, brother, whatever you say is fine. Jiang Yuner smiled enchantingly, her white cheeks blushing. The first rule of the Jiang family, from now on, you must wear white silk whenever you see me. Jiang Che said, raising an eyebrow. This Jiang Yuner was taken aback, not expecting such a request from Jiang Che. Of course, no problem. Jiang Yuner said cheerfully, as she already liked this style of dress, and since Jiang Che also liked it, it was perfect. That's it for now. I haven't thought of the rest. You can go now. I don't want to. I want to stay with my brother. I'm going to live here with my brother from now on. That's not possible for now, it would be bad for both of our reputations if word got out. Plus, your father would never agree to it. You should go home for now. Come find me when you miss me. Alright. With a mix of coaxing and deceiving, Jiang Che finally managed to send Jiang Yuner away. Of course, he wanted her to stay with him, but it wasn't feasible at the moment. Gossip can be harmful. Jiang Che didn't care much, but it was different for Jiang Yuner, as women often care about their reputation. After sending Jiang Yuner away, Jiang Che went back to the living room. Qing was cleaning there, and Jiang Che gestured for her to come over. Young master, do you need something? Qing approached Jiang Che, a bit puzzled. I've been inquiring about your brother's whereabouts these past few days, and I have some news. Jiang Che said thoughtfully, planning to tell Qing the truth to give her some time to adjust. You found news about my brother? Where is he now? How is he? Qing asked excitedly, her speech slightly incoherent. Although she claimed not to care, deep down, she was concerned about her brother, the only family she had in this world. She didn't expect Jiang Che to take the initiative to find out about her brother, which warmed her heart and strengthened her resolve to stay by his side for life. According to the information I gathered, your brother he died last year. What, dead? Qing was stunned, then her face turned pale, and her eyes filled with disbelief. How could he just die like that? Your brother went abroad 6 years ago to become a mercenary. He sacrificed his life during a mission to protect a comrade. Jiang Che continued, both to prepare Qing and to leave Yi Tian with nothing to say when he confronted her. After all, Qing's brother had died trying to save Yi Tian, leaving Yi Tian no room to argue. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Qing felt her world darken in an instant. Unable to hold back her tears, she burst into Jiang Che's arms and cried loudly. Jiang Che held Qing quietly, not comforting her with words, knowing she needed to vent her emotions. Inside the detention center, the lawyer sent by Lin Kanghai was having a heated discussion with Jiang Che's lawyer. In the end, Jiang Che's lawyer had the upper hand, refusing to settle privately, leaving Yi Tian no choice but to wait it out. Watching the other lawyer leave, Lin Kanghai's lawyer bit his teeth in frustration, not expecting Jiang Che to be so unyielding. Reluctantly, he called Lin Kanghai to report the situation. After being scolded by Lin Kanghai, he left dejectedly, planning to study the JoJo's law more carefully for future cases. Learning of the situation, Yi Tian's face turned utterly dark with rage. Damn it, he, the leader of the Sky Wolf mercenary group, ended up in jail on his first day back in the country. He realized that Jiang Che was deliberately targeting him, seemingly not resting until he was dead. Left with no choice, Yi Tian made several calls, using up many favors. He didn't want to spend 10 days or half a month in there. After utilizing several connections, Yi Tian's detention period was reduced from 2 weeks to 3 days, which greatly relieved him. 3 days later, Yi Tian walked out of the detention center and received a call from Lin Kanghai. Although slightly puzzled, Yi Tian pressed the answer button. "Mr. Lin, what's wrong?" "Mr. Yi Xian has dismissed you from the Lin Corporation. You no longer need to be her bodyguard," Lin Kanghai said with a wry smile. Lin Xian was adamant about dismissing Yi Tian, and he had no choice but to agree. "However, Mr. Yi, you need not be too disheartened. I can arrange another job for you." "She dismissed me," Yi Tian frowned, his face instantly darkening. "That audacious woman, how dare she dismiss me, the leader of the Sky Wolf Mercenary Corps? No need, I'll find another job myself. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." Yi Tian spoke indifferently, clearly in a bad mood. In his eyes, Lin Xian was already his woman, and now she dared to dismiss him, and why didn't Mr. Lin stop her? "Wait a moment, I have news about the person you asked me to find." News? Yi Tian's face brightened, and his tone softened. "Yes, Su Qingzu is currently working as a maid at Jiang Che's Wolong Villa," Lin Kanghai said with an odd tone. Irony indeed, just days after Yi Tian had a conflict with Jiang Che, Lin Kanghai discovered that Su Qingzu was Jiang Che's maid. A maid for Jiang Che. Hearing this, Yi Tian's face immediately darkened again. He had considered 100 different scenarios, even that she might have already married, but he never imagined that Su Qingzu would be a maid for Jiang Che. "I see, thank you, Mr. Lin." Yi Tian thanked him and hung up. Now that he knew where Su Qingzu was, he had to try. Maybe if he told her about his relationship with her brother, she might be willing to leave with him. Determined, Yi Tian didn't hesitate and immediately hailed a cab to Jiang Che's Wolong Villa. Stepping out of the taxi, Yi Tian looked at the villa and frowned. This Jiang Che really lives in luxury. The villa appeared to be almost 10,000 square meters. Was it just for living? "Sir, this is a private residence. No entry without an invitation," the security guard at the gate said politely. "I'm here to find Su Qingzu." Yi Tian gave the guard a cold look, speaking indifferently. The guard, intimidated by Yi Tian's aura but trying to maintain composure, replied, "Sir, we don't have anyone named Su Qingzu here. You must be mistaken. She's your young master's maid, and I'm her brother," Yi Tian clarified, preferring not to resort to violence if unnecessary. "Then please wait a moment, I'll notify someone." The guard looked at Yi Tian and went to the security room to call the butler inside. "Young master, someone claiming to be Ah Qing's brother is here," the butler said as he walked into the living room where Jiang Che was lounging. Ah Qing's brother Jiang Che was momentarily surprised, then realized the butler must be referring to Yi Tian. "Let him in," he said, a mischievous smile on his lips. "Yes, young master," the butler replied and left. "Young master," this after the butler left, Ah Qing looked at Jiang Che with confusion. Her brother had died years ago, who could this be? "It must be someone using your brother's name to get close to you. Let's see what they're up to," Jiang Che explained. Ah Qing nodded, not fully understanding but not questioning further. "What are you doing here all along?" Who was patrolling the yard, immediately tensed up when he saw Fu Bo leading Yi Tian in. "You, a defeated subordinate." Yi Tian, noticing Along, scoffed disdainfully. Yu Along's face turned red with anger, clearly provoked by Yi Tian's words. He clenched his fists, ready to strike. "What's going on between you two?" Fu Bo frowned, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two men. Along quickly explained the situation to Fu Bo. After hearing it, Fu Bo glanced meaningfully at Yi Tian. He claims to be Ah Qing's brother. Regardless of any grudges, let's see the young master first, Fu Bo suggested, then led Yi Tian towards the villa. Along didn't say anything more, but his eyes remained vigilant on Yi Tian, as if ready to act at the slightest provocation. "Oh, you got out so soon." Sitting on the couch in the villa's living room, Jiang Che looked at Yi Tian brought in by Fu Bo, a playful smile on his lips, his eyes filled with disdain. Yi Tian, ignoring Jiang Che's gaze, turned his attention to the young girl massaging Jiang Che's shoulders behind him. His eyes lit up with amazement. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows delicately arched, her face picturesque, and her lips curled in an intoxicating smile. She was breathtakingly beautiful. "Are you Su Qingzu?" Yi Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, taking a deep breath. Seeing her delicate beauty, he had only one thought. The moment I meet your sister, I'm definitely winning over your brother. To his surprise, Su Dajiang, a burly and robust man, had such an exquisitely beautiful sister. "Yes, I am Su Qingzu. Who are you?" Ah Qing stopped massaging Jiang Che's shoulders, furrowed her brows slightly, and looked at Yi Tian with a hint of confusion. She was sure she did not recognize the man in front of her. "I am your brother's comrade in arms. I came here at his request to take you away," Yi Tian said with a gentle smile. "And where is my brother?" Ah Qing glanced at Yi Tian, her tone neither warm nor cold. He sacrificed himself during a mission." Yi Tian hesitated for a moment before slowly answering. He clearly hadn't expected Ah Qing to be so indifferent. Her reaction was far from what he had anticipated. "Leave with me, this guy is no good." Yi Tian looked at Jiang Che warily, remembering how he had been unexpectedly slapped and sent flying by this man at Lin's place. Jiang Che must possess some significant martial skills, and his level was probably comparable to his own. Ah Qing gave Yi Tian a cold look and, without bothering to respond, went back to massaging Jiang Che's shoulders. Noticing that Ah Qing ignored him, Yi Tian's face turned awkward. He had imagined numerous scenarios before coming, but he never thought Ah Qing would be so cold. Moreover, shouldn't she be devastated upon hearing about her brother's death? Why was she so calm? Could it be that her relationship with her brother was not good at this moment? Yi Tian was utterly baffled. "Are you done talking?" Jiang Che stood up from the sofa and walked over to Yi Tian, his eyes coldly fixed on him. "What do you want to do?" Yi Tian, alert and wary, instinctively took a few steps back. "Your arrogant attitude earlier really displeased me," Jiang Che began. "So, I've decided to teach you a lesson and show you that there are always bigger fish in the sea." With that, Jiang Che raised his hand and slapped Yi Tian's face. Yi Tian's expression changed instantly. He tried to block the attack, but he underestimated Jiang Che's strength, which was beyond his ability to contend. Though he managed to deflect most of the force with his elbow, he was still sent flying by the slap, crashing down next to a large tree after flying back several meters. Struggling to his feet, Yi Tian coughed continuously, looking utterly disheveled. He hadn't expected Jiang Che to be so powerful. Even after using all his strength to resist, he was still thrown back. Yi Tian, holding his aching cheek, glared resentfully at Jiang Che. This was the second time the leader of the Sky Wolf Mercenary Corps had been slapped twice by the same person. He would become a laughingstock if word got out. Not satisfied, Jiang Che asked, seeing Yi Tian's frustrated expression. "Fu Bo, take good care of our guest, Yi Tian. We mustn't neglect him, or people might say I, Jiang Che, don't know how to treat guests." "Of course, young master," Fu Bo replied, stroking his goatee and approaching Yi Tian with a cheerful look. "My apologies, Mr. Yi." Without further ado, Fu Bo, swift as the wind, aimed a palm strike at Yi Tian's chest. Yi Tian's face changed color. He quickly gathered all his internal strength to counter Fu Bo's attack, sensing an overwhelming power from the old man. Fu Bo must be at least at the transformation stage of cultivation. Bang! Upon the collision of their palms, Yi Tian was sent flying again. Mid-air and yet to land, Fu Bo appeared behind him and kicked his back. Like a soccer ball, Yi Tian was kicked around in mid-air by Fu Bo. Despite his amiable and benign appearance, Fu Bo was merciless in his attack. It was a one-sided crushing defeat. Yi Tian was beaten without the slightest ability to fight back, only able to scream in pain and despair in mid-air. Ding! Host has beaten up Yi Tian, changing the plot, awarding 2,000 villain points. Ding! Yi Tian's luck 1,000, awarding 2,000 villain points to the host. Fu Bo, stop! Jiang Che frowned at the sight of Yi Tian, who was now disfigured with fresh blood oozing from his mouth, and signaled Fu Bo to stop. This guy couldn't die yet. After all, he was a flourishing source of villain points for Jiang Che. It would be a pity if he died just like that. Upon hearing Jiang Che's order, Fu Bo ceased his actions and stepped back behind Jiang Che. All lying on the ground, Yi Tian's face was a patchwork of bruises, his eyes bloodshot, and his face deathly pale. The pain radiating throughout his body almost made him pass out several times. He was coughing non-stop, his face twisted in rage. Kid, being too arrogant isn't a good thing. There are always people stronger than you. Next time don't be so arrogant, or you might lose your life. Jiang Che sneered at Ye Chen, then instructed his bodyguards to carry Ye Chen out and throw him away. He then returned to the living room with Ah Ching. Stupid kid, still think you're tough outside Crouching Dragon Villa. The bodyguards dumped Ye Chen by the roadside. They spat on him, their faces full of mockery. It's only because our young master is too kind. Anyone else would have killed you many times over. After spitting a few more times on Ye Chen's face, the bodyguards leisurely walked away. After they left, Ye Chen wiped the blood off his face, his expression filled with anger. Gritting his teeth, he muttered under his breath, "Jiang Che, I will kill you." His anger aggravated his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Struggling to get up, Ye Chen found he couldn't muster any strength and slowly crawled forward. Boom! Just then, a heavy rain began to pour down from the sky without any warning. The previously clear sky turned dark with thick clouds, and thunder roared. The rain quickly drenched Ye Chen, causing his wounds to sting unbearably, almost making him pass out from the pain. Looking up, Ye Chen's face was filled with uncontrollable rage. Damn heavens, are you against me too? Boom boom. Two more loud thunders seemed to warn Ye Chen. His face twitched, and he dared not utter another word, quickly crawling under a nearby large tree for shelter. Despite knowing it's dangerous to take shelter under a tree during a storm, Ye Chen had no other choice. The intense pain soon knocked him unconscious. Have you made any progress in your martial arts recently? Jiang Che curiously asked Ah Ching, noting that she had been practicing for nearly 2 months. I've reached the middle stage of dark energy, Ah Ching said cheerfully. She had been diligent in her training, and with Jiang Che's assistance, she had transformed from an ordinary person to a middle-stage dark energy master. Her progress was significant, especially considering that not everyone had the advantage of a system like Jiang Che. That's impressive. Jiang Che praised her with a smile, pleasantly surprised by Ah Ching's aptitude in martial arts. Hee, thank you for the compliment, young master. Ah Ching responded, smiling. She was aware that Jiang Che was just being kind, as her progress was modest compared to his. At 8 p.m., the night grew darker. Ye Chen, lying under a tree, felt the rainwater trickling down the trunk onto his face. He groggily opened his eyes. As he became conscious, intense pain engulfed his body. Hiss. Suppressing the pain, Ye Chen struggled to rise, managing to stand and walk despite his earlier blackout and hours of unconsciousness. His internal energy had somewhat recovered, allowing him to at least stand and walk. The humiliator is always humiliated. Jiang Che, I will kill you. Ye Chen limped along the road, his figure pitiful. He stopped by a small river to clean his wounds. His appearance was too frightening, resembling a ghost emerging from hell. After cleaning himself, he hailed a taxi and headed to the nearest hotel. In Linjiang City, he had no place to stay, so he temporarily settled for a hotel. In a budget hotel room, Ye Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, tending to his internal injuries. He swallowed a medicinal pill, which melted instantly and its efficacy turned into internal energy coursing through his limbs. 2 hours later, Ye Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air. His complexion wasn't as pale as before. Just a few more days of rest, and I'll be back to full strength. Then, Jiang Che, you'll pay dearly. Ye Chen muttered to himself, his expression fierce. Accustomed to the constant life and death struggles, he was used to injuries. But this humiliation was unbearable for him. Having recently returned to the country, the continuous schemes against him were infuriating. However, he had become more cautious, realizing his limitations. To confront Jiang Che, he needed to build his own force in Linjiang City. Taking out his phone, Ye Chen called Lin Kanghai to inquire about upcoming high society gatherings. He saw these events as an opportunity, a starting point for his rise. His influential acquaintances were not in Linjiang City, so he had to start from scratch, one step at a time. At Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che was about to sleep when his phone rang. Looking at you leaving in the swirling sandstorm. Why is this woman calling me in the middle of the night? Seeing the caller ID was Lin Xian, Jiang Che wondered about her intentions but didn't overthink it and answered the call. Why did the beautiful Lin think of calling me? Could it be that you're missing me? HMPH, would I miss you, this scoundrel? Then why are you calling me? I'm hanging up if there's nothing. Jiang Che spoke with a touch of irritation. It seemed to him that Lin Xian had a knack for getting on his nerves for no reason. Lin Xian almost exploded in anger at Jiang Che's response. Was he genuinely oblivious, or just pretending? Can't you hear I'm being sarcastic? I have an important matter to discuss with you. Lin Xian took a deep breath, trying to calm her rising temper and keep her voice steady. She found it frustratingly easy to get angry when talking to Jiang Che. In 3 days, there's a Dingfeng banquet. My Lin family has a project to discuss, and I'd like you to accompany me. Dingfeng banquet. Hearing this, Jiang Che pondered for a moment. Indeed, in the storyline of Wild Soldier King in the Flower City, such a banquet played a crucial role. It was where Yi Tian first made a significant impression and changed Lin Xian's view of him. But with Yi Tian nearly beaten to a pulp by him, he probably wouldn't be attending this event. No problem, I'll pick you up then. That's settled, then. Bye. Good night. Before Lin Xian could finish saying good night, Jiang Che hung up. Angrily, she threw her phone on the bed, her face turning red. That heartless man had changed so quickly, not even caring to hear her good night. Lin Xian resolved not to engage with Jiang Che for the next 3 days. System, how many villain points do I have left? Jiang Che leaned back on the sofa and inquired internally. Ding, the host currently has 23,000 villain points remaining. That much. It's the perfect time to level up while Yi Tian is recuperating. I should consolidate my cultivation. With that thought, Jiang Che got up and went down to the open space in the backyard of his villa. System, upgrade my cultivation. Deducting 10,000 villain points. Upgrading mysterious heavenly scripture. After more than 2 hours, Jiang Che finally came back to his senses from that profound and mysterious state. Mid-stage transformation success. Feeling the abundant internal energy in his body, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction. He did not break through to the late stage of transformation in one go. After each advancement in cultivation, it's better to consolidate before continuing to advance. Otherwise, the flaw of an unstable foundation can be fatal. Jiang Che stood up and headed straight to the front yard. In these 3 days, Jiang Che's life was incredibly leisurely. He either chatted on the phone with Shen Qingqiu or playfully teased the little maid. That evening, Jiang Che put on a suit and drove his Bugatti to the Lin residence as agreed, to pick up Lin Xian for the banquet. Outside the Lin family mansion, Jiang Che stopped the car, called Lin Xian, and then waited quietly outside. Soon, Lin Xian, dressed in an evening gown, came out of the Lin residence. She had light makeup today, a hairpin on her head, and high heels on her feet. Different from her usual ancient fairy-like dress, today's Lin Xian looked more like a night elf enchanting all beings. Lin Xian walked up to the Bugatti and sat in the passenger seat. You look good in this outfit today. It fits well, Jiang Che said seriously after looking at Lin Xian for a while. You finally say something nice, Lin Xian huffed, a smile appearing on her face. She was still angry about Jiang Che hanging up the phone 3 days ago, but his compliment seemed to ease her anger. Although she knew he behaved this way with every girl, Lin Xian still liked to hear it. Jiang Che smiled awkwardly, pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and took Lin Xian straight to the International Hotel in Linjiang City, where the Dingfeng banquet was being held tonight on the 6th floor. At the entrance of the Linjiang City International Hotel, Jiang Che parked the car and walked in with Lin Xian. The security guards at the door didn't stop them when they saw Jiang Che. His face was the best pass, only someone tired of living would dare to stop him. Young Master Jiang, hello. It's been a while since we've seen you, young Master Jiang. You still look radiant. Along the way, many greeted Jiang Che, who responded with smiles, appearing very amiable. This is the place. Yi Tian arrived at the Linjiang City International Hotel by taxi. From Lin Kanghai, he learned about tonight's Dingfeng banquet. Yi Tian saw this as his first step in establishing himself in Linjiang City. Sir, do you have an invitation? As Yi Tian was about to enter, he was stopped by a security guard at the door, who looked at Yi Tian with a disdainful gaze. As everyone knows, the protagonist always gets ridiculed wherever he goes, and Yi Tian was no exception. And this fool, attending a banquet wearing flip-flops to such an important occasion, it can be said that he's quite unique among protagonists. I don't have an invitation. Yi Tian noticed the guard's disdainful look, clenched his fists, and tried to suppress his anger. I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot enter without an invitation. Please leave, the guard said. Yi Tian gave the guard a deep look and then turned away. He knew that arguing with the security here would do him no good. His current priority was to find a way to get an invitation. Ye Chen squatted under the streetlight next to the hotel, observing the passers-by. His gaze eventually settled on a portly middle-aged man holding an invitation. Ye Chen's eyes lit up, and he approached the man, patting his shoulder. "Old Wang, it's you." The chubby middle-aged man frowned, looking at Ye Chen with confusion. "You've got the wrong person. I'm not surnamed Wang." "How could that be? We were good brothers in high school." Without further explanation, Ye Chen grabbed the man's shoulder and led him towards a small alley. The middle-aged man tried to struggle, but couldn't break free from Ye Chen's grip, as the latter had cultivated internal energy. "What do you want to do?" Once in the alley, the man looked at Ye Chen with fearful eyes, involuntarily stepping back. Despite Ye Chen's handsome appearance, he didn't have that kind of hobby, right? I'm not doing anything, just want to borrow your invitation for a bit," Ye Chen said, and immediately knocked the chubby man unconscious with a chop to his neck. He picked up the man's invitation and returned to the hotel entrance, handing the invitation to the security guard. "Mr. Deng, right, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please don't take it to heart." The guard glanced at the invitation, let Ye Chen pass, and kept apologizing. He knew these wealthy people were petty. If he didn't apologize today, the man might make things difficult for him tomorrow. HMPH. Ye Chen snorted coldly and didn't argue further, walking into the hotel. On the 6th floor of the hotel, numerous business elites were gathered. Figures usually seen only in newspapers were all here today. Many wealthy young masters and daughters flitted about, toasting various people. The purpose of tonight's gathering was essentially for the big shots of various groups to discuss cooperation. "Director Wang, you're in good spirits today." Lin Xian, accompanied by Jiang Che, approached a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses. She looked at him with a beaming smile. Director Wang smiled broadly, but his expression changed upon seeing Jiang Che. He hadn't heard of any relationship between Jiang Che and Lin Xian. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the cooperation to knock on the Lin family, but Lin Xian had invited Jiang Che, and their intimate behavior suggested they were a couple. Even with 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to cheat Jiang Che's woman. Otherwise, he would face the endless retaliation of the Jiang family and have no place in Linjiang City. The Jiang family's status in Linjiang City was well known and not something he could afford to provoke. "Young Master Jiang, don't worry about me, just continue discussing your cooperation," Jiang Che said amiably, sitting next to Lin Xian. "Regarding the construction of the Western City pharmaceutical factory, I think my Lin family can hold a higher share," Lin Xian said, her face full of charming smiles, but her words made the chubby man clench his teeth. "How do you want to distribute the shares, President Lin?" "My Lin family wants 70%. The man's brow furrowed deeply. Lin Xian's move was ruthless. The total investment in the pharmaceutical factory was 2 billion, with the Lin family contributing only 7 billion, originally holding only 40% of the shares. But now, Lin Xian abruptly demanded 70%. He could see that Lin Xian was so bold because she had Jiang Che's support. "I agree to your proposal. I'll have someone draft a document, and we can sign it," the man sighed deeply, instructing a secretary-looking person to prepare the documents. About 10 minutes later, the secretary hurriedly returned with a document. Lin Xian reviewed the document and, finding no issues, signed it. "Director Wang, it's been a pleasure working with you," Lin Xian said, her face revealing a genuine smile. "A pleasure indeed. Young Master Jiang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. There are some matters to attend to at the company," the portly middle-aged man said, looking towards Jiang Che and leaving quickly after getting permission. He was afraid if he stayed longer, he might burst out in anger. Lin Xian was indeed astute, paying only 40% of the capital but acquiring 70% of the shares. "You called me here just to use me?" After the middle-aged man had left, Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, looking at Lin Xian with a hint of amusement. Although Lin Xian's approach was somewhat unscrupulous, Jiang Che didn't harbor any resentment. After all, the business world is like a battlefield. If Lin Xian didn't take advantage of this opportunity to exploit the other party, Jiang Che would have looked down on her. Such an advantage isn't always available. Are you angry now?" Lin Xian giggled, not denying Jiang Che's statement. "What do you think? Don't be angry. How about I satisfy some of your hobbies to make it up to you?" Lin Xian leaned towards Jiang Che's ear and whispered softly. Are you serious? Jiang Che's gaze shifted to Lin Xian's legs wrapped in black silk. If that were the case. Of course, I'm serious. When have I ever lied to you? When do you plan to keep your promise? That depends on when you're free, Lin Xian said hesitantly, her face flushing red with embarrassment. Was this like offering herself on a silver platter? Then next time I'm free, I'll visit Lin's company. Jiang Che sighed deeply, suppressing his thoughts. He hadn't expected Lin Xian, who usually seemed so serene and gentle, to take such an initiative. One should never judge a woman solely by her appearance. Who would have thought the outwardly gentle and graceful Lin Xian harbored such thoughts? Elsewhere, after arriving at the 6th-floor banquet hall, Yi Tian sat in a corner, pondering how to integrate into this group of people. After all, everyone present was a famous figure from various fields, and his only asset was his formidable martial prowess and status in Heizhou. However, he couldn't openly discuss his identity. He certainly didn't intend to become a bodyguard for a group of middle-aged men. While Yi Tian was deep in thought, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Are you Yi Tian? Lu Zixu looked at Yi Tian, his gaze uncertain. Yes, I'm Yi Tian. And you are? Yi Tian turned to look at Lu Zixu, feeling a familiar sense about this person as if they had met somewhere. Really, it's you, Brother Tian. I'm Lu Zixu. We were high school classmates. We used to sit together by the trash can in high school. Don't you remember? Lu Zixu said excitedly, the joy of meeting an old friend after many years indescribable. You're Lu Zixu? Yi Tian paused, then his expression became excited too. As one of his few good friends in high school, Yi Tian had a clear memory of Lu Zixu. Yes, it's me. What brings you here? Lu Zixu, holding a glass of red wine, sat opposite Yi Tian, curiously inquiring. This kind of event wasn't typically accessible to ordinary people, and he remembered Yi Tian was an orphan. Had Yi Tian joined some big company and become a CEO in the last few years? It's a long story. I haven't been developing in the country these past few years, Yi Tian replied with a light smile, raising his glass to clink with Lu Zixu. He wasn't foolish enough to reveal his identity immediately upon meeting. Despite their good friendship in high school, they hadn't been in touch for 7 or 8 years, and he couldn't guarantee what Lu Zixu had become. Lu Zixu, not a fool either, saw that Yi Tian didn't want to dwell on this topic. He didn't ask further but chatted about some interesting high school memories. What did you say? Our class beauty got married into that universally recognized fool Lin Yang. Hearing Lu Zixu's words, Yi Tian inevitably felt some regret. After all, the class beauty had been his high school crush. He had even thought about a sweet romance with her upon returning home, only to find she was already married. This left him feeling somewhat dejected. That's right. Lu Zixu sighed, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Who would have thought that Lin Yang, once even less capable than either of them, would rise from obscurity to become the chairman of a listed company in just 3 years after graduating from college. His success story of entrepreneurship, becoming a CEO, marrying the woman of his dreams, and reaching the pinnacle of life was even featured by a media outlet in Linjiang City recently. Are you married then? Yi Tian curiously asked Lu Zixu. I haven't married yet. You know me, I'm a free spirit, not one to settle down easily. Lu Zixu shrugged, not foolish enough to rush into marriage when his family was wealthy. He wasn't ready to take over his family's company and be tied down. Yi Tian nodded, not surprised by Lu Zixu's response, as most second-generation rich kids were similar. Are you here for business, Brother Tian? Lu Zixu asked curiously, having always referred to Yi Tian this way since high school. Despite years of separation, it felt natural. Not exactly, I came to network today, slowly moving my overseas assets back to the country, Yi Tian mused, giving a not too implausible excuse. Indeed, his primary aim was to build connections. Got it. I know a few young elites here. I can introduce you to them, Lu Zixu offered, willing to lend a hand to an old friend. He couldn't have imagined that this small act would lead to dire consequences for the Lu family in the future. Thank you, Yi Tian replied lightly, glad for the introduction. It's nothing. They are over there. Let's go, said Lu Zixu, heading towards a group of second-generation elites. Elsewhere, Jiang Che noticed Yi Tian's arrival. He recovered so quickly, worthy of a protagonist, Jiang Che mused, watching Yi Tian's figure. He was surprised at the rapid recovery but remembered the protagonist's fate-protected halo. What are you looking at? Lin Xian asked curiously, not understanding why Jiang Che suddenly fell silent. Look, who's that guy over there? Jiang Che pointed in Yi Tian's direction. Why is he here? Lin Xian looked in the direction of Jiang Che's finger and quickly spotted Yi Tian, her eyes filled with disgust. System, do you have anything for playing with others? Jiang Che inquired in his mind, already plotting mischief for Yi Tian. System is listing items as per the host's request. Various items were listed, like the bad luck charm, the confusion charm, and the flatulence charm, each with their prices in villain points. Give me one of each, Jiang Che decided, excited about the possibilities. 3,500 villain points deducted, distributing charms. Holding the charms, Jiang Che smirked mischievously. Wait here for a show, he told Lin Xian, standing up and walking towards Yi Tian. Hey, isn't this our esteemed young master Yi? What brings you here? Jiang Che approached Yi Tian, speaking cheerfully while casually slinging an arm around his shoulder. He deftly slipped 3 talismans into Yi Tian's body without drawing any attention. Young Master Jiang. Seeing Jiang Che's arrival, Lu Zixu and the group of wealthy heirs were initially stunned, then hurriedly greeted him. Hello, young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang, you know Brother Tian? Lu Zixu asked, puzzled. If Yi Tian knew Jiang Che, why would he need Lu Zixu's introduction? It would be more efficient and straightforward to ask Jiang Che directly. Yes, we are quite good friends, Jiang Che replied, removing his arm from Yi Tian's shoulder. Isn't that right, Yi Tian? What exactly do you want? Yi Tian eyed Jiang Che warily. He knew that with Jiang Che's cheerful demeanor, he was up to no good. Moreover, Yi Tian and Jiang Che were sworn enemies, not friends. Are you still holding a grudge about me not inviting you to dinner last time? Why bother? Jiang Che sighed, as if he couldn't understand Yi Tian's pettiness. Forget it, I have something else to attend to. Let's catch up another time. With that, Jiang Che left without looking back, inwardly anticipating Yi Tian's reaction. Frowning, Yi Tian watched Jiang Che's departing figure, suspecting that Jiang Che's visit wasn't just a simple greeting. That B***starred must be up to something. Brother Tian, you know young Master Jiang? Lu Zixu asked once Jiang Che was gone. He's my arch-enemy, Yi Tian responded. Then why was young Master Jiang so friendly with you? Lu Zixu asked, clearly confused. Yi Tian shook his head, about to reply, when suddenly he clutched his stomach, grimacing in pain. Toilet, he managed to say through clenched teeth, his face turning red with discomfort. What's wrong, Brother Tian? Lu Zixu patted Yi Tian's shoulder, concerned. The restroom is over there, Lu Zixu pointed. Just as Yi Tian was about to head to the restroom, a loud PFFT sound escaped him, followed by an overwhelming stench that quickly spread around him. The group of heirs nearby wrinkled their noses, covering them to avoid the smell, and moved away from Yi Tian. Brother Tian, Lu Zixu looked at Yi Tian, his expression a mix of confusion and disgust. Just as Yi Tian was about to say something, 2 more sudden PFFTs erupted, spreading an even more unbearable stench around him. The smell was so intense it almost knocked Lu Zixu unconscious. Lu Zixu looked at Yi Tian angrily, quickly moving away from where Yi Tian was. He feared staying any longer might result in him fainting from the fumes. Zixu, I'm sorry. Yi Tian awkwardly apologized, his face turning red with embarrassment. It was a terribly humiliating situation. He couldn't recall eating anything unusual, so why was he suddenly breaking wind, and why did it smell so foul? Taking a breath, he nearly passed out from the stench. Brother Tian, you should head to the restroom right away. Nodding, Yi Tian, clutching his aching stomach, was about to head to the restroom when his expression suddenly changed. His face twisted into a silly smile, drool dripping from his mouth, making him look utterly ridiculous. Lu Zixu was dumbfounded at Yi Tian's transformation. Was this man suffering from some bizarre illness? Just moments ago he seemed fine, and now he appeared completely foolish. Yo-ho, pretty lady! Yi Tian, grinning idiotically, stripped off his suit and lunged towards Lu Zixu. What are you doing? Lu Zixu, terrified by Yi Tian's crazed appearance, tried to escape, but was quickly pinned to the ground by Yi Tian. Yi Tian, drooling and continuously breaking wind, eventually knocked Lu Zixu unconscious with the foul odor. Finding his target unconscious, Yi Tian lost interest and turned his attention to several young masters nearby. No, don't come here! The young masters turned pale with fear, frantically scattering around the venue. Unfortunately, none could outrun Yi Tian, and they too were overpowered and rendered unconscious by his relentless flatulence. Pretty lady, get away! Yi Tian chased the young masters around the venue, turning a formal business gathering into his personal playground. Everyone steered clear of his path. Jiang Che, watching from a corner sofa, was nearly in stitches seeing the chaos unfold. The system had truly outdone itself with these talismans. An hour later, when Ye Chen regained his senses, it was questionable if he'd still have the courage to face the world. Does he have some kind of illness? Lin Xian, observing Ye Tian's wild antics at the venue, frowned, feeling somewhat relieved. She was glad she had fired him earlier, otherwise, she would be the one embarrassed today. Where is security? Get this man out of here! The person in charge of the banquet was furious, yelling loudly for action. A group of security guards rushed towards the crazed Ye Tian, trying to control him. However, as soon as they got close, they were instantly overwhelmed by the stench and several fell unconscious. The remaining guards were unable to restrain Ye Tian due to his cultivation level, and they too suffered his toxic assault. The scene grew increasingly chaotic and uncontrollable, prompting many distinguished guests to leave, not wanting their reputations tarnished. Ding, the host has plotted against Ye Tian, causing him to be socially annihilated on the spot. Awarded 2,000 villain points. Ding, Ye Tian's luck decreases by 1,000. Awarded 2,000 villain points. Let's leave too, suggested Lin Shui, standing up. Her purpose for attending was already achieved, and there was no point in staying. Jiang Che glanced amusedly at the still-crazed Ye Tian, then, taking Lin Shui's arm, they both left. An hour later, Ye Tian finally snapped out of his insane state. Looking around at the chaotic scene, the unconscious men beside him, and the lingering stench, his face turned awkward. Although he had been out of his mind, he remembered everything he had done. It was utterly embarrassing. Zixu Yi Tian tried to speak, but was cut off by Lu Zixu's fearful reaction. "Don't come any closer," exclaimed Lu Zixu. Before Ye Tian could say more, a group of police officers entered from the banquet hall entrance. "Not you again!" The leading officer, who had encountered Ye Tian before, darkened upon seeing him. "We received a report of a disturbance here. Please cooperate with our investigation and come with us," the middle-aged officer said, directing his team to handcuff Ye Tian. Ye Tian didn't resist, familiar with the process from a previous experience. He now realized that his sudden madness must be related to Jiang Che, as it started right after Jiang left. "Too much, Jiang Che, I will kill you." After escorting Lin Shui home, Jiang Che also headed back. The next morning, he got up, freshened up, had breakfast, and then headed to Shen Qingqiu's villa. The previous night, while chatting on the phone, Shen had expressed missing him and hoped he would visit when he had time. As a doting husband, Jiang Che naturally wouldn't refuse such a request. Half an hour later, Jiang Che parked his Bugatti in front of Shen Qingqiu's villa. It was the weekend, and Shen Qingqiu was at home practicing with Ji Qingwan. Shen Qingqiu and Ji Qingwan were practicing in the garden. It was one of her rare training times, so Shen Qingqiu was quite diligent. "Brother Xiao Che, you're here." Shen Qingqiu, wiping sweat from her forehead, stopped her practice to greet him. "You've reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm, haven't you?" Jiang Che asked with a smile, knowing that Shen Qingqiu's cultivation must have improved after her last outbreak, thanks to the effects of the 1,000-year-old ice mountain snow lotus. "Yes, all thanks to you, brother Xiao Che," replied Shen Qingqiu, as they walked into a pavilion in the garden. She served him a cup of cool tea. In front of others, she was an unattainable CEO, but with Jiang Che, she was just a gentle kitten. Her gaze towards Jiang Che was full of unstoppable affection. She had truly missed him deeply. "This is what I should do," Jiang Che replied. "How's Lingxi's marriage situation?" Shen Qingqiu asked curiously, aware of Jiang Che's recent trip to the imperial capital with Zhou Lingxi and his recent return. "She's successfully divorced," Jiang Che replied, touching his nose. "Did anything happen between you two?" Shen Qingqiu inquired doubtfully. She trusted Jiang Che, but having Zhou Lingxi, a beautiful woman, as a constant companion, she couldn't be sure of his intentions, considering he was a normal man. Even if Jiang Che had indeed been involved with Zhou Lingxi, she wouldn't have said anything, knowing it's a common practice among wealthy families. Her father, Shen Feng, had numerous lovers in his youth. After all, there is only a first time and countless times. If she didn't keep an eye on Jiang Che, she couldn't guarantee he wouldn't stray in the future. "I can accept one or two, but I definitely don't want to compete with a bunch of seductresses for a man every day." So, Shen Qingqiu thought it necessary to warn Jiang Che. "No, Qingqiu, you have to believe me. You are the only one in my heart forever," Jiang Che said with profound affection. He thought it better not to lay all his cards on the table and let Shen Qingqiu discover the truth gradually. Really? Shen Qingqiu looked at Jiang Che suspiciously. Of course it's true. Why aren't you saying anything? Little junior sister Jiang Che curiously turned to Ji Qingwan, who had been sitting silently beside Shen Qingqiu. Ji Qingwan glanced at Jiang Che upon hearing his words but remained silent, just closing her eyes and resting. She's not a talkative person, Shen Qingqiu explained with a wry smile. Due to her past experiences, Ji Qingwan was very reserved and quiet. Even after living with Shen Qingqiu for over a year, she hardly spoke or smiled. No matter the situation, Ji Qingwan always had an icy expression, showing no emotions. Her eyes only showed interest in cultivation, as if becoming stronger was her only concern. Shen Qingqiu admired her junior sister's determination, she herself lacked such persistence. Among their sisters, Ji Qingwan had the highest cultivation, now at the peak of the innate realm, just a step away from the transformation realm. Jiang Che nodded thoughtfully, understanding Ji Qingwan's situation. She had become reserved and quiet after her family was annihilated by enemies. Her continuous effort in cultivation was driven by her desire for revenge, but she had found no clues over the years. Ji Qingwan, likely a template of a daughter of luck or a female lead like Lin Xian and Zhou Lingxi, in other plots. You've been stuck at the peak of innate for about a year now, right? Jiang Che turned to Ji Qingwan with a smile. Ji Qingwan opened her beautiful eyes with a hint of confusion, wondering why Jiang Che would make such a comment. This is a great restoration pill. Eating it will grant you 10 years of internal cultivation, helping you break through, Jiang Che said, handing a pill he got from the system for 1,000 villain points to Ji Qingwan. It wasn't expensive for him, and he considered giving it to Ji Qingwan as doing a favor, also hoping to gain some goodwill. Ji Qingwan looked at the pill Jiang Che handed her, visibly moved but turned to Shen Qingqiu for her opinion. She could feel the powerful energy in the pill, certainly able to help her reach the transformation realm. Take it. After all, it's from your brother-in-law, Shen Qingqiu said sourly, giving Jiang Che a resentful look. Why did he think of his sister-in-law first when he had good things, instead of her? Ji Qingwan took the pill from the table, giving Jiang Che a grateful look, her expression slightly excited. She immediately left to find a quiet place to break through. Are you jealous? Jiang Che noticed Shen Qingqiu's resentful gaze and teased her. What do you think? I'll just give you another one. Jiang Che sat next to Shen Qingqiu, playfully touching her nose and magically producing another great restoration pill. Looking at the pill in her hand, Shen Qingqiu's face lit up again, examining it curiously. Is this pill really as miraculous as you say? Of course, you'll know once you try it. But don't use it now, you've just had a breakthrough. Better to stabilize your cultivation first. Shen Qingqiu nodded obediently, leaning her head into Jiang Che's embrace. Without Ji Qingwan around, she became much bolder. Hee, thank you, brother Xiao Che, she giggled, kissing Jiang Che's cheek as a reward. Is that all? Not enough? What else do you want? Shen Qingqiu glared at Jiang Che playfully, knowing well how he always takes advantage of such situations. Jiang Che whispered something into her ear. Shen Qingqiu's cheeks turned red at his words. You're so shameless. You wanted to do it in the office last time, and now in the pavilion. What, you're not willing? Jiang Che raised his eyebrows, patting her leg. I'm willing, okay. Shen Qingqiu's body tingled at his touch, her voice sultry. After saying this, she immediately got up to change clothes in her bedroom, knowing what Jiang Che liked. Jiang Che left Shen Qingqiu's villa with satisfaction. When leaving, Shen Qingqiu's gaze was full of reluctance. Jiang Che felt somewhat emotional, realizing that Shen Qingqiu had fully accepted his preferences and was even willing to actively assist him. After getting into his Bugatti, Jiang Che called Along on his phone. Get Lu Zixu to meet me at Heaven on Earth. I'll be waiting there. After giving the order, Jiang Che hung up and drove straight to Heaven on Earth. Young Master Jiang, welcome. I'll go inform our boss. As soon as Jiang Che entered the lobby of Heaven on Earth, the server came over eagerly. Jiang Che responded briefly and headed upstairs. In a supreme private room on the second floor, Jiang Che lit a cigarette, waiting for Lu Zixu with boredom. Young Master Jiang, your tea. Liu served Jiang Che a cup of hot tea, his face full of flattery. He wondered about Jiang Che's purpose for visiting today. Leave me, Jiang Che said, smoking and shrouded in a haze, his expression unreadable. Yes, sir, Li Hu bowed and left. Young master, we have brought Lu Zixu here. About half an hour later, Along arrived with Lu Zixu. Young master Jiang Lu Zixu trembled, already aware of the enmity between Jiang Che and Yi Tian. He thought Jiang Che might be seeking revenge for his closeness to Yi Tian. Are you that afraid of me? Jiang Che looked at the shaking Lu Zixu with some speechlessness. No, Lu Zixu took a deep breath to calm his nerves, his face somewhat embarrassed. You and Yi Tian are good brothers? Jiang Che asked with interest. We were high school classmates, but it's been many years since we last met. Yesterday was actually our first meeting, Lu Zixu explained honestly, not daring to lie to Jiang Che. Jiang Che knew Lu Zixu was indeed one of Yi Tian's few good friends in the original story. Midway through the story, Yi Tian took a liking to Lu Zixu's fiancée and betrayed him, then fabricated an accident for him. Lu Zixu was a pitiful character. He helped Yi Tian, but instead of gratitude, he was betrayed and died tragically. Jiang Che pondered how to use Lu Zixu as a chess piece against Yi Tian. Watching Jiang Che fall silent, Lu Zixu didn't dare breathe too heavily, afraid of angering him. Go get Yi Tian released from custody, Jiang Che finally instructed, surprising Lu Zixu. This Lu Zixu looked incredulously at Jiang Che, almost thinking he had misheard. Isn't Jiang Che Yi Tian's enemy? Why would he want Yi Tian released? Noticing Lu Zixu's confusion, Jiang Che added indifferently, you don't need to worry about other matters. I'll notify you when I need you. Jiang Che had his own plans and wasn't going to let Yi Tian out for nothing. You can go now. Yes, young master Jiang, Lu Zixu agreed and left to carry out the task. Young master, what if he tells Yi Tian about our plan? I remember he and Yi Tian were close in high school, Along expressed his concern. He won't dare. Jiang Che shook his head with a cold smile. He knew exactly what kind of person Lu Zixu was, loyal but also very afraid of death. Along nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to question further. At the detention center, in a detention room. You are free to go now. A plain-clothed officer walked in and unlocked Yi Tian's handcuffs. I can leave now. Yi Tian was puzzled, having prepared himself for a lengthy stay since the impact of this incident was even greater than the last. But now he was being released just like that. Someone hired a lawyer for your bail. You can leave now. The plain-clothed officer briefly explained and left the room, clearly annoyed by Yi Tian, who kept causing public disturbances. Suspicious, Yi Tian walked out of the detention room and met Lu Zixu outside. Was it you who got me out? Yi Tian was baffled, remembering what he had done to Lu Zixu, which he had not forgotten. He hadn't expected Lu Zixu to hold a grudge, let alone come to his rescue. Yi Tian, you can leave now, Lu Zixu said with a smile, only coming for Yi Tian's release because Jiang Che had ordered it. He made sure to not reveal any flaws to Yi Tian. Wait a minute. Yes, Yi Tian. Anything else? Lu Zixu turned back, puzzled. I don't have anywhere to go right now, Yi Tian awkwardly admitted. Before returning to China, he had left all his bank cards behind to experience real life, leaving him penniless. Yi Tian regretted his impulsive decision. Now, he had to humbly seek help, which made him feel a bit frustrated. I can arrange a place for you to stay, Lu Zixu offered, internally scoffing at Yi Tian. Just yesterday, Yi Tian was bragging about his vast overseas assets, but now he couldn't even afford rent. Thank you, Zixu. If you need anything in the future, just ask, and I'll help if I can, Yi Tian earnestly told Lu Zixu, metaphorically offering him a big pie. It's nothing, Yi Tian. I should do this, Lu Zixu replied indifferently, doubting Yi Tian's longevity after offending someone like Jiang Che. Lu Zixu brought Yi Tian to a high-end residential area on Tiannan Road. After giving Yi Tian the keys, he quickly left, rejecting Yi Tian's invitation for dinner. He didn't dare get too close to Yi Tian, fearing Jiang Che's resentment. Yi Tian found Lu Zixu's behavior odd but didn't think much of it. After settling in his room, he went out. It was 9 p.m., and the night had just begun. Walking along the bustling streets, watching pedestrians and vendors, Yi Tian felt nostalgic. This was the life he longed for, absent in the grim life of Heizhou, where there were no such lively night scenes. Wandering aimlessly, Yi Tian stopped in front of a bar named Blues. Watching the stream of attractively dressed women, he felt tempted. Since returning to China, he hadn't had a chance to indulge. Tonight seemed like a perfect opportunity to relax. Without hesitation, Yi Tian entered the Blues bar. Inside the bar, loud and chaotic music was playing non-stop, and colorful lights flickered and swayed. There were bunny girls in revealing outfits dancing at the center stage, innocent-looking beauties shyly lying in the arms of pot-bellied middle-aged men, and young men in their 20s embracing stout middle-aged women. Everything seemed discordant yet somehow fitting. Ye Chen ordered a cocktail and sat in a booth, observing everything around him. He didn't look down on anyone. Everyone has the right to live their life as they choose, and as an observer, he had no reason to criticize. Without knowing the full story, he refrained from judging. Scanning the room, Ye Chen looked for his target for the night. Soon, his eyes lit up as he spotted someone. Just as he was about to approach, he saw a drunken hoodlum heading in the same direction. Ye Chen paused, a plan forming in his mind. "Hey, beauty, how about a drink with me?" The hoodlum with dyed red hair approached a woman, his drunken demeanor changing to lewdness upon seeing her face. "No, I don't want to." The woman, evidently scared by his appearance, timidly replied, with tears brimming in her eyes. She was just a college student who had come to the bar out of curiosity, never expecting to encounter such a situation. "Damn it, ungrateful wench!" The red-haired hoodlum, angered by her rejection, called over his friends to force her to drink. The loud music drowned out the scene, and even if anyone noticed, they typically wouldn't intervene. After all, everyone knows what a bar is for, even if it's not openly discussed. Young lady doesn't want to drink. Isn't it inappropriate for you to force her like this? Ye Chen appeared beside the hooligans, patting one of them on the shoulder and smiling. "You want to play the hero?" the hooligan sneered, turning to look at Ye Chen. "I'm not trying to be a hero, I just don't like your behavior," Ye Chen replied calmly. He would never reveal his true intentions. That would make him no different from these hooligans. "Then let's see if you're capable," the hooligan sneered again, grabbing a beer bottle and smashing it towards Ye Tian's head. Ye Chen caught the hooligan's wrist just as the bottle was about to hit him, causing the hooligan to cry out in pain and drop the bottle. Ye Chen released him without a fight. With his previous experiences, he knew the difference between being the aggressor and defending himself. He was waiting for the hooligans to hit him first so he could retaliate. As expected, the hooligan swung at Ye Chen, who finally struck back. "This is what you asked for," Ye Chen coldly laughed, tossing the hooligan away with a shoulder throw. The hooligan landed on a nearby table, bleeding and howling in pain. The rest of the hooligans rushed at Ye Chen, who swiftly knocked them down. The scene terrified the young girl, who watched Ye Chen apprehensively, fearing she might be next. The commotion attracted the attention of the bar's patrons. The security staff approached Ye Chen. "Did you start this fight?" the head of security asked, looking at Ye Chen and then at the groaning hooligans on the floor. "Yes, but they attacked first," Ye Chen said, unafraid to meet the security guard's gaze. "In our bar, we have rules. You need to come with us and explain this to our boss," the security chief said, signaling two guards to escort Ye Chen away. "What if I refuse?" Ye Chen frowned, scoffing. "Then we'll have to take you by force," the security chief replied with a cold laugh, indicating that no one could break their rules. He attacked Ye Chen, leading to another chaotic fight. During the chaos, the young woman Ye Chen had helped slipped away, deeply affected by the night's events. Ye Chen, frustrated at having lost his target, became enraged. He slapped the security chief away and did the same to several other guards. He tried to follow the woman, but she had already disappeared. "Damn it!" Ye Chen cursed under his breath, infuriated by the night's turn of events. Ye Chen was left fuming when his carefully chosen target slipped away. How could she just run off like that? How infuriating, he thought. Suddenly, a seductive and enchanting voice spoke near Ye Tian's ear, startling him. He looked up and was dumbfounded. The woman in front of him wore a knee-length black cheongsam, her eyebrows as graceful as distant mountains, her lips red and teeth white, and her eyes captivating. Her high heels and the alluring smile on her face mesmerized him. Her voice was so enticing it could almost make one pregnant just by listening. This stunning woman was Jiang Yunqi. She had been watching the events unfold from her private booth on the second floor. Initially, she didn't care much, assuming Ye Chen was just another man trying to play hero. But upon closer observation, she realized he wasn't ordinary, he must be a martial artist with at least dark energy level skills. Seeing Ye Chen captivated by her beauty, Jiang Yunqi felt a mix of disdain and satisfaction. Men are all the same, she thought. "Hey, handsome, stop staring or your eyes might fall out," Jiang Yunqi teased. Embarrassed, Yi Tian pulled his gaze away, asking, "Are you the owner here?" "Yes, you've damaged my property and hurt my people. How do you plan to compensate?" she asked playfully. "I don't have any money," Yi Tian admitted awkwardly, his face turning red. "How about you work off your debt here?" Ji Yunqi suggested, amused by his response. She had already considered recruiting him, given his evident martial skills. "Of course, I agree," Yi Tian accepted without hesitation. Attracted by Ji Yunqi's appearance, he had already considered staying. He thought to himself, after losing Lin Xian and Su Qingzu, I've found Ji Yunqi, who is just as attractive. Maybe I, Yi Tian, am truly the chosen one. He began fantasizing about a happy future with Ji Yunqi, imagining marriage, children, and a peaceful life at the foot of Panlong Mountain after 100 years. As Yi Tian indulged in wild fantasies of supporting each other with Ji Yunqi, expanding his power, and eventually challenging the Jiang family, Ji Yunqi frowned in disappointment. Initially, she thought Yi Tian could be a valuable asset, but now she doubted his intellect. "Since that's the case, you'll be the head of security here," Ji Yunqi decided, asking his name. "I'm Yi Tian. From now on, Yi Tian will be your head of security," she announced to the injured guards before leaving somewhat disinterestedly. Yi Tian might not be of great use, but he could serve as a decent watchdog. Watching her graceful departure, Yi Tian's heart fluttered, and he fell back into his sweet daydreams until a call from a guard brought him back to reality. "Captain, should we clean up here first?" The former head of security, now standing awkwardly with a forced smile, knew he had to placate Yi Tian to avoid future trouble. "You guys clean up," Yi Tian ordered, sitting aside to drink. The chaotic scene soon returned to normal, with various women dancing and Yi Tian casually observing them. The next day, at the Crouching Dragon Villa, Zhang Le listened to Along's report about Yi Tian becoming a security guard for Ji Yunqi. He found Yi Tian's obsession with the job quite peculiar. "Keep monitoring Yi Tian," Jiang Che instructed Along, who then respectfully left. Jiang Che frowned in thought. It seemed he had to make a move against Yi Tian, who was practically inviting him to strike. He sent a message to Ji Yunqi. "I'll visit the Blue Tune Bar at 8 tonight. Remember to wait for me." At 8 p.m., Jiang Che arrived at the Blues Bar. After parking his car, he headed straight inside. He had arranged to meet Ji Yunqi, who was waiting for him in a private room on the second floor. Seeing Jiang Che's arrival, Yi Tian, who had been casually observing the stream of people coming in and out of the bar, was taken aback. His face turned an iron blue, and his eyes shone with cold fury, as if he had just encountered his father's killer. "You're really persistent about having a security guard job," Jiang Che said disdainfully to Yi Tian, and without further acknowledgement, continued inside the bar. "Wait, you can't go in." Yi Tian, infuriated by being ignored, stood up from his chair and blocked Jiang Che's path. In response, Jiang Che, without even glancing at Yi Tian, slapped him away. Yi Tian's body flew in a parabolic curve and landed headfirst into a roadside trash can, his legs kicking wildly in a comically pitiful sight. After Jiang Che left, a group of security guards approached Yi Tian and helped him out of the trash can. Spitting out rotten vegetable leaves and nursing his aching cheek, Yi Tian's face was filled with anger. This was the third time Jiang Che had humiliated him, and he couldn't tolerate it any longer. He decided to seek revenge against Jiang Che. "Captain, do you have a grudge against young Master Jiang?" the security guards asked Yi Tian, surprised at his boldness in provoking Jiang Che. Yi Tian gave the security guards a cold look, not saying much, and followed after Jiang Che into the bar. Inside a VIP room on the second floor, Jiang Che sat across from Ji Yunqi. "Why did you suddenly think of looking for me today? Don't you have to accompany senior sister?" Ji Yunqi, slightly tipsy and with a flush of intoxication on her face, asked Jiang Che lazily. "I missed you, so I came to see you," Jiang Che replied. "You missed me?" Ji Yunqi scoffed, not believing Jiang Che's words. She felt there was no emotional connection between them. "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Che frowned and sat closer to her. Ji Yunqi felt uneasy with Jiang Che's proximity. Despite being slightly drunk, she was still aware of her situation. "What are you doing?" she asked, her face reddening even more. "I'm just making sure you understand your place," Jiang Che said bluntly. "You're shameless." Ji Yunqi looked at Jiang Che with resentment. Although she cursed him, she knew she was in no position to resist, given her current disadvantageous situation. "Swallow it," Jiang Che commanded. After lighting a cigarette, Jiang Che settled back into his seat with a contented expression, appearing thoroughly at ease. Will you dare to rebel again? He asked casually, exhaling a plume of smoke. Ji Yunqi, with a cold snort, chose to sidestep the question. Why did you really come to see me? She asked skeptically, not believing that Jiang Che's visit was simply to admonish her. She doubted that Jiang Che, surrounded by beautiful women, would need to seek her out for such matters. You have a new security guard who happens to be my enemy. I came for him, Jiang Che revealed. You mean Yi Tian? Ji Yunqi asked curiously. Yi Tian's somewhat simple-minded appearance had somehow crossed Jiang Che. How did he provoke you? That's not something you need to worry about. I just need your cooperation, Jiang Che replied with a playful smile, suspecting that Yi Tian, upon seeing Ji Yunqi's beauty, had already begun his fanciful daydreams. To Jiang Che, protagonists like Yi Tian were typically smitten upon encountering beautiful women, as if all the beauties in the world should belong to them. Jiang Che imagined Yi Tian's frustration and helplessness at seeing his goddess with another man, much like what happened with Lin Xuan earlier. The thought of Yi Tian's vexed yet helpless appearance filled Jiang Che with a sense of anticipation. How do you want me to cooperate? Ji Yunqi wiped the corner of her mouth, looking resentfully at Jiang Che. She thought him heartless for his lack of tenderness. Just be a bit more intimate with me, Jiang Che suggested, motioning for Ji Yunqi to come closer. Obediently, Ji Yunqi sat in Jiang Che's lap like a docile rabbit, wrapping her arms around his neck and breathing softly. Xiao brother, can't you be gentler with this sister? She murmured. Do you not like it? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. He knew Ji Yunqi had her own unknown side. I do. Ji Yunqi blushed and stammered her response. She realized that deep down, there was something strangely thrilling about Jiang Che's rough treatment. Good, I'll fulfill all your special likes, Jiang Che said, glancing towards the door of the private room and intentionally raising his voice. He knew that Yi Tian was eavesdropping outside. Hearing the flirtatious conversation between Jiang Che and Ji Yunqi, along with Ji Yunqi's occasional seductive laughter, Yi Tian clenched his fists tightly, his face darkening with anger. He couldn't understand why he always encountered Jiang Che, the thorn in his side, wherever he went. Furthermore, why did every woman he was interested in seem to have a connection with Jiang Che? Lin Xian, Su Qingzu, and now even Ji Yunqi. Feeling like Jiang Che had become his personal nemesis, Yi Tian took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the private room. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to hear the truth from Ji Yunqi herself. Could it be that she was being coerced by Jiang Che? Upon seeing Yi Tian barge in, Ji Yunqi frowned in displeasure. What are you doing here? She snapped, annoyed at the interruption during her rapidly warming relationship with Jiang Che. Boss, are you being forced by him? Yi Tian ignored her question, looking earnestly at Ji Yunqi. His eyes seemed to plead for her to admit she was under duress so he could protect her. Forced? Ji Yunqi scoffed. Initially, she had indeed been coerced by Jiang Che, but as time passed, she found herself falling for the domineering younger man. If you're sick in the head, go to the hospital. Don't hang around here, she said coldly, turning to rest her head on Jiang Che's chest, ignoring Yi Tian. Stunned by the sight of Ji Yunqi lying demurely in Jiang Che's arms, Yi Tian was at a loss. Was this the same underground queen he had known in his memory? It must be you, Jiang Che. You've done something to my boss, Yi Tian accused, frustrated. Idiot! Jiang Che looked at Yi Tian as if he was a fool. I will kill you! Enraged and unable to contain his fury, Yi Tian lunged at Jiang Che, focusing his internal energy into his palm, aiming straight for Jiang Che's head. Jiang Che remained seated, not even bothering to glance at Yi Tian. As Yi Tian's attack was about to land, a faint golden barrier automatically appeared around Jiang Che, blocking the attack. You're a master of transformation realm. Yi Tian stared at Jiang Che in disbelief. The barrier that had effortlessly neutralized his attack was characteristic of a protective aura exclusive to masters of the transformation realm. How is this possible? Jiang Che appeared to be only in his 20s yet had already reached the level of a transformation realm master. Witnessing his display of power, Yi Tian's pride as a rare talent who reached the peak of the innate realm at 25 shattered. He felt utterly insignificant compared to Jiang Che, who had achieved the transformation realm. Yi Tian was close to despair, wondering how he could compete with someone of Jiang Che's caliber. You're a master of the transformation Ealmgu. Yunchi also looked at Jiang Che in surprise. She knew Jiang Che had some level of cultivation but had no idea it was this advanced. Surprised you can reach this level too. I can help you cultivate to the transformation Ealm, Jiang Che said with a sly smile. He practiced the cultivation method, the limitless pure yang technique, which had an abundance of vigorous qi and blood, suitable for helping others improve their cultivation. He recalled how Ah Ching transformed from an ordinary person to a mid-stage dark energy master after receiving his treatment for over a month. I can too. Yunchi's interest was piqued. As a martial artist, she naturally desired to become stronger. However, her cultivation had stagnated at the early innate stage due to neglecting her training in favor of indulging in alcohol. Of course, but not now, Jiang Che said as he stood up and approached Yi Tian. What are you doing? Yi Tian, terrified, backed away from Jiang Che. Knowing Jiang Che was a master of the transformation realm, he lost all thoughts of resistance. The gap between the innate and transformation realms was insurmountable. Jiang Che, with a toothy grin, reassured him, just teaching you a lesson. He then slapped Yi Tian, who let out a scream and was sent flying, crashing against a corridor wall before sliding down. Struggling to get up, Yi Tian tried to flee, only to be caught by Jiang Che, who continued to slap him, turning his once handsome face into a swollen mess. Muttering incoherently, Yi Tian swore revenge against Jiang Che. Jiang Che, you be ****, I will kill you. Ding, the host violently beats Yi Tian, altering the plot, reward 2000 villain points. How boring. Jiang Che tossed Yi Tian onto the ground, looking at him like a dead dog, feeling somewhat uninterested. He gestured to a few security guards to come over, lift Yi Tian up, and throw him out of the bar's door. Yi Tian slowly got up from the ground, enduring the pain and the odd gazes from the people around, his face ashen as he left the place. In a certain hotel, Yi Tian applied golden sore medicine on his wounds. The powder landing on his bruised arms made him suck in a breath of cold air, sweat beads the size of beans emerging on his forehead, his face turning pale and weak. Forcing himself to endure the discomfort, Yi Tian took out his phone and made a call. Boss, what are your orders? The call was quickly connected, and a rough voice came from the other end. Tell He Shang to come find me in Zhou country, Yi Tian coldly commanded, He Shang being his top expert, nearly equal in strength to him and very loyal. After learning of Jiang Che's transformation stage cultivation, he realized he needed outside help, as he couldn't face Jiang Che alone. Okay, boss, I'll arrange it now. How many days will it take? It's a bit troublesome to go to Zhou country, it'll probably take 4 to 5 days for He Shang and the others to arrive. By the way, boss, Alice, the master of Shira Hall, whom we have cooperated with, is currently in Zhou country. If you encounter any trouble, I can contact them for you. Shira Hall. Yi Tian frowned in thought upon hearing this. He had some understanding of this Shira Hall, a killer organization mainly maintaining their finances through various assassination tasks. Why were they in Zhou country? Contact them for me, I need their help. Without overthinking, Yi Tian knew the current situation was unfavorable for him, and having one more ally meant a higher chance of success. Alright, boss. After leaving the blues bar, Jiang Che got into his Bugatti and headed straight back to Crouching Dragon Villa. The next day, at noon, just as Jiang Che got out of bed, he received a call from Li Chengfeng. Curious about why Li Chengfeng was calling, Jiang Che pressed the answer button. What's up? Boss, there's a gathering in our circle tonight, and I was wondering if you're interested. All the current popular young stars will be there, various celebrities and models. Li Chengfeng's voice was full of sleazy excitement over the phone. Celebrities. Hearing Li Chengfeng's words, Jiang Che fell into thought. He wasn't particularly interested in celebrities, mere puppets on the screen, playthings of capitalists. But such occasions usually featured protagonists. A rich young master trying to assault a female celebrity, a poor country boy heroically saving the beauty, face-slapping second generations, and then living happily ever after with the female celebrity. After all, the system did mention that there are countless protagonists in this world, and it's possible to bump into one any day. Where's the location? I'll come over tonight. It's on the 6th floor of the Shengshan Hotel in Tianfu Square. At 8 in the evening, Jiang Che arrived at the Shengshan Hotel in Tianfu Square as Li Chengfeng had mentioned. The security at the door let Jiang Che pass without any hindrance, allowing him to enter the hotel and go up to the 6th floor smoothly. As soon as Jiang Che entered the hall on the 6th floor, he attracted widespread attention. Who is this person, so handsome? That's Jiang Che, the young master of the Jiang family. Don't you know him? So it's young Master Jiang, he's so handsome. I want to have his babies. Stop dreaming, girl, as if young Master Jiang would look at you. Jiang Che wore a gentle smile on his face, nodding and smiling politely to those who greeted him, appearing very approachable. But those who knew Jiang Che understood that this was just a facade, as he was not as easygoing as he appeared. Boss, you're here. Li Chengfeng also came to Jiang Che's side, his face full of excitement. It's been a few days, boss, and you've become even more handsome. Li Chengfeng commented, always feeling that Jiang Che seemed more handsome than before, not just in looks but also in his refined demeanor. Less flattery. Jiang Che glanced at Li Chengfeng and sat down on a sofa. Li Chengfeng chuckled dryly and sat down as well. Boss, today's gathering includes some new popular stars, all very fresh. If you fancy any of them, boss, just give the word. As he spoke, Li Chengfeng started to laugh sleazily again. Jiang Che looked at him speechlessly, feeling that the biggest difference between himself and Li Chengfeng was that although he was lustful, he still maintained a semblance of image, but Li Chengfeng was different, never caring about his image. Ding, the system has detected a protagonist aura nearby and has prepared the information for the host. Would you like to view it? Jiang Che sipped a glass of red wine and spoke to the system in his mind. Sure enough, he guessed right, such places indeed harbored protagonists. Loading plot information for the host. Female protagonist. After receiving the system's transmitted plot, Jiang Che's expression turned odd. Overbearing president falls for me, I'm a superstar. In this story, he falls in love at first sight with a pure White Lotus female lead at the party, then pursues her aggressively like a mad dog. Giving houses, cars, money. Even after giving everything, this woman still kept him hanging, unclearly involved with another male actor. Driven by love turned hatred, he took revenge on that male actor, then got scolded by the White Lotus, and eventually got trapped by her and the male lead, leading to the downfall of the Jiang family. In the end, the White Lotus and the male actor live happily ever after. System, why'd I always end up ruined and dead? Jiang Che asked somewhat speechlessly, thinking how a mere actress could easily topple the Jiang family behind him. Ridiculous. Because in the plot of this book, the host gave some power to the female protagonist, making it easy for her to topple the host's family. Ding, protagonist information detected, triggering a kill mission. Kill the daughter of luck, Su Qianchen. Kill reward. Mysterious treasure box, failure penalty, none. Am I supposed to kill to prove my way? Jiang Che wasn't particularly repulsed by this, as although he was lustful, he wasn't the type to lose his way at the sight of a woman. Plus, if he followed the plot, this woman would eventually betray him terribly. Why keep her around? Ending the conversation with the system, Jiang Che began searching for Su Qianchen in the party. A woman in a pure white long dress, stunningly beautiful, with an excellent demeanor caught Jiang Che's attention. Her face adorned with a charming smile, she walked slowly towards him, followed by a young man in a suit. System, gather information on this woman. Her beauty was such that she stood out in the crowd, undoubtedly the female protagonist. Protagonist, Su Qianchen. Identity, eldest daughter of the second-rate Su family in Linjiang City. Cultivation, none. Luck, 2000. Skills, master-level acting, intermediate piano proficiency. Are you Jiang Che? Young Master Jiang. Su Qianchen walked up to Jiang Che with a catwalk, her pure white face full of intoxicating smiles, seemingly enchanting at first glance. She was well known in Jojo country, the dream goddess of countless Jojo countrymen. Yes, I am Jiang Che. Jiang Che nodded, his expression somewhat cold, not as gentle and easygoing as before. He had no pleasant feelings towards this woman. Unperturbed, Su Qianchen laughed, extending her delicate hand. Nice to meet you, young Master Jiang. My name is Su Qianchen, the eldest daughter of the Su family. I'm an actress, and I've starred in TV dramas like I Love You. She proactively brought up her actress status, hoping to pique Jiang Che's interest. After all, she was the dream goddess of countless men in Jojo country, and she should be able to spark some interest in him, right? She also knew Jiang Che had seen many beauties, and the only thing she could pride herself on was her celebrity status. After all, these rich sons often like to keep a celebrity as a mistress. As long as Jiang Che showed a hint of curiosity, she was confident in making Jiang Che fall under her charm, turning him into her devoted admirer. Jiang Che glanced at her but didn't extend his hand, instead, sipping his wine. Su Qianchen's hand hovered awkwardly in midair, her expression slightly embarrassed. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, it was grasped by Li Chengfeng standing beside her. Li Chengfeng held her hand with excitement. She was his goddess, the national goddess. Goddess Su, hello, I am your loyal fan. I'm Li Chengfeng, from the Li family in Linjiang City, currently studying at Linjiang University. Li Chengfeng babbled excitedly, his emotions more intense than if he had seen his long-lost mother. Jiang Che looked at Li Chengfeng's actions speechlessly. This guy was really something else. It was just a woman, was there a need to be so excited? Our boss isn't much of a talker, please don't take it to heart, Goddess Su. Li Chengfeng said with a smile, not letting go of Su Qianchen's hand. This move made the young man following Su Qianchen clench his fists in anger. Nice to meet you. Su Qianchen's face showed a sweet smile, forcibly withdrawing her hand from Li Chengfeng. This left Li Chengfeng slightly regretful. Such opportunities to take advantage of his goddess were rare, and unlike Jiang Che, he didn't have such a powerful background. His Li family's status was not much different from the Su family's, and Su Qianchen surely wouldn't be interested in him. Young Master Jiang, I'll toast to you. Su Qianchen picked up a glass of red wine from the table, smiling sweetly at Jiang Che, continuously sending him flirtatious glances. This time, Jiang Che didn't refuse and also picked up his glass to clink with Su Qianchen's. Young Master Jiang, let me toast to you again. Young Master Jiang, you truly have a great capacity for liquor. I admire that. Su Qianchen burped after drinking, her drunken smile evident. Watching Su Qianchen's drunken state, Jiang Che smirked inwardly. Did she really think she could get him drunk? He knew exactly what she was plotting, to intoxicate him, then find a woman to share his room, making him feel guilty towards her, and slowly erode the power in his hands. However, she clearly overestimated herself. He was not the slightest bit intoxicated, while she was nearly unconscious. Qianchen, the young fresh meat behind Su Qianchen patted her shoulder, finding her drunk, and then helped her up. Young Master Jiang, Qianchen has had too much to drink. I'll take her back to rest now. Please do. Jiang Che smiled and did not stop them, watching the pair gradually disappear from his sight. Boss, that woman clearly came for you. Be careful, I'm worried she has ulterior motives. After Su Qianchen and her companion had left, Li Chengfeng seriously spoke to Jiang Che. Did you notice that Jiang Che looked at Li Chengfeng in surprise? He thought this guy was just a useless second generation, but it turned out he could discern that the woman was up to no good. Li Chengfeng nodded solemnly. From the beginning, she only had eyes for you, and she kept pouring drinks for you, obviously with a motive. But she didn't expect that you, boss, could handle your liquor so well. She got drunk first. Li Chengfeng chuckled mockingly. Jiang Che silently nodded, perhaps he had underestimated Li Chengfeng. On the other side, the young fresh meat Wu Tian took Su Qianchen to a room on the 7th floor of the hotel. Wu Tian brewed some sobering tea and fed it to Su Qianchen, who slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Where am I? She wasn't actually drunk, she just felt dizzy from drinking too much with Jiang Che. Now, more than an hour later, she felt much better. Qianchen, you should be grateful I stopped you. You were almost walking into a lion's den. Wu Tian spoke in a soft, feminine tone, feeling somewhat annoyed. After all, Su Qianchen was the woman he fancied. What if Jiang Che had succeeded? Fortunately, everything was safe. Although they failed to deceive Jiang Che, Su Qianchen didn't lose anything. Hearing Wu Tian's words, Su Qianchen frowned and thought. This Jiang family's young master wasn't like what she had heard. Wasn't he said to be a good student with a poor tolerance for alcohol? Rumors are indeed harmful. Tian, I'm sorry for worrying you this time. Su Qianchen apologized to Wu Tian, who, despite being effeminate, was the type she liked. She came to please Jiang Che today for Wu Tian. Yang's film company had signed Wu Tian, and she was there to secure more film resources for him, hoping he would become famous soon and then openly be with her. But now, it seemed all her efforts were in vain since she hadn't made Jiang Che fall for her. She had to find another way. I'll forgive you this time, but don't do this again. Wu Tian spoke with his fingers bent in a feminine gesture. Okay, I promise you, I won't do it again. Su Qianchen wasn't repulsed by Wu Tian's disgusting behavior. Instead, influenced by a certain country's culture, she was quite fond of his effeminate style. I need to go home now. Su Qianchen glanced at the time on her phone, got up from the bed, and headed for the door. It's so late, why go home? Stay with me. Wu Tian looked at her with a melancholic expression, planning to have her for himself tonight, but she suddenly pulled this stunt. I'm sorry, Tian, I really have something urgent this time, I'll accompany you next time. Su Qianchen kept shaking Wu Tian's shoulders, seeking his forgiveness. If outsiders saw this, their jaws would drop. The national goddess begging and acting coquettishly towards an effeminate man. After much persuasion, Wu Tian finally agreed to let her go and decided to escort Su Qianchen out of the hotel himself. This delighted Su Qianchen, who took Wu Tian's arm and walked downstairs. As Su Qianchen and Wu Tian reached the hotel lobby, they were suddenly knocked out by several men in black. Get them in the car, take them to meet the young master. When Wu Tian and Su Qianchen regained consciousness, they found themselves tied to chairs, with Jiang Che sitting nearby, eyeing them amusingly. Young Master Jiang, what does this mean? Su Qianchen took a deep breath, looking puzzled at Jiang Che. She didn't seem to have offended him. Was it just because she tried to get him drunk today? But Jiang Che couldn't possibly know her motives. What do I mean? Jiang Che laughed, but to Su Qianchen, that smile was terrifying, chilling to the bone. You think I don't know why you approached me tonight? Young Master Jiang, I don't understand what you're talking about. Su Qianchen took a deep breath, trying to appear calm. Don't understand. You wanted to intoxicate me, then frame me, and finally use the resources of my Jiang family to nurture this man. Then you planned to turn against my Jiang family, right? Hearing Jiang Che's words, Su Qianchen was utterly flabbergasted. How on earth did Jiang Che know all these details? Though these were her thoughts, she had never shared them with anyone. Young Master Jiang, you are overthinking it. How could I possibly have such thoughts? Whether I'm overthinking or not, you can explain it to King Yama. Jiang Che smiled cruelly, picked up a dagger from a nearby table, wiped it with a cloth, and slowly walked towards Su Qianchen. No, young Master Jiang, please don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I'll do anything. I'm still a virgin, I can be your dog, I can be your slave. Watching Jiang Che approaching, Su Qianchen was completely terrified, babbling incoherently, fine beads of sweat on her forehead, her face trembling, eyes filled with fear. Be my dog. Hearing Su Qianchen's words, Jiang Che sneered disdainfully. Is this what the so-called national goddess comes down to? But from one perspective, he could understand. When life and death are at stake, so-called dignity becomes laughable. I must admit, you are indeed good-looking, and the conditions you offer are tempting. Jiang Che looked at Su Qianchen's face, nodding seriously. Although she was not as beautiful as Shen Qingqiu or Zhou Lingxi, she was still a rare beauty. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Su Qianchen finally breathed a sigh of relief, the heavy stone in her heart settling down. As long as she could survive today, she was willing to do anything. But Jiang Che's next words sent her into a deep freeze. But I don't lack women by my side. So, you might as well die. Jiang Che laughed sinisterly, thrusting the dagger towards Su Qianchen's heart. Thud. The sound of the dagger piercing skin echoed eerily in the silent basement. Su Qianchen couldn't utter a word before she slumped lifelessly in the chair, her eyes wide open, dying with grievances. Next, it's your turn. Jiang Che pulled the dagger from Su Qianchen's chest and turned his gaze to Wu Tian, his face filled with an evil smile. No, young Master Jiang, please spare me. I can help you with anything. I absolutely won't speak of today's incident, please spare me. Wu Tian pleaded desperately, having witnessed Jiang Che's brutality towards Su Qianchen, his pants soaked with fear. Too bad I can't trust you. Only dead men keep secrets forever. Jiang Che chuckled darkly, throwing the dagger from his hand straight into Wu Tian's heart. Before Wu Tian could utter a word, he slumped over, dead. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the daughter of luck, Su Qianchen. Reward: mysterious treasure box ×1. Jiang Che took out corpse-dissolving powder from the system space and sprinkled it over the two bodies. Under the powder's effect, the bodies quickly dissipated into thin air, leaving only a nauseating stench of blood as proof of their existence. Jiang Che silently watched as the bodies vanished, feeling no remorse for killing them. Even though Su Qianchen hadn't successfully trapped him today, who knew if she would try again in the future? The plot correction rate is uncontrollable. To be safe, it was better to make these two disappear. Even the slightest threat to himself, Jiang Che would nip in the bud. Besides, killing the woman also rewarded him with a treasure box, a profitable deal. If the grass is not removed by the roots, it will grow again with the spring breeze. He had no time to play with these two. Young master, the surveillance footage at the hotel entrance has been dealt with. Along appeared behind Jiang Che at some point, respectfully speaking. Upon entering and not seeing those two, Along knew they had been sent by his young master to meet Buddha. But he didn't ask anything. Killing someone was all too normal, especially for a scion of a top family like Jiang Che. Well done. Jiang Che praised indifferently, then turned and left the basement, leaving several bodyguards to clean up the remaining bloodstains. System, open the mystery box. After returning to his bedroom, Jiang Che spoke to the system in his mind. Opening the mystery box. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 dragon and tiger pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 nourishing essence pills. What is the use of this dragon and tiger pill? Jiang Che asked with a slightly strange expression. The name of the pill itself gave off a somewhat frivolous vibe. It's exactly what the host is thinking. Consuming the dragon and tiger pill can enhance the host's vitality and spirit. Jiang Che. This is great stuff. It must be said the system is quite considerate. Did it sense that I've been a bit listless lately? Without hesitation, Jiang Che swallowed the pill. The effect started spreading from his lower abdomen to his limbs. He felt a warm flow coursing through his body, easing the pain in his waist and the soreness in his legs, even improving his vitality and spirit. What is the use of these nourishing essence pills? Jiang Che asked next. Nourishing essence pills are a miraculous medicine for healing. They have unexpected effects when taken in the event of serious injuries. Jiang Che nodded silently, finding the pills not entirely useless and deciding to keep them for emergencies. System, open my attribute panel. Host, Jiang Che. Identity, young master of the Jiang family. Cultivation level, mid-stage of transformation. Villain points, 13,500. Cultivation techniques, limitless pure yang, mysterious heavenly scripture. Items, mystery box ×1, human infant burp bag ×100, marrow cleansing pills ×5, good luck charm ×3, kitchen knife ×1, ghost gate 13 needles, nourishing essence pills ×5. Skills, god level disguise technique. The next day, at noon. After lunch, Jiang Che called Along to the living room. Any breakthrough in your cultivation recently? Still at the early stage of innate. Along chuckled bitterly, admitting that although his cultivation progress wasn't slow, it paled in comparison to the monstrous growth of Jiang Che. In just over a month, his young master had ascended from the early stage of innate to the stage of transformation, a feat that still seemed unbelievable to him. Take this. Jiang Che took out all 5 marrow cleansing pills from the system space and handed them to Along. These were of no use to him and might as well be given to Along. After consuming them, it might improve his constitution and cultivation level. Young master, what are these? Along looked at the golden pills in his hand curiously. Although he had seen various pills before, he couldn't identify what Jiang Che had given him. These are marrow cleansing pills. Consuming them can cleanse and transform your body, making cultivation more effective. Take these pills and consume them. Give the remaining 4 to your brothers with potential. Marrow cleansing. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Along's expression turned excited. As a martial artist, he knew what these words meant. Such pills usually only existed in legends, he had never seen them before. The miraculous effects of these pills, capable of changing a person's talent, essentially determined how far one could go in the martial path. Many spend their whole lives unable to reach the stage of transformation, not due to lack of diligence but limited talent. No matter how hard they try, it's difficult to break through their limits. He never imagined his young master would possess such heaven-defying pills. Go distribute them to your brothers, and keep a close eye on Ye Chen for me. Report back with any developments. Yes, Along responded and respectfully left. In a luxurious hotel in the imperial capital. You're saying the leader of the Sky Wolf mercenary group is now in Jojo country and needs our help? Alice looked uncertainly at the black-clad man before her. She had heard about the leader of the Sky Wolf mercenary group, as Shira Hall had many business dealings with them. Yes, Lady Alice. The leader of the Sky Wolf mercenary group, Ye Chen, is currently in Linjiang City, Jojo country, and seems to be in trouble. He hopes we can help him. Have the results of who killed Xiao Fan been found? Alice didn't immediately respond to the black-clad man but instead sipped her wine and asked. There's no news yet. The man in black looked a bit ashamed, as they had been looking for Xiao Fan's information these days but hadn't found anything useful yet. No need to continue investigating. We'll go to Linjiang City tomorrow and meet this Mr. Ye Chen. Alice shook her head, saying that since Xiao Fan was already dead and her heart's concern removed, it no longer mattered who killed him. Okay, I'll arrange it now. The man in black responded and respectfully left. The next day, in a high-end club in Linjiang City. In a private room, Ye Chen was waiting early for his meeting with the people from Shira Hall. Why aren't they here yet? Checking the time on his phone, Ye Chen frowned, appearing displeased. It's usually him who stands people up. Was he being stood up today? Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and a long-legged blonde beauty walked in. Are you Ye Chen, the leader of the Sky Wolf mercenary group? Alice looked at Ye Chen sitting on the sofa, communicating with him fluently in Chinese. As a professional assassin, she was proficient in several languages, so there was no barrier in communicating with Ye Chen. Yes, I'm Ye Chen. Are you Alice, the leader of Shira Hall? Ye Tian's eyes lit up at the sight of Alice, his gaze filled with passion. He hadn't expected her to be such a stunning woman. I am Alice. What kind of cooperation does Mr. Ye Chen want to discuss? Alice frowned slightly, disliking Ye Tian's gaze but didn't say much. After all, Shira Hall and Sky Wolf mercenary group had always had a cooperative relationship, and she didn't want to ruin it because of herself. Her tone was cold and distant, though. I want you to help me deal with someone. Ye Chen retracted his gaze, smiling awkwardly. He realized the disgust in Alice's eyes and couldn't help regretting his behavior. When would he change this habit of being dazzled by beautiful women? Help you deal with someone? Is there someone Mr. Ye Chen can't handle? Alice chuckled lightly, her tone playful. His background is very strong. I'm not his match alone. Ye Chen shook his head, not hiding anything. Oh, who exactly has Mr. Ye Chen offended? Alice became curious. To make the leader of the Sky Wolf mercenary group so fearful, who exactly was the opponent? Young Master Jiang Che. Ye Chen said each word deliberately, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent and a face full of dread at the mention of Jiang Che. Jiang Che, how do you want me to help you? Alice's expression became serious. Although she hadn't met Jiang Che, seeing Ye Tian's fearful look, she knew this person was not easy to provoke. My men will arrive in Jojo country tomorrow. I need Miss Alice to accompany me to Crouching Dragon Villa for a surprise attack on Jiang Che. Just kill him, and we'll flee Jojo country overnight. Ye Chen spoke with a grave tone, knowing killing Jiang Che would draw the attention of higher-ups, and he definitely couldn't stay in Jojo country. That's no problem, I can help you, but what will you pay me? Alice spoke. Her base was not in Jojo country, so it didn't matter if she stayed or left. The important thing was what Ye Chen would offer as compensation for the risk. After the deed is done, I can offer the Shira Hall firearms and ammunitions worth 50 million in the name of the Sky Wolf mercenary group for free. Ye Chen immediately played his trump card, confident she wouldn't refuse. Firearms and ammunition. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Alice stood up from the sofa, her face excited. Is that true? Of course. Are you interested in cooperating with me, Miss Alice? Ye Chen smiled faintly, his eyes flashing with concealed greed. He had his own motives, trying to gain Alice's favor for future plans. Such a beautiful foreign woman should only be with him, Ye Chen, to avoid being wronged. I'm willing. Alice took a deep breath, unable to refuse Ye Tian's offer. After all, firearms and ammunition are not something you can buy with money, you need connections. If she could secure a steady supply from Ye Chen, then under her leadership, Shira Hall would become even stronger. Pleasure doing business with you. Ye Chen smiled and extended his hand for a handshake, trying to take advantage of the moment. I'm sorry, Mr. Ye Chen, but I'm not used to physical contact with men. Alice politely declined with a smile, rejecting Ye Chen. No problem. Ye Chen put on a magnanimous face but felt annoyed inside. Damn woman pretending. Just you wait. Ye Chen and Alice have met already. Jiang Che frowned thoughtfully upon hearing Along's report. It was clear that Ye Chen was seeking Alice's help to target him. But Alice was barely at the peak of the innate stage. Was Ye Chen planning to overcome the situation with sheer numbers? Did he really think having more people would be enough to defeat him? The idea was laughably absurd. I understand, you may leave, Jiang Che said, settling back into the sofa. Originally, he had planned to let Ye Tian roam free for a few more days, as the man still had several opportunities to seize. However, seeing Ye Tian's eagerness for death, Jiang Che decided to fulfill this small wish. If Ye Tian dared to come, he would ensure there was no return for him. At 11 p.m., a group of figures clad in black, concealed by the night, swiftly approached the gates of the Crouching Dragon Villa. "This is where Jiang Che lives," Ye Tian said in a deep voice, gazing at the manor before him. Standing beside him were Alice and his subordinates, including 4 peak innate stage experts. These 4 had been at the peak of the innate stage for many years, and Ye Tian refused to believe they couldn't take down Jiang Che. "Let's go in," Alice commanded her men. Under the cover of darkness, they moved like shadows, effortlessly scaling the villa's wall. Ye Tian followed closely behind, leaping into the compound. Why are there no bodyguards? As they arrived in front of Jiang Che's residence, the quietness of the yard caused Alice to furrow her brows, sensing something unusual. Maybe they're changing shifts, Ye Tian mused, although he hadn't inquired about the villa's security shift times before coming. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Alice internally criticized him. Such a leader of the Sky Wolf mercenary group, and he lacked even the most basic knowledge for assassination. "Since you've come, why sneak around?" Alice was about to say more when a voice suddenly interrupted her. As a light turned on, Jiang Che's figure appeared at the villa's entrance. He was leisurely holding a cup of tea, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair, seemingly having been waiting for some time. "Jiang Che, I've come for your life." This time, seeing Jiang Che's relaxed demeanor, Ye Tian felt a surge of anger. For some reason, every time he saw Jiang Che, he couldn't contain his fury, as if Jiang Che were his sworn enemy. After saying this, Ye Tian charged at Jiang Che, channeling his inner strength into his palm and striking towards Jiang Che's face. Jiang Che remained seated, not even lifting his head, completely disregarding Ye Tian. Feeling Jiang Che's contempt, Ye Tian was infuriated. With a scream, he launched his attack without hesitation. However, before his attack could reach Jiang Che, it was neutralized by a force. Fu Bo, the elderly man, had appeared in front of Jiang Che and sent Ye Tian flying with a slap. "Boss, are you okay?" Ye Tian's subordinates quickly helped him up, looking at him with concern. "What are you waiting for?" Attack Ye Tian, like a mad dog, shouted at his men, his face flushed with anger and blood trickling from his mouth corner. "Yes," his men responded and rushed towards Fu Bo. "We're joining too," Alice added, preparing to join the fray. Alice glanced back at her subordinates, her face showing unprecedented seriousness. At this point, she was in the same boat as Ye Tian, with no turning back. They quickly surrounded Fu Bo, launching a relentless assault. Alice sidestepped and delivered a sharp kick aimed at Fu Bo's abdomen, while He Feng swiftly moved behind Fu Bo, leaping into the air with a palm strike targeted at Fu Bo's back. Fu Bo, with a light smile on his face, stroked his goatee. His palm shimmered with a golden light as he released his internal energy in a powerful strike. Boom! Following a loud explosion, both attackers were sent flying, crashing into the ground far away. Ye Tian, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, charged again recklessly. Predictably, he was again repelled by Fu Bo's slap. After several rounds, Ye Tian and his men were severely injured, while Fu Bo remained unscathed, only expending some of his internal energy. The disparity in strength was clear, it was a one-sided crushing. Ants trying to shake a tree, overestimating themselves. Jiang Che stood up from his chair and walked over to Ye Tian, looking down at him with a mocking expression. It seemed all these protagonists had some inexplicable confidence against him. This guy had already been beaten up by Fu Bo before, what gave him the courage to come back? "If you have the guts, just kill me." Ye Tian, his face pale and voice weak, glared at Jiang Che with bloodthirsty eyes. "You think I won't?" Jiang Che laughed and stomped heavily on Ye Tian's chest. Ye Tian's eyes widened, unable to utter a word before he slumped lifelessly. Ding! The host has killed Ye Tian. Reward: 1 mystery box. "Leave no one alive, kill them all," Jiang Che ordered Fu Bo, then picked up the unconscious Alice and walked towards the villa. With a series of chilling screams, Ye Tian's and Alice's subordinates were swiftly eliminated by Fu Bo, and the courtyard soon returned to peace. In the bedroom on the second floor, Jiang Che instructed the servants to bring a basin of cold water and poured it over Alice. Cough, cough. Alice coughed violently and slowly opened her eyes. What do you want to do? Alice, seeing Jiang Che's smiling face, had a bad premonition. You came to assassinate me. What do you think I want to do? Jiang Che's smile had a hint of malice. He couldn't deny that Alice had an impressive figure, highlighted by her tight-fitting outfit, making it hard to look away from her appealing form. Don't come any closer, otherwise I'll kill myself. Alice, though the leader of Shira Hall, looked panicked and helpless, like an ordinary girl. Completely drained of strength, she could only use her own life to threaten Jiang Che. Ignoring her threats, Jiang Che nonchalantly threw Alice onto the bed. The next day, Alice groggily opened her eyes, her gaze falling on the chaos within the room. Recalling the events of the previous night, her expression turned icy. She grabbed a fruit knife from the table and stabbed fiercely towards Jiang Che's heart. However, her attempt was thwarted mere centimeters from his heart, as an awakened Jiang Che seized her wrist. Still want to kill me? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Jiang Che, you will not die a good death. Alice's eyes were cold as she stared at Jiang Che, her voice filled with undisguised murderous intent. She never imagined her most treasured possession would be taken away so unclearly by this man. Good people don't live long, disasters linger for 1,000 years. You'll die before I do, Jiang Che said cheerfully, getting up from the bed. He now understood what exotic flavors really meant. This woman was indeed different from the women of Jojo country. Even if you got my body, you'll never have my heart. You're thinking too much, getting your body is enough for me. You can leave now, I don't want to kill you. Jiang Che glanced at Alice and spoke, deciding it was better to let her go, considering he had already had his way. Alice gave Jiang Che a cold look before limping away. She knew staying would only lead to further humiliation by Jiang Che. System, open the mystery box. Jiang Che watched as Alice left and lit a cigarette, feeling quite refreshed. He had to admit, the dragon and tiger pill was quite effective. He felt unprecedented clarity for the first time in his 20 years. Opening the mystery box. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Absorption Technique. The Great Absorption Technique. Jiang Che paused, his expression turning peculiar. Could it be the same technique practiced by Ren Waxing in the TV shows from his previous life? System, introduce the Great Absorption Technique. The Great Absorption Technique allows the user to absorb others' internal chi for their own use. The brief introduction amused Jiang Che. Just as he thought, encountering any protagonist would now turn them into nourishment for him. All except the plot of this story. Excited by the potential of the Great Absorption Technique, Jiang Che was eager to try it out on a protagonist. Transmitting plot. Urban master descends from the mountain. The story follows the protagonist Yang Wei, who returns from the mountains to propose marriage to Ji Yunqi, but she looks down on this country bumpkin. Yang Wei then proceeds to show off and slap faces along the way. Most importantly, this protagonist is different from others. He knows geomancy and other unorthodox methods, like the ones seen in movies, such as cursing people with straw dolls. System, when does Yang Wei descend the mountain? Yang Wei will descend the mountain in 3 days. 3 days, enough time. Jiang Che chuckled and stood up, heading downstairs. Young master, who is that sister who just came down from upstairs? Ah Ching curiously asked Jiang Che in the living room. She's a patient of mine. Oh. Ah Ching nodded in realization, knowing that her young master possessed medical skills, as he had cured her own illness. After leaving Crouching Dragon Villa, Alice aimlessly wandered the streets, her eyes empty, her whole demeanor listless. How could this happen? She muttered to herself, unwilling to believe the reality. No longer the dominating leader of Shira Hall, she felt impure. Should she leave Jojo country forever? Looking up at the blue sky, her eyes gradually became vacant. She hated Jiang Che, yet there was an indescribable feeling towards him, something she couldn't quite put into words. Women always have a deep impression of men who take their firsts, and Alice was no exception. No, I can't let Jiang Che off so easily. I must cultivate, break through to the transformation stage, and seek revenge. Resolved, Alice checked into a nearby 5-star hotel, planning to enhance her cultivation before seeking revenge on Jiang Che. At Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che lay beside the swimming pool, soaking up the sun in a state of ennui. Ah Ching, dressed in a bikini, swam back and forth in the pool, her sweet laughter echoing from time to time. Listening to the ringtone of an incoming call from the phone on the table beside him, Jiang Che picked it up. It was his stepmother, Susan. Hello, Mom, what's up? You're in Linjiang City, right? Yes, what's the matter? Jiang Che asked, puzzled why Su Shanshan would suddenly ask about his whereabouts. Come home tonight, your grandfather and your father are back. Dad's back. Jiang Che was stunned for a moment. It had been over a month since he arrived in this world, and he had yet to meet his father. Okay, I'll be there soon. After chatting briefly with Su Susan, Jiang Che hung up the phone and waved at Ah Ching. Young master, do you need something? Ching climbed out of the pool, looking at Jiang Che with some confusion. My father and grandfather are back. I need to go home for a while. Do you want to come with me? This you should go alone, young master. After hearing Jiang Che's invitation, Ah Ching seemed tempted but still shook her head. Why don't you want to go with me? Jiang Che found the girl's behavior amusing. I'm just a maid. It's better not to go to such occasions. Ah Ching smiled and shook her head. Jiang Che rarely went home to reunite with his parents, and she didn't want to disturb. Besides, she didn't have the status to be there. Just because of that, Jiang Che asked, somewhat speechlessly. After spending over a month together, he hadn't expected Ah Ching to be so stubborn, seemingly resolved to be his maid for life. You don't have to worry so much. Go change your clothes, and come with me. But Ah Ching hesitated, seeming to want to say more. Quickly, or I'll get angry, Jiang Che said, feigning anger. All right, young master, don't be mad. I'll go change now. 10 minutes later, Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction at Ah Ching, who now wore a long white dress, exuding a sense of purity and desire. Let's go. Jiang Che drove his Maserati with Ah Ching to the Jiang family mansion. Half an hour later, Jiang Che drove into the Jiang family courtyard. The security guards recognized their young master and did not stop him. Parking the car, Jiang Che took Ah Ching's soft hand and walked towards the living room. Servants greeted Jiang Che along the way. Young master, good to see you. Welcome home, young master. Who is that woman with the young master? His fiancée. No, she's the young master's maid, Ah Ching. I heard she's already the young master's woman. She's really turned into a phoenix from the ashes. Another maid commented sourly, knowing that even being Jiang Che's woman in name was beyond their lifelong aspirations. Clearly, Jiang Che wasn't interested in them. She's just lucky, you can't compare. Listening to the maids' discussions, Ah Ching unconsciously tightened her grip on Jiang Che's hand. Dad, Mom, Grandpa. Jiang Che, accompanied by Ah Ching, entered the living room and greeted each of the three sitting on the sofa in turn. You're back. Su Shanshan's face showed a tender smile upon seeing Jiang Che. It's been a while, but why do I feel like you've become more handsome? Jiang Dao set aside his newspaper, scrutinizing Jiang Che with a somewhat skeptical gaze. He sensed some change in his son but couldn't quite put his finger on it. My dear grandson, did you miss your grandpa? Jiang Jingshan looked at Jiang Che with a beaming smile, his eyes filled with warmth. Of course, I missed you. Here's a gift I've prepared for you. Jiang Che said, taking out 3 marrow cleansing pills from the system space and presenting them to his family. These are marrow cleansing pills. They can change one's constitution, strengthen the body, and cleanse the marrow. Jiang Dao laughed and accepted the gift without refusal. You're thoughtful, he said, acknowledging the appropriateness of a son giving gifts to his father. You've really grown up, and our Jiang family has a successor. Jiang Jingshan said, noting that although Jiang Che was always excellent academically and filial, he had grown up sheltered and knew little of worldly matters, let alone giving gifts. Madam, Master, Family Head, good day. Ah Ching stepped forward from behind Jiang Che, greeting the three with a shy and nervous demeanor. The little girl has grown so much. Jiang Jingshan looked at Ah Ching with a fond smile, remembering how he had brought her to serve as Jiang Che's maid. 6 years had passed, and the little girl had blossomed into a beautiful young woman. Su Shanshan, with a smile in her eyes, gestured for Ah Ching to come closer, aware of the relationship between her and Jiang Che. Girl, come here. Madame Ah Ching approached Su Shanshan, looking somewhat timid. She was unsure of Su Shanshan's temperament and feared being blamed for her relationship with Jiang Che. Are you afraid of me? Su Shanshan, seeing Ah Ching's pitiful appearance, felt a playful urge to tease her. No number. What's your relationship with my son? Su Shanshan asked with a mischievous smile, her tone turning serious. Just a normal master-servant relationship, Ah Ching said, feeling guilty and lowering her head. But I heard your relationship is quite special. Su Shanshan prodded further, causing Ah Ching to quickly defend Jiang Che, taking the blame upon herself. What a silly girl. Su Shanshan shook her head, laughing heartily at Ah Qing's reaction. Realizing she was being teased, Ah Qing blushed. Mom, Ah Qing is very well behaved, don't tease her like that, Jiang Che said, a bit helplessly. HMPH, haven't even married yet and you're already taking your little girlfriend's side forgetting your mother now, are you? Su Shanshan teased. Madame Ah Qing's face turned even redder, shyly bowing her head. Zhang Dao and Zhang Jingshan laughed heartily, contributing to the harmonious atmosphere. After the third round of drinks and a variety of dishes, Zhang Dao broached a subject casually. I heard someone named Ye Chen troubled you recently. He sipped his white wine, his face expressionless as if the question was just a casual inquiry. That's right, but I've already killed him, Jiang Che replied. Zhang Dao didn't say much, only reminding his son to call him if he ever faced insurmountable problems in the future. Ah Qing, try this, it's Australian lobster. Try this twice-cooked pork, it tastes quite good. Su Shanshan continuously served food into Ah Qing's bowl, quickly filling up her small plate. Thank you, Madame Ah Qing thanked her and began to eat slowly and carefully, not wanting to disappoint Su Shanshan's kindness despite already being full. Old Zhang, the real estate business has completely collapsed. What should we do next? Su Shanshan also took a sip of her wine, speaking somewhat despondently. Let's follow the policy, I also don't know where the future trend lies. Zhang Dao shook his head, indicating there was no better solution at the moment, and they could only take it one step at a time. Upon hearing his parents' words, Jiang Che's mind stirred, and he began to ponder inwardly. It had been over a month since he arrived in this novel world, and he had noticed some differences from the world of his previous life. This world's network technology was advanced, but it lacked online shopping. Initially, he found it strange, but at that time, he was busy dealing with protagonists and didn't give it much thought. Now, it seemed he could completely apply the teachings of Teacher Ma from his previous life to double the assets of the Zhang family. With this thought, Jiang Che didn't hesitate. Dad, regarding the future trend of the industry, I have some ideas. Oh, what are your ideas? Zhang Dao looked curiously at Jiang Che, wondering if his son had any unique insights into business. We can implement online shopping, Jiang Che said, and Zhang Dao frowned slightly but remained silent, signaling Jiang Che to continue, as this was the first time he had heard of the concept of online shopping. Online shopping, as the name implies, means we create a software platform to sell goods online, allowing customers to buy their favorite products from the internet. We can source goods directly from manufacturers and sell them at prices cheaper than physical stores, attracting people to join our platform as sellers. Jiang Che laid out the entire theory he had learned from his previous life, bringing a new business strategy to the Zhang family. Your suggestion is good, but it might not be so easy to implement, Zhang Dao said, frowning. While he recognized the merit in Jiang Che's idea, he understood the practical challenges. People were accustomed to shopping in physical stores and might not easily switch to online shopping. Just spend money, and give some small gifts to new users for free, Jiang Che said with a smile, employing a strategy reminiscent of a certain company from his previous life. People love small benefits. Once they realize our products are much cheaper than those in physical stores, they will start buying. I will try your idea, Zhang Dao said thoughtfully. If Jiang Che's strategy worked, it could significantly increase the Zhang family's market value. After dinner, Jiang Che left with Ah Qing. These days, he had been enjoying a life of ease, waiting for Yang Wei to arrive in Linjiang City. He was too lazy to go out and find protagonists and preferred to relax in his villa. 2 days later, at the Linjiang City train station, a young man in his 20s, dressed in tattered clothes and of average looks, disembarked. Is this the big city? Yang Wei marveled at the surrounding skyscrapers, frequently expressing his amazement. Having lived in a poor mountain village for 20 years, this was his first visit to such a large city. He had come down from the mountains on his master's orders to inspect feng shui for the Jiyu family and to fulfill a marriage arrangement. Yang Wei's gaze frequently wandered over the legs of women passing by in their cool attire. The women of the city were indeed different, incomparable to the country girls of the mountains. This piqued his curiosity about his unseen fiancée. Puxin man, what are you staring at? The women around noticed Yang Wei's undisguised ogling and showed expressions of disgust. How could this plainly dressed, ordinary-looking man dare to gaze at them like that? What does Puxin man mean? Yang Wei asked a woman curiously. Was she complimenting him after all? He had never heard of the term Puxin man. Stop looking at me with those disgusting eyes. The woman, not bothering to explain further to Yang Wei, thought he was just pretending. In this day and age, could there be anyone who hadn't been on the internet? TL, Puxin man means, guys who are average looking but overconfident. Sorry, I can't really find any words in English for it. As the woman walked away, Yang Wei scratched his head, looking bewildered. However, he didn't dwell on it and hailed a taxi, taking out a 100 yuan note and heading towards the Gu family's residence. At the Gu family's grand estate, Yang Wei got out of the taxi. It seems my wife's family is quite wealthy. Gazing at the magnificent and imposing manor before him, Yang Wei sincerely admired it, finding it far superior to the shabby straw hut he had lived in up in the mountains. Sir, this is a private residence. You can't enter without an invitation. The security guard at the gate stopped Yang Wei, frowning slightly. Judging by Yang Wei's attire, he assumed this was another person pretending to be a relative of the Gu family. I'm here to find my wife, Yang Wei said with a light smile. Who is your wife? The security guard scrutinized the young man suspiciously. If he were a member of the Gu family, he would have recognized him. My wife is your Miss Gu Yunqi of the Gu family. Sir, that joke isn't funny. Hearing this, the security guard's face showed a bizarre expression, looking down on Yang Wei disdainfully. He truly didn't expect this man to claim kinship like this. How could their miss possibly fancy such a bumpkin from who knows where? How so? You don't believe me? Seeing the guard's doubtful look, Yang Wei frowned slightly, feeling quite displeased. Damn it, he hadn't expected to be looked down upon just after coming down from the mountain. These people really had no idea. Although he was dressed shabbily, he was a man of destiny. Look at what this is saying. So, Yang Wei took out a marriage contract from his bosom for the guard to see. A marriage contract. Seeing the document Yang Wei presented, the guard burst into laughter. What era was this, still sticking to arranged marriages? And he didn't believe for a second that their miss would have any marriage agreement with such a country bumpkin. Kid, I advise you to leave now, or I won't be polite. The guard's expression turned grim, knowing Yang Wei was just a swindling fraudster. His attitude was no longer as polite as before. What, you want to hit someone? Yang Wei looked at the guard with disdain, a hint of anger rising in his heart. Did this guy really think he was a pushover, someone that could be easily bullied? We are law-abiding citizens, but if you insist on forcibly entering a private residence, don't blame us for being impolite. A few mere ants dare to be so arrogant. Today, I shall teach you gatekeepers a lesson on behalf of my wife. How dare you? Enraged by Yang Wei's words, the guard shook his electric baton and struck at Yang Wei. Watching the guard with a mocking gaze, Yang Wei stood still, unwavering. Just as the baton was about to hit him, he swiftly grabbed the guard's collar and flung him towards the entrance. What are you guys waiting for? Didn't you see someone trying to break into the residence? After being thrown, the guard got up from the ground, dusted himself off, his face red with anger, and yelled at his colleagues. The remaining guards didn't hesitate and charged at Yang Wei, ready for a fight. The outcome was obvious. Yang Wei knocked each of them down effortlessly with his fists. Soon, painful screams of several guards could be heard from the entrance, sounding utterly miserable. Grandpa, I was wrong, please stop hitting. Will you dare to underestimate others now? Wuu, I won't dare anymore. Master, something's wrong. There's a fight at our gate. The butler rushed into the living room, panting as he reported to Gu Desheng, who was leisurely sipping tea. Why are the guards even there if they can't handle such situations? Why are you so panicked? Gu Desheng appeared quite dissatisfied. As the Gu family's butler, it seemed inappropriate for him to be so easily flustered by a mere fight. Those guards are no match for the young man, they've already been beaten to crying for their parents, the butler explained with a wry smile. Hearing this, Gu Desheng's brow furrowed. Could it be that an old enemy had come knocking? Come with me, let's have a look. Gu Desheng stood up and headed outside. Don't forget, if you dare to belittle others again. Yang Wei kicked one of the guards in the stomach and coldly huffed. He felt a sense of refreshing justice, teaching these fools a lesson for underestimating him. Ouch, that hurts so much. None of the guards responded to Yang Wei, they just kept screaming in pain. Yang Wei had shown no mercy, his blows had left the guards bruised and battered. Who are you, and why are you causing trouble at my Gu family's gate? Gu Desheng emerged, his face dark with anger. He was certain he had never seen this man before. Could this be a descendant of an old adversary? These guys deserved a beating for their disrespectful attitude. Yang Wei replied, his brow furrowed as he looked at Ji Dezheng. Could this man be his future father-in-law? I'm the head of the Ji family. You've assaulted my people for no reason. You're not leaving until you give me an explanation, Ji Dezheng stated sternly, noticing Yang Wei's arrogance. It seemed he had been too low profile lately, for someone to dare such insolence at his doorstep. Haha, hearing Ji Dezheng's words, Yang Wei was taken aback and then felt somewhat embarrassed. Damn it, he had really embarrassed himself. His tone had been questioning, and now he realized this man was indeed his future father-in-law. Realizing he might have already been labeled a violent maniac in Ji Dezheng's eyes, Yang Wei inwardly regretted his impulsive behavior. If only he had been more rational. But it was too late for explanations, he had indeed attacked those men. Hello, Uncle Ji, I am Yang Wei, a disciple of Master Kangmeng. I came to the Ji family today upon my master's request to help you with feng shui, Yang Wei explained sheepishly, uncertain of Ji Dezheng's temper and whether he would hold a grudge. Kangmeng's disciple Ji Dezheng looked at Yang Wei skeptically. He was familiar with Master Kangmeng, having heard of him several times from his own father. Master Kangmeng had been a close friend of his father, but they hadn't seen each other for over a decade. Even when his father passed away, Master Kangmeng hadn't come to pay his respects. Why was this Yang Wei visiting the Ji family now? He wasn't aware of any feng shui issues in their home. Let's go inside and talk. Ji Dezheng glanced at Yang Wei and turned to return inside. Since this man claimed to be Master Kangmeng's disciple, it wouldn't be appropriate to make a fuss. He would just have to compensate the beaten guards with extra pay. Relieved that Ji Dezheng didn't seem to hold him accountable, Yang Wei followed him inside. How is your master doing? Ji Dezheng led Yang Wei back to the living room and had a servant prepare a pot of tea for him. Although Yang Wei had just fought his people, as a disciple of the renowned Kangmeng Zhenren, some superficial courtesy was necessary. My master is well. And how is the old master of the Ji family? Yang Wei asked cheerfully, sipping the hot tea from the table. My father passed away 3 years ago. Ji Dezheng gave Yang Wei a perplexing look, unsure whether his ignorance was intentional or not. Oh, Yang Wei was momentarily stunned, feeling awkward. Darn it, he had inadvertently brought up a painful subject for Ji Dezheng. Uncle Ji, I apologize, I was unaware of the old master's passing. Yang Wei looked at Ji Dezheng with apologetic eyes and sincerely apologized. Forget it. You mentioned there's an issue with our family's feng shui. What's that about? Ji Dezheng didn't dwell on the subject and instead focused on what interested him. He had some belief in these metaphysical matters. I need to see the Ji family's ancestral grave to know for sure. Right now, I don't have the details. Yang Wei shook his head. Before descending the mountain, his master had only mentioned that there was a problem with the Ji family's feng shui and asked him to help look into it. By the way, Uncle Ji, there's another matter I've come for. Yang Wei hesitated, scratching the back of his head. Speak your mind. I've brought a marriage agreement made between my master and the old master of the Ji family. Yang Wei took a deep breath and presented the marriage document to Ji Dezheng. Ji Dezheng's expression turned strange as he examined the document. After confirming its authenticity, he placed it back on the table, remaining silent for a while before speaking. I can't make this decision. If you can win Yunqi's affection, then there's no problem. Recalling this, Ji Dezheng remembered his father did mention this agreement. He didn't want to interfere too much in his daughter's personal life. If Yang Wei could genuinely make his daughter fall for him, he wouldn't object. Relieved by Ji Dezheng's response, Yang Wei was confident he could charm Yunqi. After all, he was a chosen one. Dad, I'm back. While they were talking, Yunqi stepped into the living room, looking cheerful. Back from school. Did something pleasant happen today? Seeing his daughter, Ji Dezheng's face lit up with a tender smile. Dad, do we have guests? Yunqi curiously eyed Yang Wei sitting opposite her father. She quickly lost interest. He looked so ordinary and was dressed shabbily, probably here to visit her dad. Indeed, this is Yang Wei, a disciple of Kangmeng Zhenren. This is my second daughter, Yunqi. Ji Dezheng introduced them. Miss Ji, hello. Yang Wei flashed what he thought was a charming smile and greeted Yunqi, hoping to make a good impression on his future sister-in-law. Hello Ji. Yunqi responded with a polite smile and headed upstairs to her room, with no intention of further conversation. Call your sister down. Ji Dezheng called out to Yunqi, shaking his head with a wry smile. Okay. Yunqi replied without turning back and hurried upstairs. Don't mind her, that's just how she is. It's fine. Yang Wei laughed. He wasn't so petty as to get upset over her reluctance to talk more. Dad, you wanted to see me? Jiu Yunqi yawned as she descended the stairs, looking half asleep. Just woke up. What time do you think it is? Jiu Desheng looked at Jiu Yunqi with some exasperation. His elder daughter was perfect in many ways, except for her love of sleep and a bit of a drinking habit. Yang Wei stared at Jiu Yunqi's stunning beauty, momentarily dazed. Is this really my fiancée? Such heavenly beauty. Jiu Yunqi was wearing tight jeans and a plain white t-shirt, accentuating her perfect figure. Stop staring, or your eyeballs will fall out. Jiu Yunqi, aware of Yang Wei's gaze, sneered coldly. Embarrassed, Yang Wei touched his nose and prudently averted his gaze. Dad, is this your friend? Jiu Yunqi turned to Jiu Desheng with a furrowed brow, not recalling when her father made such a clueless friend. No, he's your fiancé. Jiu Desheng shook his head, not hiding the fact from Jiu Yunqi. Such matters couldn't be concealed anyway. Oh, a fiancé, huh? What do you mean? When did I get a fiancé? Jiu Yunqi was stunned, then bewilderedly asked. She had no idea about any fiancé. This marriage was arranged by your grandfather. The man is a disciple of Kangmang Zhenren, highly skilled in martial arts, perhaps a suitable match. Jiu Desheng earnestly advised his daughter, knowing she wasn't fond of just anyone. That's why she hadn't had a boyfriend all these years. As she grew older, he naturally worried more, hoping to see grandchildren soon. Yang Wei's character was yet to be observed, but as a disciple of Kangmang Zhenren, his martial prowess shouldn't be lacking, right? What era is it still practicing arranged marriages? Jiu Yunqi looked at Jiu Desheng with some disbelief and dissatisfaction in her heart. She already considered herself as Jiang Che's woman. How would he react to this news? She knew Jiang Che could be petty. He would surely use this to tease her again. Jiu Desheng glanced at Yang Wei helplessly, as if to say he had done all he could. He wouldn't force his daughter to marry someone she disliked. That wouldn't bring happiness. But since his father had arranged this marriage and Yang Wei had shown up, he couldn't just kick him out. What would others think of the Jiu family? Miss Jiu, let me introduce myself. My name is Yang Wei, 21, from Kangmang Mountain. Yang Wei sat upright, starting to introduce himself to Jiu Yunqi in a very serious manner. Stop, don't bother, I'm not interested. I have someone in my heart, you don't need to waste your effort on me. I won't like you. And next time you meet a girl, remember to dress more appropriately. Dressing like a beggar won't win anyone's favor. Jiu Yunqi cut him off, looking at him with disdain and a mocking expression. A bumpkin from the mountains, knowing nothing. At least wear something normal without patches. Hearing Jiu Yunqi's rebuke, Yang Wei's face turned red with embarrassment. He regretted not changing his clothes before coming. He knew his attire was a bit inappropriate, but he was too eager to meet his fiancée. Enough, he's a guest. Jiu Desheng frowned at Jiu Yunqi. Regardless, Yang Wei was a guest today, and her sharp tongue was inappropriate. HMPH, if you want to marry him, go ahead, but I won't. Jiu Yunqi snorted and stood up, heading upstairs. Come back here, Jiu Desheng called after her in annoyance, but Jiu Yunqi ignored him, continuing upstairs. This left Jiu Desheng feeling quite irritated, not realizing until now how stubborn his daughter could be. Nephew, this my daughter is just like that, don't take it to heart. Jiu Desheng turned to Yang Wei, apologizing. Of course not, Miss Jiu is a woman with character, which I quite admire. Yang Wei forced a smile, but his clenched fists betrayed his true feelings. Back in her room, Jiu Yunqi, frustrated and agitated, threw pillows around the bed. HMPH, that scruffy-looking guy dares to covet my beauty. Suddenly, she seemed to have an idea, and a sly smile appeared on her face. She took out her phone and sent Jiang Che a text message. Whine, I'm being forced into marriage, you better come soon or I'll be taken by someone else. Sobbing. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. After finishing his chat with Jiu Yunqi, Jiang Che began to ponder. The 3 cultivation breakthrough pills he gave to his parents cost him 3,000 villain points, leaving him with 10,500. System, do you have any cultivation methods related to feng shui? Jiang Che curiously asked the system in his mind. Since Yang Wei was skilled in feng shui, to prevent him from setting traps, Jiang Che thought it necessary to get some secret feng shui arts. Searching as per host's request. Feng Shui Secret Art, 3000 villain points. Covers all Feng Shui techniques. Heavenly Insight Technique, 10,000 villain points. A secret method practiced by Taoists, encompassing Feng Shui techniques, Miaozhong witchcraft, corpse driving techniques, etc. Get me the Heavenly Insight Technique. Jiang Che bit the bullet and exchanged for the Heavenly Insight Technique. No pain, no gain, and with this secret art, he could surely farm villain points from Yang Wei. Ding, Heavenly Insight Technique exchanged successfully. Do you wish to receive the knowledge transfer? How long will it take? Jiang Che curiously asked, unable to wait too long. With your current transformation cultivation level, it will only take about 5 minutes to transfer all the knowledge. Proceed with the transfer. 5 minutes later, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes, feeling his mind suddenly filled with a vast and complex array of knowledge, yet without any headache. After stabilizing his mind, he got up from the bed, went to the garage, drove a Lamborghini towards the GU residence. GU residence. Jiang Che parked outside and walked in. The new batch of guards recognized him and did not stop him. Master, young Master Jiang is here in the living room. GU Desheng was talking with Yang Wei when the butler approached and whispered in his ear. He's here. GU Desheng was surprised but quickly got up to greet Jiang Che, despite Jiang Che's respect for him. He knew Jiang Che respected him because of his daughter, not for his own sake. Uncle GU, good day. Jiang Che entered the living room and greeted GU Desheng with a smile. Young Master Jiang, please have a seat. May I know the reason for your visit today? After Jiang Che sat down, GU Desheng directly asked. Nothing much, just here to check on Yunqi. She told me she's being forced into marriage as Yunqi's male best friend. I can't just stand by and let this happen. Jiang Che spoke earnestly, as if he was genuinely concerned for Yunqi's well-being. Hey, GU Desheng laughed awkwardly, clearly understanding the implication in Jiang Che's words. It was obvious he was targeting him. GU Desheng sighed and said, Young Master Jiang, you're overthinking it. I'm not forcing Yunqi to marry anyone, just encouraging her to interact more with Yang Wei. She's at the age for marriage and not getting any younger. Uncle GU, that's not the right approach. Jiang Che shook his head, then continued. Will Yunqi truly be happy marrying someone she doesn't like? If she's unhappy in marriage, she'll think about divorce. A divorce would be a stain on her in our circle and make it hard to marry again. Plus, Yunqi is only 23, not too old. These matters can't be rushed, the right person will come eventually. Rushing could lead to regret. Yunqi was the oldest amongst her fellow female disciples, even Shen Qingqiu was only 21. But because she joined later, she had to call Shen Qingqiu, senior sister. After hearing Jiang Che's words, GU Desheng pondered with a frown. He might have been too hasty. His daughter had just met Yang Wei today and would surely not agree to marry him. And as Jiang Che said, a divorce would indeed make it difficult to remarry in their circle unless she married a commoner. Jiang Che's words really woke me up from a dream, making me realize the truth. Thanks to Jiang for his advice. This matter indeed cannot be rushed. Yunqi's love life is not something I should interfere with excessively. And indeed, Yunqi's age is not that old. After all, nowadays, many young people don't marry until they're 30. GU Desheng nodded slightly, gratefully addressing Jiang Che. Jiang Che was somewhat surprised by GU Desheng's easy acquiescence. He hadn't expected the old man to agree so readily just after a few words of persuasion. It seems GU Desheng is not as conservative as other elders and is quite reasonable. What do you mean? Hearing Jiang Che's words, Yang Wei was not happy. He glared at Jiang Che resentfully. Damn it, he was almost done negotiating with GU Desheng, and then out of nowhere, this Jiang Che comes and changes everything. You are Yunqi's fiancée? Jiang Che turned to look at the shabbily dressed Yang Wei. He hadn't noticed him before, he thought this guy was some beggar that GU Desheng brought back. System, check his attribute panel. Protagonist, Yang Wei. Cultivation, early stage of transformation. Luck, 15,000. Skills, advanced Feng Shui technique, intermediate Miaozhong witchcraft. This time it's a protagonist at the transformation stage. Jiang Che looked at Yang Wei with interest. He hadn't expected to meet another protagonist at this level so soon. With his high luck value, if Jiang Che plays his cards right, he could easily earn the villain points needed to reach the peak of transformation. Yes, I am Miss Yunqi's fiancé. We don't need an outsider to interfere in our matters. Yang Wei stood tall and firm, looking at Jiang Che with a defiant tone. An outsider. Jiang Che couldn't help but laugh insincerely. He had teased Yunqi so many times, how could he possibly be an outsider? Can you give Yunqi happiness? Jiang Che's tone was mocking. Of course Yang Wei didn't even think before blurting out. He could promise Yunqi happiness. After all, such verbal promises don't cost anything. With what? With your shabby clothes? Or your hot blood? Do you have any qualifications? Any background? Any connections? Yang Wei was left speechless by Jiang Che's questions, unable to find a suitable rebuttal. As Jiang Che said, he was just a poor young man with nothing. How could he promise Yunqi a good future? For a moment, Yang Wei wavered under Jiang Che's words. Ding! The host has shaken Yang Wei's resolve, striking his arrogance, altering the plot. Reward 2,000 villain points. Ding! Yang Wei's self-denial reduces his luck by 1,000, reward 2,000 villain points. Is this self-denial? Jiang Che was somewhat speechless. Yang Wei's Dao heart was indeed fragile, unlike the other protagonists Jiang Che had encountered. Could it be because of his name? Thinking this, Jiang Che's expression turned strange. In the original story, although Yang Wei had ambiguous relationships with many women, he never succeeded with any of them. Could it be because of his name? Yang Wei, what a name! Jiang Che chuckled lightly and stopped paying attention to him, greeted Ji Desheng, and went upstairs. After Jiang Che left, an awkward silence filled the room. Ji Desheng and Yang Wei looked at each other, each lost in their own thoughts, neither willing to speak first. In Yunqi's bedroom on the second floor, Jiang Che entered and saw Yunqi playing with her phone on the bed. She turned her head curiously and, seeing Jiang Che, showed a joyful expression. You finally came. If you hadn't, I'd have been taken away by someone else. Yunqi got up from the bed and walked over to Jiang Che, whispering in his ear with a seductive voice and expression. You're a siren. Jiang Che steadied his mind and inwardly cursed. Yunqi's demeanor could easily disrupt his mental state. I've already persuaded Uncle Ji, and he agreed not to force the marriage on you anymore. Jiang Che took a deep breath and said. Really? Yunqi looked at Jiang Che skeptically. Her father didn't listen to her, but he changed his mind just because of a few words from Jiang Che, an outsider. But then she thought about Jiang Che's identity and felt reassured. He must have mentioned his family's name to persuade her father. Thanks to you this time, Xiao brother, I'll definitely repay you well next time. Don't just say it. Jiang Che looked at Yunqi and said. Of course not, I am a woman who keeps her promises. When have I ever lied to you? Did he come to your Jiu family to look at feng shui? Jiang Che asked calmly, knowing from the original plot that Yang Wei had changed the feng shui of the Jiu family, bringing them prosperity and also changing Yunqi's opinion of him for the first time. I don't know about that. Yunqi shook her head, unaware that Yang Wei had knowledge in this area. To prevent him from tampering with the feng shui of your family's ancestral tomb, let's go and have a look later. Do you understand these things? Yunqi scrutinized Jiang Che, looking doubtful as if she had just met him. Just a little, but it's enough to deal with a half-baked practitioner like him. Jiang Che humbly admitted for once. Although Yang Wei had some knowledge in feng shui and miaozhong, compared to his master, Kangmang Zhenren, he was far inferior. Jiang Che was confident in handling him. You are becoming more and more mysterious and fascinating. Yunqi gazed at Jiang Che dreamily, becoming more infatuated with him. What are you fascinated by? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, teasingly looking at Yunqi. Shameless, you really are shameless. Yunqi blushed and punched Jiang Che lightly on the chest, clearly understanding the implications in his words. Sister, where shall we go this weekend? While they were flirting, Yunqi came in unexpectedly, surprised to see Jiang Che. Brother, when did you arrive? Seeing her younger sister enter, Yunqi immediately stepped away from Jiang Che, feeling the need to maintain her image as an elder sister. I just arrived not long ago. Jiang Che smiled, his gaze unintentionally falling on Yunqi's slender legs wrapped in white silk. Brother, did you come to play with me? Yunqi's eyes lit up, looking expectantly at Jiang Che. He was her only male friend and her lifesaver. Correct, I came to take you and your sister out. Jiang Che took the opportunity to steer the conversation, knowing the younger sister would believe him. Yay, so where are we going? To Disneyland or the amusement park? Play what play? You're about to take the college entrance exam. Study now, Play after the exams, Jiu Yunqi scolded her sister. She knew Jiang Che was not here to take them out to play. If she hadn't opened the door just now, she might have been bullied by Jiang Che again. HMPH, why are you so fierce? Sister, study also needs to be balanced with rest, right, brother? Exactly, studying continuously is not necessarily effective. Balancing work and rest maximizes efficiency. Jiang Che agreed. Miss, the master and others are going to the ancestral tomb for a ritual, and the master asked me to inform you to come along. A maid interrupted Jiu Yunqi before she could say more. I know, we'll go down now. Jiu Yunqi replied, somewhat surprised, and glanced at Jiang Che. As he guessed, Yang Wei really planned to change the feng shui of their family's ancestral tomb. Let's go down. After the ritual, Jiang Che will take you out. Okay, Jiu Yunqi nodded a bit sadly but didn't say much, knowing the importance of the situation. Young Master Jiang, we are going to the ancestral tomb for a ritual. Would you like to join us? Jiu Desheng asked Jiang Che with some curiosity. If Uncle Jiu doesn't mind, I'd like to accompany you, replied Jiang Che. Of course, I have no objections. Please feel free to join us, Jiu Desheng responded with a smile. It was just a feng shui ritual, nothing secretive. If Jiang Che wanted to observe, he was welcome. Watching the intimate interaction between Jiu Yunqi and Jiang Che, Yang Wei clenched his fists tightly, biting his teeth in suppressed fury. How dare this rascal flirt with his fiancée right in front of him? He decided to get back at Jiang Che after the feng shui consultation. Yang Wei took a deep breath and got into the bodyguard's car to avoid acting on his urge to fight. Jiu Desheng and Jiu Yunqi got into an old-fashioned car, and Jiang Che took Jiu Yunqi in his Lamborghini. The convoy traveled grandly towards the Jiu family's ancestral home. What are you doing? Focus on your driving. Jiu Yunqi, her face flushed, scolded Jiang Che. Unperturbed, Jiang Che began to show off his driving skills to Jiu Yunqi. At a traffic light, he made a sudden break, feeling a moment of suffocation. When he looked up, Jiu Yunqi was gazing at him seductively, her forehead sweating, and her hair slightly disheveled. Jiang Che smiled to himself, and as the light turned green, he floored the accelerator, and the Lamborghini zoomed away. An hour later, the cars stopped in front of an old mansion in the western suburbs. Jiu Yunqi quickly got out, escaping Jiang Che's clutches. Breathing fresh air, she sighed in relief, the blush on her face fading. How do you feel? Jiang Che stepped out of the car, teasingly asking Jiu Yunqi. HMPH. Jiu Yunqi snorted and turned away, clearly still annoyed by Jiang Che's earlier actions. Sister, why is your face so red? Are you catching a cold? Jiu Yunqi approached her sister, concerned about her unusually flushed face. It's nothing, just irritated by someone's behavior, Jiu Yunqi glanced at Jiang Che and said tersely. Yang Wei and Jiu Desheng also got out of the car, observing the old mansion. Yang Wei frowned slightly, sensing something unusual about the mansion but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Our family's ancestral tomb is behind the mansion, let's go inside, said Jiu Desheng solemnly. Let's go, said Jiang Che to Jiu Yunqi with a cheeky grin. Feeling better now, aren't you? Indeed, I feel much better, thanks to your help, young Master Jiang, Jiu Yunqi glared at him. This guy really knew how to push his limits. Don't mention it. As your male BFF, this is my duty. The group followed Jiu Desheng through the old mansion's living room to a barren yard in the back. The area was overgrown with weeds and neglected, with several solitary graves scattered around. This is where our Jiu family ancestors are buried, Jiu Desheng said solemnly, lighting 3 sticks of incense and placing them in front of the tombstones. The evil qi is quite dense here. It seems someone has manipulated this place, Yang Wei observed, furrowing his brows. However, to determine the specific type of formation, he needed to investigate further. Without hesitation, he took out a feng shui compass and began walking around the graves, stopping occasionally to fiddle with the device. Jiang Che watched Yang Wei's actions with interest. With the heavenly insight technique, he could see the problem here clearly. A triple wealth accumulating evil formation. This formation would subtly consume the Jiu family's luck and longevity. Despite the family's recent business success, they would encounter misfortunes over time. Could this guy actually be skilled? Jiu Yunqi wondered, watching Yang Wei's seemingly expert demeanor. Uncle Ji, did you have someone change the feng shui layout when the old master was buried? Yang Wei asked Ji Desheng after packing up his compass, impressed by his master, the renowned Kangmang sage. Yes, I did. A feng shui master told me it would bring prosperity to our family, and it has for the past 3 years. Is there an issue? Ji Desheng inquired, puzzled. The price of this prosperity is your family's luck and longevity, Yang Wei said coldly, condemning the feng shui master's malicious intent. What are you saying? Ji Desheng asked, stunned. Triple wealth accumulating evil, as the name suggests, accumulates negative energy in exchange for wealth, Yang Wei explained. Haven't you faced difficulties these past years? Ji Desheng contemplated, realizing the past years had been prosperous but uneasy. Can this feng shui layout be broken? He asked. Of course, Yang Wei confidently affirmed, preparing to break the formation. After instructing some bodyguards to move a ritual table to him, Yang Wei donned a yellow Taoist robe and began drawing talismans with cinnabar. He chanted solemnly, burning the talismans and reciting incantations. Meanwhile, Jiang Che, amused, secretly inserted a talisman he had prepared earlier to disrupt Yang Wei's magic. He also spent 2,000 villain points to exchange for a heavenly puppet talisman, which he also slipped into Yang Wei's body, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Break! Yang Wei tossed the talismans into the 4 corners of the tomb, chanting loudly to break the formation. Then, contrary to expectations, no dramatic scene ensued. The talisman burned to ashes and quickly dispersed with the wind. This Yang Wei, baffled, watched the floating ashes, thinking, damn it, why did it fail at the crucial moment? Wasn't the result supposed to be different? Did he mess up a step? I thought you really had some skills, turns out you're just a charlatan. Ji Yunqi mocked Yang Wei, disappointed by her earlier expectations. It seemed she had overestimated him. Hearing Ji Yunqi's sarcastic words, Yang Wei's face turned red, and he felt awkward. He took out a few more talismans and threw them around, continuously shouting, break. But there was only silence in response, except for the rustling of leaves in the wind. Yang Wei, what is this? Ji Desheng looked at him with a strange expression, growing suspicious. Was Yang Wei really just a charlatan? Before Yang Wei could respond, his expression suddenly changed. His face became vacant, his eyes unfocused. He grabbed a peachwood sword from the offering table and swung it fiercely, smashing the ancestral tombstone to pieces. What are you doing? Ji Desheng's eyes bloodshot, he shouted furiously, visibly shaken by Yang Wei's actions. He couldn't believe Yang Wei would suddenly attack his father's tombstone like a madman. Yang Wei, not answering Ji Desheng, leapt towards the grave with the peachwood sword in hand. He swung his palm at the grave, gathering inner strength in his palm. Boom! Following a loud bang, the surrounding area was engulfed in flying sand and stones, and the old man's coffin emerged from the ground. Ji Desheng was completely infuriated by Yang Wei's actions. He shouted at the dazed bodyguards nearby, what are you waiting for? Stop him. The bodyguards, jolted by Ji Desheng's shout, hurriedly rushed at Yang Wei without hesitation. However, being an advanced martial artist, Yang Wei easily overpowered these ordinary men. Accompanied by several screams, the bodyguards were sent flying and lay on the ground, wailing in pain. Ding! The host has sabotaged Yang Wei's opportunity, altered the plot, and is rewarded with 2,000 villain points. Ding! Yang Wei's luck decreases by 2,000, rewarding the host with 4,000 villain points. Ding! The host has engineered a plot to make the Jiu family utterly despise Yang Wei, changing the plot and earning 2,000 villain points. Listening to the system's continuous notifications, Jiang Che smiled satisfactorily. This was an easy gain of villain points. Outrageous! I will kill this scoundrel. Jiu Yunqi, furious at Yang Wei's attempt to tamper with her grandfather's coffin, stepped forward to confront him, but Jiang Che quickly intervened. You're no match for him. Let me handle this. With those words, Jiang Che quickly moved behind Yang Wei and kicked him in the back. Yang Wei was sent flying into the air, and before he could land, Jiang Che leapt up and delivered several fierce kicks to his abdomen. Bang! Yang Wei fell heavily to the ground, creating a human-shaped crater several inches deep. Struggling, he climbed out of the crater, screaming and charging at Jiang Che, who smiled coldly, grabbed Yang Wei by the collar, and slapped his relatively handsome face several times. Huff! Finally venting his anger, Jiang Che threw Yang Wei to the ground. Thank you, Jiang Che, for subduing this criminal for me. Ji Desheng approached Jiang Che, expressing his gratitude with sincerity. It's my duty, especially since I am Yunqi's good friend, Jiang Che replied with a smile, giving ample face to the old man. Jiu Desheng gave Jiang Che an acknowledging look but didn't say much more, apparently realizing the complex nature of Jiang Che's relationship with his daughter. Can you solve my family's feng shui issue? Jiu Yunqi curiously asked Jiang Che, having heard Yang Wei's earlier words and noticing her own recent string of bad luck. Of course, I can. But as you know, I don't help people for free. Jiang Che raised his eyebrows and whispered in Jiu Yunqi's ear. Solving a small triple wealth accumulating evil formation was a trivial task for him. Given our relationship, what more do you want? Jiu Yunqi rolled her eyes, slightly exasperated. She had realized that Jiang Che was the type to push his luck. What relationship? UHMPH, just say whether you'll help or not. I'll help, but you need to fulfill a small wish of mine. Next time, wear black silk stockings, and then. You have such a taste. Jiu Yunqi blushed at Jiang Che's request, surprised by his particular interest. It was a bit embarrassing to talk about. Hee, just say whether you agree or not. Jiang Che chuckled, looking expectantly at Jiu Yunqi. Of course, I'll agree. After all, you're my dear brother. Jiu Yunqi smiled seductively, agreeing to Jiang Che's unreasonable request. She was used to his antics by now and didn't see much harm in one more time. Accustomed to such behavior, Jiu Yunqi no longer resisted. Jiang Che, meanwhile, couldn't help but look forward to it, especially recalling Lin Xian's similar promise. Jiang Che wasted no time. He approached the offering table, quickly drew several talismans with cinnabar ink, and threw them around the grave. As the yellow papers burned, a black negative energy arose from the tomb, disappearing under the sunlight. Father, I have disturbed your peaceful rest. Please forgive your unfilial son. Jiu Desheng approached his father's grave, knelt down, and began kowtowing sincerely. Jiang Che, my father's tomb has been exposed to daylight again. Should we find a new feng shui site for his reburial? Jiu Desheng, after finishing his respects, stood up and asked Jiang Che. He felt it was proper to move his father's remains, given the circumstances. Bury him over there. Jiang Che pointed towards a spot in the southeast direction, understanding Jiu Desheng's feelings. All right, I will arrange it. Thank you again, Jiang Che, for today. The two men exchanged pleasantries and mutual business flattery. Dad, is it again? Jiu Yunqi rolled her eyes, amused at her father's behavior. Despite acknowledging Jiang Che's excellence, she found the frequent compliments a bit excessive. After leaving the Jiu family, Jiang Che declined Jiu Desheng's invitation to stay for dinner and drove straight home. Jiang Che is truly a representative of the outstanding youth in Linjiang City. His demeanor is extraordinary, and he possesses incredible talent, Jiu Desheng mused, watching Jiang Che's departing figure. He found Jiang Che's charisma increasingly convincing the more he interacted with him. Jiu Yunqi glanced at her father but refrained from commenting. She knew all too well that Jiang Che's gentle and cultured appearance was deceiving. She felt trapped in his clutches, unable to escape. Master, how should we deal with Yang Wei? A servant asked Jiu Desheng with respect. Give him a beating and then throw him out, Jiu Desheng ordered, his mood souring at the mention of Yang Wei. He regretted ever considering entrusting his daughter to Yang Wei and was grateful for Jiang Che's intervention. However, as Yang Wei was a disciple of Kang Meng Zhenren, Jiu Desheng couldn't risk offending his master. Understood, master, the servant replied and, with the help of several guards, dragged Yang Wei out of the Jiu residence and dumped him by the roadside. Damn kid, take that. A guard, who had been beaten by Yang Wei at the ancestral gravesite, retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks. Spitting on Yang Wei's face, he left cursing loudly. When Yang Wei regained consciousness, it was already dark. Wincing in pain, he vividly recalled the day's events. His face turned ashen with anger and confusion over the bizarre occurrences. Despite the pain, he got up and limped towards the city center. Unable to face the Jiu family after what happened, he left. Jiang Che, I won't let you get away with this. Yang Wei seethed with rage, remembering the humiliating beating he received from Jiang Che. He was a transformation stage master and a reputed young Taoist, yet he had been beaten to a pulp on his first day after descending the mountain. Ding, Yang Wei developed severe self-doubt, minus 1,000 luck, rewarded with 2,000 villain points. While Jiang Che was treating the young maid Ah Qing for her cold ailment, he was startled by the system's notification. Yang Wei doubting himself, could it be because of today's incidents? People sit at home, and fortune comes from the sky, Jiang Che thought amusedly. Young master, Yua Qing slowly opened her eyes, looking puzzled at Jiang Che who had abruptly stopped the treatment. Let's call it a day for the treatment. You should get some sleep early, Jiang Che said with a smile, releasing Ah Qing's delicate feet wrapped in white silk, and stood up to leave. Now with 12,000 villain points, Jiang Che considered it was time for an upgrade. System, upgrade the mysterious heavenly scripture. In the garden, Jiang Che sat cross-legged in a pavilion, communicating with the system in his mind. Ding, deducting 10,000 villain points, upgrading mysterious heavenly scripture in progress. The upgrade took about 3 hours. When Jiang Che opened his eyes again, the moon was high in the sky. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the continuous stream of internal qi in his body, and nodded in satisfaction. He had reached the late stage of transformation stage, a step up in the martial path. If I remember correctly, Yang Wei's master is at the peak of transformation, Jiang Che pondered. He knew he couldn't stop undermining Yang Wei, he needed to reach the peak before Yang Wei's master descended the mountain to stand a chance against him. After adjusting the internal energy in his body, Jiang Che stood up and walked towards the living room. The night was still young, and he felt he should find something else to do. Jiang Che was enjoying himself at Crouching Dragon Villa, but Yang Wei was in a miserable state. With no extra money on him, he had nowhere to stay. He could only wash his face in a public restroom and then sit on a park bench to tend to his injuries. Luckily, the injuries aren't too severe. After managing his internal injuries, Yang Wei slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling somewhat fortunate amidst his misfortune. If he had been seriously injured, it would have taken at least 10 days to recover. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated in return since you've treated me this way. Don't blame me for being ruthless, Yang Wei sneered, stood up from the bench, found a secluded corner, and took out some candles, yellow paper, and a cinnabar brush from his canvas bag. Finally, he took out a strand of Jiang Che's hair from his pocket, which had fallen off during their confrontation at the Jiyu family's ancestral tomb. At that time, although he was not fully conscious, he instinctively kept the strand of hair, which turned out to be a stroke of luck. With this strand of hair, he had 100 ways to kill Jiang Che. Yang Wei didn't hesitate much, lighting the candles and placing them on the ground, drawing several talismans, and finally wrapping Jiang Che's hair in one of the talismans. With a flick of his finger, the talisman ignited without wind. Yang Wei chanted incantations under his breath, beginning to curse Jiang Che. At Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che was resting with his eyes closed when he suddenly felt his body undergo some change. He abruptly opened his eyes and got up from the bed. Yang Wei, you have some nerve. Feeling himself losing control over his body, Jiang Che sneered, knowing without a doubt that Yang Wei was behind this. Since that guy was courting death, he might as well send him a big gift. Jiang Che tapped 3 times on his own heavenly pivot point, gradually regaining control of his body. He then took out a straw doll with Yang Wei's birth details carved on it from a drawer and viciously stabbed a needle into the doll's forehead. Heavenly pivot is an acupuncture point in traditional Chinese medicine TCM. It is located on the abdomen, approximately 2 inches lateral to the navel. This had been prepared in advance to deal with Yang Wei. Initially, he had intended to let Yang Wei seek his own fortune for a few more days, but since the guy was asking for trouble, he had to oblige. How did Jiang Che get Yang Wei's birth details? Having accepted the storyline, he naturally knew exactly when this B** was born. Why isn't there any reaction? Yang Wei looked bewildered at the burnt yellow paper, talking to himself. By all logic, he should have gained control over Jiang Che's body by now, but why didn't he feel anything? Yang Wei picked up another talisman, intending to try again when suddenly he screamed, falling to the ground and clutching his forehead in pain. The stabbing pain in his forehead rendered him speechless. His brows furrowed into a tight knot, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his face contorted in agony, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Jiang Che stabbed another silver needle into the straw doll's heart, his face full of a playful smile. Yang Wei clutched his chest in silent agony, his face turning pale and weak before he eventually passed out. Ding! The host saw through Yang Wei's plan and counterattacked, changing the plot. Villain points plus 2000. Ding! Yang Wei's luck 2000, villain points plus 4000. And he thinks he can compete with me? Jiang Che sneered, yawned, and lay back down on the bed, falling soundly asleep again. The next morning, an old man came to the park to practice martial arts and found Yang Wei lying on the ground. The white-bearded old man walked over to Yang Wei, patting his face to wake him up, but soon gave up as it was useless. He took out his phone and called for an ambulance, which soon arrived and took Yang Wei away. In a hospital ward, Yang Wei slowly opened his eyes, looking extremely weak. He looked up at the ceiling, his face filled with confusion. Wasn't he in the park? How did he end up here? You're awake. An old man with white hair stroked his beard and smiled kindly at Yang Wei, his expression very gentle, giving off the vibe of a kindly elder next door. Did you save me? Yang Wei looked weakly at the old man in front of him, his memory still stuck on the moment he suddenly fainted yesterday. It seemed that it was this old man who had saved him. That's right, I found you unconscious in the park when I went there to practice martial arts this morning, so I brought you to the hospital. But the doctor said you were not sick at all, so why did you faint in such a place? The white-haired old man asked Yang Wei with a strange expression. Normally, he would have just called an ambulance, but for some reason, this young man gave him a very peculiar feeling, compelling him to accompany him to the hospital. Hearing the old man's words, Yang Wei fell silent, frowning as he recalled the events of the previous night. He was clearly casting a curse on Jiang Che, so why did he suddenly feel pain and then faint? Could it be a backlash? But Jiang Che shouldn't know anything about feng shui, so this shouldn't be possible. Could it be that some master of feng shui was secretly harming him? Thinking of this, Yang Wei unconsciously furrowed his brows and began calculating with his fingers. He wanted to see if Jiang Che had any extraordinary attributes that could cause such a backlash. As the last disciple of Master Kangmeng, he was not only proficient in feng shui but also in numerology. Heaven's secrets are obscured, no past, no future. After calculating for a while, Yang Wei was completely dumbfounded. Damn, how could there be someone in this world with no past and no future? Before he could think further, he suddenly felt a rolling sensation in his throat and vomited a large mouthful of blood, his face becoming even paler. What's wrong with you? The white-haired old man looked at Yang Wei in bewilderment. Damn it, didn't the doctor say this guy wasn't sick? Why is he vomiting blood now? I'm fine. Yang Wei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took a deep breath, and said. Without a doubt, he had just suffered backlash from calculating Jiang Che's fate again. He also felt that due to his forceful calculation of Jiang Che's fate just now, his lifespan had significantly decreased. Calculating others' fates was an act against the heavens, but it usually only reduced one's lifespan. It shouldn't cause backlash. The fact that he suffered backlash from calculating Jiang Che's fate could only mean that this guy was no ordinary person. Thinking carefully, cold sweat soaked Yang Wei's back. Damn, what kind of terrifying existence had he provoked? Now, he deeply regretted it. He shouldn't have made an enemy out of someone like Jiang Che just for a woman. He had heard his master say that no matter how long a person's lifespan was, their growth process from childhood could definitely be seen through fate calculation. The more one peered into it, the more one's lifespan would be shortened. The fact that Jiang Che's past and future were both blank in his calculations was beyond belief. But it was too late for regrets now. No matter how much he thought about it, it was useless. He had already made a mortal enemy out of Jiang Che. Jiang Che must have noticed what he did last night, and the sudden convulsions he experienced were likely related to Jiang Che. The madness he experienced at the Jiyu family ancestral tomb during the day was also definitely connected to him. Thank you for saving me. After adjusting his breath, Yang Wei weakly smiled at the white-bearded old man. He forced himself to stop thinking about it, lest he develop a psychological shadow. The next time he sees Jiang Che, he might kneel before even starting a fight. It was just a small effort. Why did you suddenly faint on the roadside? The white-bearded old man shook his head with a slight smile, then asked curiously. I had a mishap while practicing, so I fainted. Yang Wei said. He couldn't possibly say that he was knocked unconscious by someone's metaphysical skills, could he? The old man probably wouldn't believe it and would think he was talking nonsense. Are you a martial artist? The white-bearded old man seriously scrutinized Yang Wei, frowning as he asked. He couldn't discern Yang Wei's cultivation level at all. If what the young man said was true, then his cultivation must be higher than his own. He had spent his whole life barely reaching the peak of the Shantian realm, but this young man seemed to be only in his 20s. A martial artist who had achieved transformation at such a young age. Thinking of this, the white-haired old man couldn't help but gasp. That's right, I am a martial artist. Yang Wei also gave the white-bearded old man a surprised look. If it were an ordinary person hearing this, they would think he was crazy, but this old man was so calm, he clearly wasn't just an ordinary person. May I ask, little friend, what is your cultivation level? The white-bearded old man asked tentatively. This junior is inadequate, I have just reached the transformation stage at the age of 20. Yang Wei said with a hint of arrogance. After being repeatedly humiliated by Jiang Che, he wanted to regain some confidence from this old man to remind himself that he was not a waste. Jiang Che was simply too monstrous. As expected, he guessed correctly, the white-bearded old man thought to himself, then smiled and said, indeed, heroes come from the youth. Why be modest, little friend? Achieving the transformation stage at the age of 20 is a rare feat throughout history. It is shameful to say, but I have spent my whole life cultivating and have only reached the peak of the innate stage. The white-bearded old man shook his head with a bitter smile, truly feeling the sting of comparison. This guy reached a level at 20 that he couldn't achieve in a lifetime. Had he been cultivating in vain all these years? May I know your name, little friend, and your master's name? My name is Yang Wei, and I am a disciple of Master Kangmeng. Thank you, sir, for bringing me to the hospital. Yang Wei said gratefully. Regardless, the old man had good intentions, and he should thank him. It was a small effort. I am Lu Qingfeng, a member of the Lu family, one of the 4 major families in Linjiang City. Lu Qingfeng said with a faint smile, expressing his goodwill. After all, this young man was too extraordinary and worth befriending. A member of the Lu family. Do you know Jiang Che? Yang Wei asked, his mind racing. He hadn't heard of the Lu family in Linjiang City, but since they claimed to be one of the 4 major families, they must have heard of Jiang Che. Of course I know Jiang Che. Why do you ask, little friend? Lu Qingfeng asked curiously, looking at Yang Wei. It's nothing. I just admire young Master Jiang and wanted to inquire about him. Yang Wei said. He wasn't stupid, who knew what kind of relationship this old man had with Jiang Che. If he directly admitted his enmity with Jiang Che, who knew if this old man would sell him out? Is that so? Lu Qingfeng nodded in understanding, then began to talk freely. Jiang Che is the young master of the Jiang family, the head of the 4 major families in Linjiang City. He is gentle and elegant, a dream lover of countless talented women. He is wealthy and talented. Listening to the old man's praises, Yang Wei's face darkened, and his mouth twitched unconsciously. Damn it, aren't you also a member of one of the 4 major families? Do you need to flatter a junior so much? He knew Jiang Che was indeed handsome, but there was no need to praise him so excessively. How does your Lu family compare to the Jiang family? For some unknown reason, Yang Wei asked this question out of the blue. Lu Qingfeng glanced at Yang Wei but didn't think much of it, assuming he was merely curious. Although the Lu family is one of the 4 major families, we are far behind the Jiang family, incomparable. Hearing Lu Qingfeng's words, Yang Wei fell silent, realizing that avoiding Jiang Che's revenge and making a name for himself in Linjiang City was a long journey. First, he needed to gain this old man's trust and then find a way to gain more power. With this thought, Yang Wei began to read Lu Qingfeng's face. The more he looked, the happier he became. As expected, this old man was not disappointing, he was about to face a bloody disaster. Mr. Lu, forgive me for being direct, but you seem to be facing a bloody disaster soon, Yang Wei said seriously, looking at Lu Qingfeng with a solemn expression. A bloody disaster? Lu Qingfeng was stunned, then asked in confusion. He had no idea what bloody disaster he could be facing. Yes, and from what I see, it seems to involve someone close to you, Yang Wei advised seriously. After all, his rise depended on this old man, and he didn't want him to die just yet. I will be careful. Lu Qingfeng stroked his beard and smiled, not taking it seriously. He felt Yang Wei was talking nonsense. He was living well and had a clear conscience, how could there be a bloody disaster? Little friend, do you have a place to stay recently? Lu Qingfeng asked curiously. If Yang Wei had a place to stay, why would he be practicing in the park in the middle of the night? Well, not yet. Yang Wei shook his head awkwardly. In that case, why not come to the Lu family with me? I can also seek your advice on cultivation matters. Lu Qingfeng sincerely invited Yang Wei. He had his own plans, intending to gradually win over Yang Wei to his side. Since that's the case, I will take you up on your offer. Yang Wei thought for a moment and agreed. He was worrying about how to make use of this old man, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Naturally, he agreed readily. Thus, the old man and the young man, each with their own plans, left the hospital and headed towards the Lu family. This is the Lu family. You can stay here to recover from your injuries for now. Lu Qingfeng brought Yang Wei back to the Lu family mansion and had a servant arrange a room for Yang Wei. After expressing his gratitude, Yang Wei went directly to the room. His injuries had not fully healed, and he needed a quiet place to recuperate. In the living room of Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che was leisurely drinking tea on the sofa. Has Yang Wei met Lu Qingfeng? Jiang Che asked. Yes, young master. Yang Wei has already gone to the Lu family with Lu Qingfeng. Long replied respectfully. After following Jiang Che to the Jiyu family last time, he had arranged for his men to monitor Yang Wei. They had monitored countless people as per instructions, so he was well versed in such matters. Have the brothers keep an eye on him, but don't take any action. Report to me if anything happens. Understood, young master. Long responded and respectfully retreated. It seems the plot is back on track, Jiang Che thought to himself, squinting slightly. Apart from the Jiyu family, Lu Qingfeng of the Lu family was considered Yang Wei's benefactor on his rise in Linjiang City. They had a mutually beneficial relationship, with Lu Qingfeng using Yang Wei to strengthen his family and attract numerous admirers. Yang Wei gained fame, laying the foundation for his future rise. But with me here, do these two think they can get what they want? If he remembered correctly, Lu Qingfeng's eldest son, Lu Lei, was not a good person. He planned to harm his own father to become the head of the Lu family early. However, his plan was naturally foiled by Yang Wei, earning Lu Qingfeng's trust. With these thoughts, a brilliant plan flashed through Jiang Che's mind. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he decided to meet Lu Lei tomorrow. The guy had gone on a business trip and would return to Linjiang City tomorrow. At 10 o'clock at night, Jiang Che took a bath and comfortably lay down on his bed. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt something. He leapt from his bed, and a broken blade was embedded where he had been lying. A figure, like a ghost, silently entered his room. Seeing the person, Jiang Che was a bit astonished. It's you. Why haven't you left Jojo? Jiang Che looked strangely at Alice, who was dressed in black. Could it be that this woman couldn't let go of him and that's why she hadn't left? I won't leave until I've killed you. Alice gave Jiang Che a cold glance, then, like a magician, pulled a dagger from her waist and thrust it towards Jiang Che. Jiang Che grabbed her delicate wrist, his expression a bit unnatural. You've broken through to transformation. He naturally sensed the woman's undisguised killing intent. Could she have turned her grief into strength and thus made a breakthrough after all? It had only been a few days, how had this woman suddenly broken through? Alice didn't answer Jiang Che's question. She gathered inner force in her palm and struck towards his heart. Jiang Che sidestepped her attack, cursing under his breath, you little minx, haven't seen you for a few days, and you're itching for trouble, daring to assassinate your husband today, I'll show you who's boss. This woman's attacks were fierce and deadly, and Jiang Che's anger was ignited. The next day, Jiang Che groggily opened his eyes and glanced beside him, but there was no sign of Alice. Did she give in just like that? Jiang Che shook his head with a wry smile. This woman had come on so fiercely, but in the end, she was still subdued by him. He felt a bit of anticipation for their next encounter. After washing up, Jiang Che went downstairs and called Along to the living room, go to the Lu family and find Lu Lei. Tell him I want to see him and have him meet me at heaven on earth. Yes, young master. Along responded respectfully and retreated. Jiang Che also left the living room, instructing the bodyguard to drive him to heaven on earth. Young master, someone claiming to be from the Jiang family is here to see you. Lu Lei had just returned to his room at the Lu family home when a servant found him. Someone from the Jiang family, what do they want with me? Lu Lei frowned and asked in confusion. He didn't recall having any connections with the Jiang family. I don't know, the person said he's with Jiang Che. Quick, invite him in. Lu Lei was startled and hurriedly instructed. Although he didn't know why someone from the Jiang family was looking for him, he couldn't afford to neglect them. You must be Lu Lei. Along was soon brought into the living room, and he looked uncertainly at the middle-aged man sitting on the chair, asking. He had never seen Lu Lei before. Yes, I am. What brings you here? Lu Lei asked with a slight smile, appearing very approachable. Although he didn't know why this person was looking for him, the visitor represented the Jiang family to some extent, so he didn't dare to be presumptuous. Our young master has something to discuss with you. Please come with me. All right. Lu Lei thought for a moment, then stood up and followed Along out the door and into his Maibach. Although he didn't know why Jiang Che wanted to see him, he clearly had no right to refuse. Young master, Lu Lei is here. Heaven on earth, in a private room on the second floor. After bringing Lu Lei over, Along closed the door and left. So you're Lu Lei? Jiang Che looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. The guy had a good-natured appearance, making it hard to believe he was capable of patricide. I am. May I ask what brings you here? Jiang Che, Lu Lei asked curiously, inwardly wondering why Jiang Che had called him over. After all, he had no relationship with the Jiang family. Sit down. I have something I want to discuss with you. Jiang Che invited Lu Lei to sit and personally brewed a pot of tea for him. Thank you, Jiang Che. Lu Lei was a bit flattered, continuously thanking him. Although he was much older than Jiang Che, he didn't dare to act arrogantly. After all, their backgrounds were worlds apart. Do you want to become the head of the Lu family? Jiang Che took a sip of tea and asked directly. What do you mean by that? My father is still in good health. I dare not assume the position of head of the family. Lu Lei was stunned, clearly not expecting Jiang Che to suddenly ask such a question, and he began to play dumb. There are no outsiders here, Lu Lei. You don't need to pretend with me. Look at those your age. Aren't they all heads of their respective families now? Yet your father still holds on to power. You're already 40, and still just a young master of the Lu family. Are you really willing to accept that? Jiang Che spoke these words, then observed Lu Lei's reaction. He knew this guy was very resentful. Lu Lei had worked diligently in the Lu family for 20 years, yet Lu Qingfeng had passed the position of head to Lu Lei's younger brother. Anyone would feel unbalanced in his shoes. Sure enough, after hearing Jiang Che's words, a trace of ferocity flashed in Lu Lei's eyes, and his fists clenched involuntarily. He was obviously very dissatisfied with his father's actions. I can help you become the head of the Lu family. Seeing that the timing was right, Jiang Che smiled and said. What do you want in return? Lu Lei took a deep breath and asked. Although he didn't know how Jiang Che had found out his thoughts, there was no need to pretend anymore. You may not know this since you just returned today, but your father brought a man named Yang Wei back to the Lu family. That guy is my enemy. If I help you become the head of the family, you help me frame him. Why don't you just tell my father? I'm sure if you do so, he will directly drive him away. Lu Lei looked at Jiang Che, not understanding why he had gone to such lengths to retaliate against a young man named Yang Wei. I have my own plans. Just tell me if you want to cooperate or not. Jiang Che glanced at him, not saying much more. He couldn't exactly say it was to maximize his own villain points, could he? Directly having Lu Qingfeng get rid of Yang Wei would indeed change the plot, but for his own benefit, it was better for the old man to die soon. I agree. After pondering for a few seconds, Lu Lei gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and picked up the white porcelain bottle in front of him. Pleasure doing business. Jiang Che smiled and shook hands with Lu Lei. Pleasure doing business. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lu Lei took a deep breath and said. Since he had made up his mind, he needed to act quickly. Time waits for no one. Please go ahead. Jiang Che didn't try to stop him, letting him leave directly. In the Lu family courtyard, in the living room, Lu Qingfeng and Yang Wei sat facing each other. Little friend, has your injury improved? Lu Qingfeng asked with some concern as he looked at Yang Wei. Thank you for your concern, old Master Lu. I am much better now, Yang Wei replied with a faint smile. That's good. I want to ask you some questions about cultivation, Lu Qingfeng said, looking at Yang Wei expectantly. Recently, he had felt a breakthrough opportunity in the air, but no matter what he did, he couldn't grasp it, which frustrated him greatly. Taking advantage of Yang Wei's free time, he decided to ask him for guidance. No problem. What would you like to ask, old Master Lu? About the opportunity to break through to transformation. Father, I'm back, Lu Lei said as he walked into the central villa of the Lu family mansion after returning from heaven on earth. The Lu family had many members, and there were more than a dozen villas scattered around the courtyard, not counting those living elsewhere. The central villa was where the head of the family resided, and one needed the head's permission to live there. You're back. Seeing Lu Lei return home, Lu Qingfeng stopped his conversation with Yang Wei and turned to look at his son with a smile. Although his eldest son had never achieved anything outstanding, he had been diligent for many years, making significant contributions to the Lu family. Let me introduce you. This is Yang Wei, a young genius. Little friend, this is my eldest son, Lu Lei. Lu Lei glanced at Yang Wei. Is this the guy Jiang Che mentioned as an enemy? However, he still extended his hand with a faint smile, his honest appearance making it easy to like him. Hello. Hello. Uncle Lu Yongwei also smiled at Lu Lei, obviously deceived by his appearance. Father, I went to the neighboring Nanjing city and successfully negotiated that billion-dollar contract. Lu Lei looked at Lu Qingfeng expectantly, hoping to gain his approval and secure the position of family head. If possible, he certainly didn't want to use means to kill Lu Qingfeng to gain the position. After all, Lu Qingfeng was his father. Very good. After so many years, you finally achieved something. Lu Qingfeng praised faintly, though his face showed no sign of gratification, clearly just going through the motions. Although Lu Lei's success was commendable, Lu Qingfeng believed that if his younger son handled the matter, it might have been done even better. Lu Lei clenched his fists but said nothing more. After taking a deep breath, he said, I just got off the plane, and I'm a bit tired. Father, I'll go rest first. After saying that, he left Lu Qingfeng's villa and headed towards his own. He had made up his mind. Since the old man would not acknowledge him no matter what, he wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. Little friend, let's continue our discussion. After Lu Lei left, Lu Qingfeng turned back to Yang Wei with a smile, his attitude towards Yang Wei better than towards his own son. Clearly, despite Lu Lei's efforts, Lu Qingfeng took it for granted. During dinner, all the members of Lu Qingfeng's branch gathered, drinking and chatting merrily. Taking advantage of Yang Wei's absence for a bathroom break, Lu Lei poured the poison Jiang Che gave him into Lu Qingfeng's wine cup. The poison was colorless and tasteless, leaving no trace. Father, I toast to you. Lu Lei raised his cup towards Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng, not suspecting anything, picked up his cup and clinked it with Lu Lei's. Seeing Lu Qingfeng successfully drink the poisoned wine, Lu Lei felt a heavy stone lift from his heart. Don't blame me for being unfilial, it's your fault for being too much. The poisoned wine wouldn't take effect immediately, Lu Qingfeng would die within 12 hours without any detectable cause. Lu Lei could then frame Yang Wei and gain Jiang Che's support to become the next head of the Lu family. Dinner continued merrily, and soon night fell, and everyone returned to their villas. Lu Qingfeng, feeling dizzy, instructed the maids to clean up the living room before heading upstairs to sleep. The next morning, a servant noticed that the head of the family hadn't gone to the park for his usual morning tai chi, which was unusual since Lu Qingfeng had kept this habit for years. Knocking on his door and getting no response, the servant felt something was wrong and entered Lu Qingfeng's room, calling out a few times. Master. Receiving no answer, the servant turned Lu Qingfeng over to find his face pale, eyes closed, and body cold, clearly dead. Ah, dead. In the living room of Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che sat on the sofa while Ah Qing massaged his shoulders. Ding, the host has changed the plot by poisoning Lu Qingfeng, rewarding 3,000 villain points. Ding, the host framed Yang Wei, decreasing Yang Wei's luck by 2,000, rewarding 4,000 villain points. How much luck does Yang Wei have left? Jiang Che asked curiously, considering how many villain points he had recently earned from him. Yang Wei currently has 8,000 luck left. 8,000 left. It seems I haven't tormented him enough. With this thought, Jiang Che got up and headed out, planning to join the Lu family's drama. In the Lu family courtyard, in the living room, Lu Lei led the family members in mourning, burning paper money for the deceased Lu Qingfeng. They had accepted his death, and the living room was filled with the sound of wailing. How could he suddenly die like this? A beautiful woman sobbed, clearly unable to accept Lu Qingfeng's sudden death. She was Lu Mei, Lu Qingfeng's only daughter among his many children. Who knows, I thought the old master could live to 90, but it seems fate had other plans. A middle-aged man sighed, looking at the body covered with a white cloth in the living room. A doctor had checked and found no diseases, declaring Lu Qingfeng had died of natural causes. The man, Lu Tian, Lu Qingfeng's youngest son, thought he would inherit the family head position after a few years, but now he had to compete with his elder brother Lu Lei. Lu Lei had much more influence in the Lu family, and Lu Tian felt he had little chance of winning. Glancing at Lu Lei, Lu Tian's eyes sparked with anger. Yang Wei looked bewildered at the mourning family and the body in the living room. Last night he had shared drinks with the old man, and though he saw a great disaster in his future, Lu Qingfeng's situation seemed to have improved recently. Yang Wei hadn't expected the old man to die suddenly. He felt no sorrow, as they weren't close, but regretted that his path to rising was now blocked. When Jiang Che arrived, the living room was filled with Lu family members. "Young Master Jiang, you're here." Seeing Jiang Che, Lu Lei forced a smile, beginning their act. "I always respected old Master Lu, and I admired him greatly. It's a pity I didn't get to know him better before he passed." Jiang Che sighed, looking very sad. "We are all deeply saddened by this tragic event." Lu Lei wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes, speaking in a choked voice. "How could someone who was alive and well suddenly die? Did they eat something strange recently, or come into contact with some suspicious people?" Jiang Che asked meaningfully, beginning their agreed-upon script to act out their roles. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Lu Lei fell into deep thought, seemingly pondering whether the old man had encountered any suspicious individuals recently. "Right, father mentioned that Yang Wei is a feng shui master who reads faces. It must be his doing," Lu Lei suddenly exclaimed, then turned to look for Yang Wei. At this moment, Yang Wei was tiptoeing towards the exit of the living room. Seeing Jiang Che, he had the urge to flee. But to the Lu family, his actions appeared as a guilty conscience. After all, they had heard Jiang Che and Lu Lei's conversation. "You're the one who harmed my father." Lu Mei glared at Yang Wei, her face full of anger, her skin trembling with rage. "This has nothing to do with me," Yang Wei said, bewildered. Damn it, how did this mess land on him? He had been counting on Lu Qingfeng's power to rise, so how could he possibly harm him? "You were the one who spent the most time with my father these past few days. What else do you have to explain?" Lu Tian also glared at Yang Wei with murderous intent, wishing he could kill him on the spot. Damn it, he was supposed to securely take the position of the family head, but who would have thought Yang Wei would come out of nowhere? Yang Wei opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. He had indeed spent a lot of time with Lu Qingfeng these past few days, but just because of that, they accused him of being the murderer. "No need to explain. You're skilled in doing feng shui, it must have been you who harmed my father." Lu Lei stepped forward, his face dark, and ordered the nearby bodyguards. "Take down this murderer." Hearing the order, the bodyguards rolled up their sleeves and approached Yang Wei. "I told you, I didn't kill him. You really think Yang Wei, am a pushover constantly being wronged?" Yang Wei finally lost his temper. Jiang Che bullying him was one thing, after all, he couldn't defeat him. But what did these puny guards mean? Seeing the bodyguards approaching, Yang Wei slapped each of them, sending them flying. Ouch! The bodyguards were flung to the corners of the living room, lying on the ground and groaning in pain, their cries drowning out the mourning in the room. The mourning Lu family members were interrupted by the noise, stopping their crying and looking towards Yang Wei in confusion. "I'll say it again. I didn't kill the old man. Anyone who tries to stop me will end up like them." Yang Wei glanced around the living room, snorted coldly, and was about to leave. "Wait, you think you can just leave after committing murder? Is there no law in your eyes?" Jiang Che's voice rang out in the living room. He had appeared beside Yang Wei, looking at him with righteous indignation. "What do you want?" Yang Wei retreated a few steps, looking at Jiang Che warily. He hadn't expected Jiang Che to come to the Lu family. Damn it, Lu Qingfeng had lied, saying he had a normal relationship with Jiang Che. A normal relationship, yet Jiang Che came to this occasion and seeing the camaraderie between Jiang Che and Lu Lei, it was clear they were close friends. In his mind, Yang Wei cursed the deceased Lu Qingfeng. "System, do you have any talismans that can temporarily control a person's mind?" Ding, searching for the host. Obedience talisman. Cost 500 villain points, makes the person under its influence speak according to the host's thoughts for 3 minutes. Seeing this talisman, Jiang Che's mouth curved into a sinister smile. "Exchange. Tell me, did you harm the old man?" Jiang Che slapped Yang Wei's shoulder and quietly injected the obedience talisman into him. "Yes, I killed him." Yang Wei was about to shake his head but ended up saying something that left him dumbfounded. "How did you kill him and why?" "I used a secret technique from my sect to kill him through feng shui because the old man didn't know his place, so I killed him." Killing people recklessly, don't you know that's illegal? Illegal? It's utterly ridiculous. In my eyes, there's no such thing as law. I kill whoever I want, and no one can stop me. After saying this, Yang Wei covered his mouth in shock, staring at Jiang Che in horror. The words he had just spoken were not what he intended to say. Jiang Che must have done something to him. Jiang Che looked at Yang Wei with a teasing smile, anticipating the upcoming drama. "No, listen to my explanation." Seeing the murderous gazes of the Lu family members, Yang Wei was on the verge of tears. Damn it, why wouldn't Jiang Che leave him alone? What's there to explain? You be asterisk starred our Lu family treated you well, and this is how you repay us. Lu Tian, filled with rage, rushed to Yang Wei and slapped him across the face. Are you crazy? I told you I didn't do it. Yang Wei clutched his aching cheek, glaring at Lu Tian with resentment. You didn't do it, then what were you saying just now? You think I'm deaf? Lu Tian found the situation laughable. Where did this idiot come from? It was Jiang Che. He made me say those things. Yang Wei pointed at Jiang Che, his heart burning with rage. He had stopped bothering Ji Yunqi, so why wouldn't this be asterisk starred leave him alone? Jiang Che did it. Hearing Yang Wei's words, the Lu family burst into laughter. Jiang Che was known in the elite circles for his good temper, gentle and kind demeanor, and friendliness. These were traits everyone had witnessed. How could he be the one who harmed Lu Qingfeng? Yang Wei was truly an idiot. If you wanted to shift the blame, at least come up with a plausible reason. What's there to say? A life for a life. Let him accompany father in death. Everyone, let's take down this criminal. Lu Lei, with a vicious look in his eyes, grabbed a chair and smashed it towards Yang Wei's head. Yang Wei blocked the attack with his arm and kicked Lu Lei away. He was truly furious now and started cursing the Lu family members. You stubborn fools, sold out and still counting the money for others. With descendants as stupid as you, no wonder the old man can't rest in peace even in the afterlife. Yang Wei, what are you saying? You're courting death. The Lu family members, enraged by Yang Wei's words, rushed at him. Some grabbed chairs, others grabbed brooms. Come on, today I'll teach you blind fools a lesson. For the old man, Yang Wei sneered, knocking down a dozen people with his punches in no time. Jiang Che watched Yang Wei's performance with interest, not intervening immediately. This situation was an opportunity to showcase his heroic image to these idiots. Do you few morons really think you can fight me? Yang Wei looked at the fallen Lu family members with disdain. With his hands behind his back, he savored the fearful glances from the people around him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. No wonder so many people liked to show off, it felt so good. But his moment of pride didn't last long. Just as he was feeling triumphant, Jiang Che slapped him, sending him flying. After committing murder, you still dare to be arrogant? Do you really think there's no one in Linjiang to stop you? Jiang Che walked up to Yang Wei, looking down at him with a mocking expression. You, what did I do to offend you? Why do you keep targeting me? Yang Wei's face was filled with anger. His moment of glory was cut short by Jiang Che, making him feel humiliated. Damn it, is Jiang Che a demon? Why is he everywhere? You didn't offend me, but killing people is a crime. A madman like you deserves to be executed by everyone, Jiang Che said with righteous indignation. But you just made me. Smack. Before Yang Wei could finish, he was slapped again and sent flying. Stop hitting me, please spare me. Yang Wei struggled to get up from the ground, looking at Jiang Che with terror in his eyes, clearly already traumatized. You want me to spare you? Kneel and call me father. Jiang Che looked at Yang Wei playfully, wondering if this guy would completely explode after hearing such words. Jiang Che, you're too much. Yang Wei lifted his swollen, pig-like face, his eyes full of killing intent. Not calling, then take a beating. Jiang Che laughed dryly twice, rubbing his fists and walking towards Yang Wei. Jiang Che, do you have any morals left? It was you who stole my fiancée, and you still keep coming after me. I promise I won't bother Ji Yunqi anymore, please spare me. Morality. Hearing Yang Wei's words, Jiang Che looked at him as if he were an idiot. Have you ever seen a villain who talks about morality? Morality is something you use to restrain yourself, not to bind others. Jiang Che walked up to Yang Wei and kicked him in the abdomen. Bang! Without any defense, Yang Wei was kicked directly into the wall corner, spitting out a large mouthful of blood with a wow, his face turning extremely pale. Yang Wei's body slid down the wall, leaving a visible human-shaped dent about a few centimeters deep, showing that Jiang Che's kick had no mercy. Stop hitting, I admit I killed the person. Seeing Jiang Che getting closer, Yang Wei was about to cry, now having to swallow his pride and admit it, or else he might be beaten to death. Everyone heard that, right? He admitted it himself. Jiang Che looked around, then suddenly kicked Yang Wei's abdomen again. Yang Wei couldn't finish his sentence before fainting. Ding! The host beat Yang Wei, causing him to lose face, rewarding villain points 2000. Ding! Yang Wei's luck 2000, rewarding villain points 4000. Thank you, young Master Jiang, for helping us subdue this villain. Lu Lei walked up to Jiang Che, took a deep breath, and began to act. This is what I should do. everyone should punish such evil people. The deceased is gone, brother Lu, please don't be too sad. Jiang Che patted Lu Lei's shoulder, comforting him. A country cannot go a day without a ruler, and a family cannot go a day without a master. Did Elder Lu say who should inherit the position of head of the family? Jiang Che asked casually. My father said that I should become the head of the family after 3 years. Lu Lei took the opportunity to follow Jiang Che's words. Then congratulations to the new head of the Lu family, Jiang Che said with a smile. Young Master Jiang, you're joking. We'll need your support in the future. Seeing Jiang Che and Lu Lei chatting warmly, the remaining members of the Lu family were dumbfounded. What the hell, they decided the head of the family so hastily. But they didn't dare to say much. Lu Lei already had high prestige in the Lu family, and he seemed to have a good relationship with this number one young master of Linjiang. Lu Tian was completely dumbfounded. Was the position of the family head decided just like that? All his previous plans had become a joke. Young Master Jiang, I think the position of family head. Lu Tian hesitated, wanting to fight for it, but Jiang Che interrupted him before he could finish. What, do you have an opinion? Jiang Che looked at Lu Tian calmly, but it made Lu Tian break out in a cold sweat. No, I have no opinion. Lu Tian shook his head desperately, showing he had no objections, and backed down, not daring to say another word. The surrounding members of the Lu family looked at him like an idiot. Was Lu Tian out of his mind? Couldn't he see that Jiang Che and Lu Lei had a good relationship? Since the matter is settled, I'll take my leave. Jiang Che glanced at Yang Wei, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. This guy still had 6,000 luck points, and Jiang Che didn't want to kill him just yet. Young Master Jiang, take care. Lu Lei escorted Jiang Che out of the living room, then turned around with a crazy smile on his lips. The head of the Lu family was now his. Master, what should we do with Yang Wei? A middle-aged man skilled at reading expressions walked up to Lu Lei and asked, his face full of flattering smiles. Call the police, after all, we are law-abiding citizens. Lu Lei thought for a moment and said calmly. Jiang Che said Yang Wei was his enemy, but didn't kill him, so it seemed Yang Wei still had some use for Jiang Che. But clearly, this guy was a hot potato, and Lu Lei didn't want to keep him. All right, the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before reacting, clearly not expecting Lu Lei to say that. Continue with the funeral as usual. Lu Lei ordered, then resumed mourning in front of Lu Qingfeng's body. The members of the Lu family followed suit, and the scene soon filled with cries of mourning again. Only Lu Tian retreated to the back, knowing that his days in the Lu family would not be good from now on. Young master, why are you so good to Lu Lei? After leaving the Lu family courtyard, Along couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. He had seen how well Jiang Che treated Lu Lei, something he had never seen his young master do for any other man. Good to him. Jiang Che's lips curled in disdain, and he continued. Remember, apart from your parents, no one in this world will be good to anyone for no reason. If they are, they must have a motive. Lu Lei is just a pawn. One day he will become an abandoned pawn, and that will be his end. After saying this, Jiang Che got into the back seat of the Maybach. With a motive, Along scratched his head, nodded thoughtfully, and got into the driver's seat. The Maybach sped towards Crouching Dragon Villa. Jiang Che sat in the back seat, feeling bored, playing with his phone. Suddenly, a message popped up. Jiang Che opened it and saw it was from Shen Qingqiu. Do you have time now? I have time. What's up? We're having a family banquet today, and my mom wants me to invite you over. Wait for me at the villa, I'm coming over now. Turn around, go to Qingqiu's villa. After finishing the chat with Shen Qingqiu, Jiang Che ordered Along. All right, young master. Along responded, turning the car towards Shen Qingqiu's villa. At the entrance of the villa, Jiang Che got out of the car and walked straight in. The servants knew he was the young lady's fiancé, so no one stopped him. Jiang Che walked smoothly into the living room but didn't find Shen Qingqiu there, so he went upstairs to her bedroom. Brother Che, you're here. Shen Qingqiu was in her room putting on makeup. Seeing Jiang Che, her face lit up with joy. Dressing up so beautifully, are you planning to meet a wild man behind my back? Seeing her like this, Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and joked. Yes, I was planning to meet a wild man, but now that you're here, I can only go next time. Shen Qingqiu rolled her eyes at Jiang Che, a little annoyed. She noticed that ever since Jiang Che's strength had improved, he had become more and more audacious. All right, stop messing around. Today the Shen family is having a family banquet, and my mom asked me to invite you. My mom's relatives are also here, she wants to introduce you to them. Jiang Che nodded, understanding that Shen Qingqiu had called him over to meet her relatives. He didn't mind, as they were about to get engaged soon. Meeting both families' relatives was just a matter of time. Did you miss me? Jiang Che walked behind Shen Qingqiu, hugging her soft waist with both hands, enjoying the fragrance of her hair. Yes, I did. Shen Qingqiu leaned into Jiang Che's embrace, speaking obediently. She found that when facing Jiang Che, she couldn't maintain her ice-cold CEO demeanor she showed to her employees. She subconsciously wanted to listen to Jiang Che. How's the company's performance recently? It's been pretty good lately. It's almost 6 o'clock. Let's go. Shen Qingqiu glanced at her phone and, with her soft, boneless hand, took Jiang Che's hand and walked outside. At 7 in the evening, Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu arrived at the Shen family's mansion, holding hands. He had been here once when he first crossed over, and now, more than a month later, this was his second visit. Miss, welcome home. Young Master Jiang is here. Along the way, servants kept greeting Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu. The young lady and young Master Jiang are really a perfect match, like a golden boy and jade girl. A servant sighed as they watched the two walk away. Yes, the young lady is really lucky to marry the most famous young Master Jiang in Linjiang City. Another maid also sighed, looking at Shen Qingqiu's back with envy. Daughter, Xiao Che, you're here. As soon as Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu walked into the living room, Lin Wanxi noticed them, her expression gentle and full of kindness. Jiang Che glanced at Lin Wanxi. Today, she was wearing a light green cheongsam with her hair tied up high, looking elegant and noble, giving off the impression of a wealthy lady at first sight. Hello, Aunt Lin. You look even more beautiful after a few days. Jiang Che smiled at Lin Wanxi, offering a stream of compliments. No woman dislikes being praised for her beauty, no matter her age. You sure know how to talk, such a sweet mouth. Lin Wanxi laughed, clearly pleased. These are gifts I prepared for you and Uncle Shen. Jiang Che handed over a set of cosmetics and a can of tea he had prepared in advance. You're so thoughtful. Lin Wanxi glanced at the cosmetics. Although they were common brands, she was very satisfied with Jiang Che's gesture. Jiang Che always brought small gifts when visiting, showing he cared about Shen Qingqiu. Mom, where's Dad? Shen Qingqiu looked around the living room, not seeing Shen Feng, and asked curiously. He's in the study talking business on the phone. Xiao Che, let me introduce you. This is my sister, Lin Wanru. And this is my nephew, Lin Nan. Wanru, this is Qingqiu's fiancé, Jiang Che. Hello, Aunt Lin. Jiang Che smiled at Lin Wanru, greeting her, then looked at the young man sitting next to her, about 20 years old. You're Qingqiu's cousin, right? I'm her fiancé, Jiang Che. Jiang Che extended his hand with a smile, showing respect for Shen Qingqiu's relative. However, Lin Nan did not shake his hand and looked at him with a hint of killing intent, seeming somewhat wary. This puzzled Jiang Che. He didn't recall offending this guy. Ding, a protagonist has been detected nearby. The system has automatically arranged protagonist information for the host. Would you like to view it? View. Protagonist. Lin Nan. Golden Finger. Check-in system. Identity. Reborn. Luck. 5000. Cultivation. Peak Dark Energy. Skills. Advanced Stock Trading, Advanced Combat, Intermediate Painting. A protagonist. After receiving the system's information, Jiang Che's expression became strange. No wonder this guy was so hostile towards him. According to the plot, the first thing this guy did after being reborn was to pursue his cousin Shen Qingqiu, with Jiang Che becoming an obstacle in his path to success. Xiao Nan, didn't you see your brother-in-law greeting you? Lin Wanru frowned slightly, looking displeased at Lin Nan, who sat beside her without moving. What was wrong with her son today? Not giving Jiang Che face was also not giving Shen Qingqiu face. Her son was usually smart. Why was he so clueless today? I won't shake hands with him. Lin Nan snorted coldly and turned his head away as if Jiang Che had a deep blood feud with him. Jiang Che smiled lightly and withdrew his hand without getting angry. Protagonists always had their pride. How could they shake hands with a big villain like him? Besides, this guy had just awakened his system and was full of ambition. Let him jump around for a few more days. Seeing Lin Nan's attitude, Shen Qingqiu frowned but said nothing, thinking her cousin was just in a bad mood. Xiao Che, you're here. Shen Feng came down from the study on the second floor, smiling warmly when he saw Jiang Che. He appreciated Jiang Che quite a bit. Recently, he had heard from Zhang Dao about Jiang Che's innovative concept of online shopping. He hadn't expected Jiang Che to have such high business acumen. Once this industry chain was successfully operated, its future potential would be limitless. It wasn't impossible for the Jiang family to become the richest family in Zhou country. "Hello, Uncle Shen. Please, sit." After inviting Jiang Che to sit, Shen Feng poured him a glass of wine, then curiously asked, "How did you come up with the idea of online shopping?" "It was just a sudden thought," Jiang Che replied with a smile. "You really have a unique insight into business. With a talented son like you, the Jiang family will surely prosper in the future. My Shen family will benefit from it too." Shen Feng sighed, looking at Jiang Che with increasing satisfaction. Good character, good looks, good family background, and unique business insights. Such a son-in-law was rare. Fortunately, he met Jiang Che. "Uncle Shen, please don't tease me. It was just a sudden thought," Jiang Che said modestly, not surprised that Shen Feng knew about it. The Shen and Jiang families had always been close, and Shen Feng and his father were old friends. It was natural for Shen Feng to know these things. "Uncle, what did you say?" Online shopping. Hearing Shen Feng's words, Lin Nan couldn't sit still, looking at him in shock. Could he have remembered wrong? He thought the concept of online shopping wouldn't appear for another 3 years. How could it be here now? Was it a butterfly effect caused by his rebirth? "Why, have you heard of this concept too?" Seeing Lin Nan's surprised look, Shen Feng frowned and asked curiously. "No, I just said it casually. I've never heard of it before." Lin Nan shook his head, quickly denying it. He couldn't tell Shen Feng he was reborn, could he? Jiang Che glanced at Lin Nan. According to the plot, with the system's help, Lin Nan would soon rise through online shopping, quickly gaining a foothold in Linjiang City and even becoming the richest man in Zhou country. But with Jiang Che's intervention, Lin Nan's dream would be shattered. The dinner was enjoyed by everyone, with Jiang Che and Shen Feng getting along well and becoming more and more interested in their conversation. "No more, I can't drink anymore." Shen Feng downed another glass of wine and quickly waved his hand to stop Jiang Che from pouring more. His face was extremely red, indicating he was already drunk. "Why did you drink so much?" Lin Wanshi looked at Shen Feng with some annoyance, stood up, and supported him as they walked upstairs. "I need to go to the bathroom," Jiang Che said and stood up, heading towards the bathroom. After drinking so much, he felt the urge to relieve himself. "Cousin, this Jiang Che is not a good person. You should stay away from him." After Jiang Che's figure disappeared down the corridor, Lin Nan said to Shen Qingqiu with a serious tone, his face grave, looking as if he was doing it for her own good. "What are you talking about?" Shen Qingqiu frowned, looking at Lin Nan with some displeasure. "Cousin, believe me, Jiang Che is really not a good person. Marrying him will bring you regret," Lin Nan said sincerely, remembering that before his rebirth, Shen Qingqiu looked haggard at a family gathering 3 years after marrying Jiang Che. Although Shen Qingqiu didn't say much at that time, it was obvious she wasn't happy at the Jiang family. That scene deeply pained him, and he regretted not stopping Shen Qingqiu from marrying Jiang Che. He could only watch her become increasingly unhappy. Fortunately, heaven gave him another chance, letting him be reborn in the year Shen Qingqiu and Jiang Che got engaged. This time, he would do everything to prevent Shen Qingqiu from falling into the abyss and save his white moonlight. "Aunt, has he been under some stress lately?" Shen Qingqiu didn't respond to Lin Nan but turned to Lin Wanru, asking. She thought he must have been under some stress recently, otherwise, he wouldn't say such nonsensical things. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Wanru frowned, looking at her son with some dissatisfaction. Since arriving at the Shen family, she had noticed her son was acting strangely, especially after Jiang Che came. During dinner, his words were full of hostility. "I'm fine." Lin Nan shook his head and decisively stopped talking. It seemed his cousin was already deeply in love. No matter what he said, she wouldn't believe him. He could only wait until he gathered enough evidence to expose Jiang Che's true nature, so Shen Qingqiu would believe him. "Brother Che, how are you feeling?" When Jiang Che returned, Shen Qingqiu touched his forehead, asking worriedly. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." Jiang Che glanced at Lin Nan, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Let me help you upstairs to rest," Shen Qingqiu said as she supported Jiang Che, helping him upstairs. With Jiang Che in this state, he definitely couldn't leave tonight, and the Shen family had plenty of empty rooms. "Wife, Kiss me. Jiang Che's face was extremely red, his words slurred, clearly drunk. Without waiting for Shen Qingqiu to respond, he kissed her white, jade-like cheek. Brother Che Yu. Shen Qingqiu's face turned red, clearly not expecting Jiang Che to make such a bold move, especially with others around. Wife, you're so good to me. Marrying you is my good fortune. Alright, let's go to sleep now, okay. Okay, love you, wife. As the two walked upstairs, Lin Nan's face turned livid, his expression dark, his eyes full of undisguised killing intent, his fists clenched tightly in anger. Jiang Che, this B***starred, dared to flirt with his white moonlight in front of him. This made Lin Nan determined to kill Jiang Che to take his cousin back. What is wrong with you today? After Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu left, only Lin Wanru and Lin Nan remained in the living room. She frowned, looking at Lin Nan in confusion. Mom, we can't let cousin marry Jiang Che, or her life will be ruined. I warn you to put away those unrealistic thoughts. Lin Wanru warned Lin Nan with a serious expression. She knew her son had unrealistic thoughts about Shen Qingqiu. But how dare he? Shen Qingqiu was his cousin. I'm tired, going to bed. Lin Nan didn't respond to his mother, instead getting up and heading to the guest room on the first floor. He knew that no matter what he said, it wouldn't matter. To everyone else, Jiang Che was undoubtedly Shen Qingqiu's best match. Seeing her son's stubbornness, Lin Wanxi was furious, her chest heaving with anger, but unfortunately, no one could appreciate the scene. Why did you drink so much in a bedroom on the second floor? Shen Qingqiu threw the drunk Jiang Che onto the bed, her face full of frustration. She pounded his chest with her small fists in anger. No wonder you're my fiancé, you're really handsome. Looking at Jiang Che's handsome face, Shen Qingqiu unknowingly fell into a daze. She lowered her head and gently kissed Jiang Che's face, then prepared to leave, but Jiang Che grabbed her wrist. Brother Che, what's wrong? Shen Qingqiu turned back, looking at Jiang Che with confusion. So hot? Jiang Che muttered with his eyes closed, looking pained. Hot? Shen Qingqiu was puzzled, then turned on the air conditioner, setting it to 16 degrees, feeling better. Soon, the room cooled down, and Shen Qingqiu put her hand on Jiang Che's forehead. No fever, what's going on? Hot? Seeing Jiang Che's pained expression, Shen Qingqiu felt a pang of sympathy. She glanced down, her face turning red as she realized the cause of Jiang Che's discomfort. However, she hesitated. She wasn't a doctor and had no experience. Even if she knew the cause, she couldn't treat Jiang Che. Seeing Jiang Che in such pain, Shen Qingqiu bit her lip and slowly lowered her head. After all, Jiang Che was her fiancé, and it was her responsibility to help him. On a bustling street in Linjiang City, Yang Wei limped along. He had just been released from the detention center. Without enough evidence to prove he killed Lu Qingfeng, the police let him go. During this time, the Lu family didn't try to stop it, allowing him to leave the detention center smoothly, which puzzled him. Since the Lu family had sent him to the detention center, shouldn't they try to keep him there? Why let him go so quickly? But he didn't want to think too much. He was glad to be out of that place. After walking a few steps, Yang Wei felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, making him gasp. Jiang Che, remembering that all his injuries were thanks to Jiang Che, he gritted his teeth in hatred. He couldn't understand why Jiang Che kept coming after him even though he had stopped bothering Ji Yunqi. One day, I'll make you pay 100 times for the pain you caused me. Swearing in his heart, Yang Wei headed towards a nearby hotel. Luckily, he had asked Lu Qingfeng for some money earlier, or he would have had to sleep on the streets tonight. His priority now was to heal his injuries before seeking revenge on Jiang Che. His injuries were mostly superficial and would heal in a few days. Shen Qingqiu lifted her head and took a deep breath. Seeing that Jiang Che's face was no longer as pained as before, she quietly exited the room, closing the door behind her. As soon as Shen Qingqiu left, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes, no longer showing any signs of being drunk. He hadn't actually drunk too much. He did this to test Shen Qingqiu's medical skills and her ability to make quick decisions in unexpected situations. TL, medical skills meaning treat his heart on LMAO. From what he saw, Shen Qingqiu didn't disappoint him. She was indeed the #1 beautiful CEO in Linjiang City. Feeling comfortable, Jiang Che turned over and quickly fell asleep. That night, he slept exceptionally well. The next morning, Jiang Che got up, washed up, and went downstairs. Brother Che, you're awake. Seeing Jiang Che come downstairs, Shen Qingqiu's face looked slightly unnatural, clearly remembering what she did to help him last night. I slept very well. Jiang Che said with a meaningful smile. HMPH, you're such a bad guy, Shen Qingqiu snorted coldly, looking at Jiang Che with some dissatisfaction. It was obvious he remembered what happened last night. So, this guy had been pretending the whole time, making her worry for so long. Flirting so early in the morning, aren't you ashamed? Lin Wanxi looked at the two with a teasing smile. Mom, don't talk nonsense. I wasn't flirting with him. He bullied me last night. Shen Qingqiu wrinkled her little nose, complaining to her mother, still somewhat upset about the incident. Eat while it's hot. Lin Wanxi shook her head with a smile, thinking the two were just flirting, and said nothing more. After breakfast, Jiang Che left directly. Today was Monday, and Shen Qingqiu had to go to work too. But just as she was about to leave, Lin Nan called out to her. Cousin, wait, I need to talk to you. What do you want to say? Shen Qingqiu glanced at him coldly, not giving him a good look. She hadn't forgotten how he slandered Jiang Che during dinner last night. Cousin, that Jiang Che is really not a good person. Marrying him won't bring you happiness, Lin Nan said seriously, earnestly trying to persuade Shen Qingqiu. Are you done? Shen Qingqiu frowned and ignored him, turning to walk out the door. She knew Jiang Che was a complete bad guy, but she liked him. Do you need a reason to like someone? Wait, cousin, I have evidence. Lin Nan quickly ran after her. If he couldn't explain it clearly this time, who knew when he would see Shen Qingqiu again? What evidence? Hearing Lin Nan's words, Shen Qingqiu stopped and turned around, asking curiously. Although she had her suspicions, she hadn't had time to investigate. She wasn't a fool. She noticed Jiang Che's unusual relationship with her third junior sister, Jiyu Yunqi, and fourth junior sister, Lin Xian, during the Lin family banquet. Jiang Che's relationship with Jiyu Yunqi is not simple. He often goes to her bar and they act intimately. Lin Nan said after some hesitation. This was the information he gathered before coming here. Is that all? Shen Qingqiu said, exasperated. Just because Jiang Che often visited her junior sister's bar, their relationship was not simple. Just take care of yourself. I don't need you to worry about my affairs. Leaving these words, Shen Qingqiu walked away without looking back, not wanting to waste time arguing with him. She would clear things up with Jiang Che the next time she sees him. Lin Nan stood there, dumbfounded, watching Shen Qingqiu leave. He couldn't understand why Shen Qingqiu trusted Jiang Che so much. Wasn't he clear enough? Forget it, I need to strengthen myself first. As long as I have power, everything will be fine. Lin Nan's eyes quickly regained their determination. As long as he had power and strength, he could take Shen Qingqiu back from Jiang Che. Thinking this, Lin Nan communicated with the system in his mind. System, I want to check in. Ding, the host has successfully checked in at the Shen family mansion and is rewarded with a downtown villa. Another villa, Lin Nan muttered, a bit speechless. The system had given him so many villas over the past few days. But he didn't dwell on it, turning and heading to his room. He would be staying at the Shen family for the next few days. Since Shen Qingqiu didn't believe him, he had to find another way. As soon as Jiang Che returned to Crouching Dragon Villa, he received a call from his mother, Su Shanshan. Hello, son, we have finished the app, and our people have started using it. We also prepared 10 billion in red envelopes and free gifts for new users as you suggested. Because of the significant advertising investment, the initial results look promising. Su Shanshan said excitedly, already envisioning the bright future for the Jiang family. The Jiang family's market value doubling under her leadership, becoming the richest family in Zhou country. Ding, the host has altered the plot and intercepted Lin Nan's opportunity. Lin Nan's luck minus 3000, villain points plus 6000. With Su Shanshan's words, the system prompt sounded in Jiang Che's mind. Losing 3000 luck points directly, Jiang Che was a bit stunned but quickly understood. Lin Nan was on a path of rebirth and entrepreneurship, destined to become the richest man in Zhou country. But with Jiang Che launching online shopping early, Lin Nan would have to find another way. Becoming the richest man was no longer possible. Just keep things stable. We have plenty of funds, so invest heavily early on to retain users, then gradually raise prices. I understand. I'll do as you say. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Su Shanshan said and hung up. She called Jiang Che to share this good news. System, open the attribute panel. Host: Jiang Che. Identity: first young master of the Jiang family. Cultivation: late stage transformation. Villain points: 27,000. Techniques: limitless pure yang technique, mysterious heavenly scripture, star devourer technique, heaven insight technique. Possessions: mysterious treasure box times 1, human infant burp bag times 100, marrow cleansing pill times 5, good luck charm times 3, kitchen knife times 1, ghost gate 13 needles, nourishing essence pill times 6. Skills: god level disguise technique. Seeing the remaining 27,000 villain points, Jiang Che was surprised. Unknowingly, he had gained so many villain points from Yang Wei. This guy was really his cute little leak. System: I want to learn Ghost Gate 13 needles. Jiang Che communicated with the system in his mind. This Ghost Gate 13 needles was an opportunity he intercepted from Ye Chen, but he hadn't used it because of insufficient villain points. Now, with enough points, he decided to learn this medical technique. After all, more skills were always better. Ding, deducting 5,000 villain points. Learning Ghost Gate 13 needles. About 2 hours later, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes, feeling the newfound medical knowledge in his mind, his expression shocked. This Ghost Gate 13 needles was truly extraordinary. Jiang Che felt like Hua Tuo reincarnated, confident he could save even those at death's door. TL. Hua Tuo was famous for his abilities in acupuncture, moxibustion, herbal medicine and medical Daoyan exercises. System: give me 10 beginner draws. Ding, deducting 10,000 villain points. Drawing. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining human infant burp bag times 1000. Ding, thank you for participating. Ding, thank you for participating. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining ice mountain snow lotus times 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining marrow cleansing pill times 5. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining god-level culinary skills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining desert eagle times 1. Ding, thank you for participating. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining nourishing essence pill times 3. Looking at the rewards from the system, Jiang Che's mouth twitched, and his face turned black. Damn it, besides those pills, none of these things were useful. Why did he need so many human infant burp bags? Was the system asking him to start a wholesale business? Sure enough, there were no good items in the lottery, there was no need to get his hopes up. In a cheap hotel, Yang Wei sat cross-legged on the bed, regulating his internal injuries. After 3 days of treatment, his external injuries were completely healed, and now he just needed to deal with the minor internal injuries. Yang Wei stood up from the bed, slowly exhaling a breath of impure air, and his face looked much better than before. Finally healed. Feeling the fully restored internal strength in his body, Yang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Spending 3 days meticulously treating himself had indeed paid off. After checking out of the hotel, Yang Wei walked aimlessly down the street, feeling a bit lost. He couldn't go to the Jiu family, and the Lu family was obviously not an option either. Where could he go now? Unknowingly, Yang Wei found himself at the entrance of Linjiang University. It was sunset, and the students were leaving, chatting and laughing in groups, with some couples holding hands. Yang Wei looked at them with some envy. Although he had extraordinary abilities, he had never attended school. Seeing peers his age inevitably made him feel a bit envious. Sigh with a complicated expression, Yang Wei sighed and was about to turn away when he suddenly froze, seeing a petite and cute figure. But what caught Yang Wei's attention first wasn't the girl herself. For some reason, he felt a mysterious sense of connection the moment he saw her. He quickly calculated with his fingers, and his expression turned ecstatic. He had encountered his destined benefactor. Without any hesitation, he walked directly to the girl, blocking her path. "Who are you?" Jiang Yuner frowned at the man who suddenly appeared and asked, puzzled. She was sure she didn't know this man. Why was he blocking her way? "Hello, miss. My name is Yang Wei. I might be your future husband. I will be your husband." Yang Wei's face was filled with excitement, speaking incoherently. "Are you crazy? Get lost." Seeing Yang Wei's nonsense, Jiang Yuner's face immediately darkened, and she impatiently shouted. Her personality was quirky, and facing this man spouting nonsense, it was already good she didn't hit him. Yang Wei wasn't angered by Jiang Yuner's attitude. Instead, he smiled and said, "Your name is Jiang Yuner, you're 19 years old, born in As Yang Wei recited Zhang Yun'er's life details, her face fell. Who are you? Why do you know so much about me? Zhang Yun'er looked at Yang Wei with vigilance, taking a few steps back. Clearly, she suspected Yang Wei was one of her father's enemies who had investigated her, otherwise, how could he know so much? Don't be afraid of me. My name is Yang Wei, and I'm from Kangmeng Mountain. I just looked at your face and found our fates to be extraordinarily similar. Such a fate is rare in 100 years. If we get married, our life will be blissful with many descendants. Stop. Seeing Yang Wei getting more excited, Zhang Yun'er interrupted him, feeling speechless. She now understood what he was after. Wasn't he just trying to chat her up? Since when did pick-up lines become so elaborate, even involving face reading? I don't know you, nor do I want to know you. That's it, don't bother me. Zhang Yun'er said and left, walking towards her bodyguard waiting to pick her up. But miss, I'm telling the truth. Yang Wei hurriedly followed, speaking quickly. He had read Zhang Yun'er's face and knew she was his destined benefactor. If she became his girlfriend, everything he will do in the future would go smoothly. Get lost. Block him. Zhang Yun'er impatiently glanced at Yang Wei. If it weren't a public place, she would have taught him a lesson. Where did this nutcase come from? Kid, I advise you to leave quickly, or I won't be polite. Zhang Yun'er's bodyguard glared coldly at Yang Wei, thinking he was just another student pursuing their young lady. After warning Yang Wei, the bodyguard got into the driver's seat of the Maybach, and the car sped away from the school entrance. Yang Wei watched anxiously and quickly hailed a taxi to follow. This was his last hope of rising to power, and he didn't want to give up. If he could get this woman to be his girlfriend, he could soon rise in Linjiang City. Sometimes fate works in mysterious ways. Yang Wei never imagined his greatest opportunity would come from a woman. Zhang Yun'er, sitting in the back seat of the Maybach, saw the taxi following them through the window. She didn't need to guess to know it was that guy. Feeling annoyed, Zhang Yun'er thought today must be an unlucky day to encounter such a lunatic. But soon, a cunning smile appeared on her face. Zhang Yun'er took out her phone and dialed Jiang Che's number. When he answered, she began to complain pitifully, "Brother, I encountered a pervert." "A pervert? Where are you now?" "I'm on my way home, but that guy is still following me. I'm so scared." "Brother, can you come and protect me?" Zhang Yun'er said expectantly, missing Jiang Che since he hadn't let her stay with him. "Wait for me. I'm coming now." Brother, Mua." In the living room of Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che hung up the phone and immediately walked out the door. He didn't need to think to know the pervert Zhang Yun'er mentioned was Yang Wei. After all, there was such a plot in Expert Descends to the City. But he didn't expect that despite the plot being completely disrupted, Yang Wei could still meet Zhang Yun'er. Was this the terrifying power of plot correction? Jiang Che had planned to let Yang Wei be free for a few days, but now it seemed unnecessary. Yang Wei followed Zhang Yun'er all the way to the Zhang family mansion. Watching the Maybach drive into the courtyard, Yang Wei got out of the taxi. "Sir, without an invitation, you can't enter." The bodyguard at the gate stopped Yang Wei. Yang Wei glanced at him and left. Now that he knew Zhang Yun'er lived here, he could think of another way to meet her. After leaving, Yang Wei squatted by the roadside, waiting. He needed to figure out Zhang Yun'er's daily routine to approach her more effectively. Jiang Che drove his Rolls-Royce straight into the Zhang family courtyard without any hindrance. The security guard at the gate didn't say a word. Although he didn't recognize the car's owner, he knew that a car with a license plate featuring 48S must belong to someone significant. He wasn't someone a small security guard could afford to offend, and it was likely that he had business with the family head. After parking his car, Jiang Che got out and walked toward the villa's living room. He had visited the Zhang family before, so the servants recognized him and didn't stop him. "Master, the young master of the Zhang family is here." In the villa's living room, Zhang Tongji was drinking hot tea when a butler approached and informed him. "Jiang Che is here. Why would he come so late?" Zhang Tongji was surprised and quickly got up to go to the living room. Although Jiang Che was friendly towards him, he didn't dare to be negligent. He knew it was because his daughter was Jiang Che's fiancée's junior sister. "Uncle Jiang, how have you been? It's been a while," and Uncle Jiang is as impressive as ever. Young Master Jiang. After some pleasantries, Zhang Tongji led Jiang Che to the sofa in the living room and personally poured him a cup of hot tea before curiously asking, "Is there something you need?" Young Master Jiang. No one visits without a reason, and he didn't think Jiang Che came just for a chat. Yuner called me, saying she encountered a bad person, so I came to check. Where is she? Jiang Che looked around the living room, not seeing Jiang Yuner, and asked curiously. Encountered a bad person? Jiang Tongji was confused. His daughter seemed fine when she came back from school, still beaming with happiness. She didn't look like she had encountered any trouble. Yuner is in her room. I'll have someone call her. Brother. Just as Jiang Tongji was speaking, Jiang Yuner ran down from the second floor and jumped into Jiang Che's arms, hitting him like a cannonball. Brother, you finally came. I've missed you so much. Jiang Yuner's face was full of excitement, constantly expressing her longing. Ahem, get off me first. Jiang Che coughed and said seriously. Jiang Tongji was still there, so he felt the need to maintain some decorum. After all, flirting with someone's daughter in front of them was a bit much. Dad, why are you still here? Following Jiang Che's gaze, Jiang Yuner saw her father's very expressive face. Her gaze turned resentful, and her tone was displeased. Jiang Tongji, you encountered a bad person? Jiang Tongji frowned and asked Jiang Yuner. As for her relationship with Jiang Che, he thought it inappropriate to ask now and would wait until Jiang Che left. Yes, a bad guy was following me. Talking about this made Jiang Yuner angry, her face full of indignation. Why was he following you? Could it be one of my enemies? Jiang Tongji frowned, pondering. He had made many enemies while expanding the Jiang family's business, offending numerous people. He thought one of his enemies might be targeting his daughter. No, he was just a perverted lolicon trying to hit on me. Jiang Yuner shook her head, speaking with disgust. She knew her petite figure was appealing to certain lolicons. There were plenty of sleazy men who ogled her on the street. I see. Just have someone warn him and drive him away. Jiang Tongji sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't an enemy, he wasn't too worried. He knew his daughter often received confessions from various men. Despite her petite stature, her beauty was undeniable. This also brought him some pride, as Jiang Yuner was his daughter. Brother, I was so scared, thinking I wouldn't see you again. Boo-hoo. A hint of cunning flashed in Jiang Yuner's eyes as she buried her head in Jiang Che's chest, sobbing softly and moving her head around, looking very aggrieved. Jiang Che patted her shoulder symbolically, softly comforting her. Don't be afraid, I'm here now. He knew Jiang Yuner was just acting, using this as an excuse to cling to him. He didn't even feel any wetness from tears on his chest. Moreover, her nickname of Little Witch wasn't for nothing. It was already good that she didn't play a prank on Yang Wei. Daughter, what are you doing? Get off! Young Master Jiang. Seeing his daughter clinging to Jiang Che, Jiang Tongji scolded her in displeasure. He didn't oppose his daughter dating, but Jiang Che already had a fiancée. The relationship between these two was clearly complicated. HMPH Dad, you're a big bad guy. Reluctantly, Jiang Yuner lifted her head from Jiang Che's chest, looking at her father with dissatisfaction. How did he manage to woo her mother with such low emotional intelligence? Couldn't he see she was deliberately clinging to her brother? Brother, let's go to my room. I have a gift for you. Jiang Yuner snorted, ignoring her father, and dragged Jiang Che upstairs to her room. Jiang Che looked at Jiang Tongji helplessly, shrugged, and let Jiang Yuner lead him upstairs. Watching them, Jiang Tongji sighed with a wry smile, feeling a bit emotional. Indeed, daughters can't be kept at home. Haven't you noticed that our daughter is actively pursuing young Master Jiang? Why are you still playing the third wheel here? After Jiang Che and Jiang Yuner left, Mrs. Jiang walked out and looked at her husband with some exasperation. She had noticed the intimacy between them and how Jiang Yuner had been acting love-struck recently, often daydreaming and smiling foolishly. It was clear she was smitten. Previously, she was worried about her precious daughter ending up with some undeserving man, but seeing it was Jiang Che, she felt relieved. After all, Jiang Che was known for his gentlemanly demeanor and wasn't like other rich second-generation heirs who messed around and abandoned girls. But young Master Jiang has a fiancée and it's Yuner's senior sister. Isn't she betraying her senior sister by doing this? Jiang Tongji frowned. If Jiang Che didn't have a fiancée, he would gladly let him date his daughter. But with Shen Qingqiu in the picture, Jiang Yuner was bound for heartbreak. You, a man, can't understand a girl's heart. What if her senior sister agrees? Young people today are more open-minded than you. After all these years, can you guarantee you haven't looked for other women outside? Mrs. Yang's tone changed, looking coldly at her husband. She had long known about Jiang Tongji's affairs but chose not to expose him, knowing it was a common issue among wealthy families. All men with money were the same, they wouldn't stay faithful to one woman unless she had been with him through thick and thin. This why are you bringing me into this? Jiang Tongji's face turned awkward and guilty, unable to meet his wife's eyes, knowing she had hit the mark. HMPH. Mrs. Jiang glanced at him and decided to ignore him. She had come to terms with it over the years. As long as he didn't father any illegitimate children outside, she would turn a blind eye. Having a child outside would threaten her and Jiang Yun'er's status. Jiang Tongji had kept his affairs discreet, not leaving any illegitimate children, so she pretended not to know. After all, Jiang Yun'er was grown, and she wasn't a young woman anymore. Divorce at this stage wouldn't be worth it. Moreover, Jiang Che's background is much stronger than ours. We are the ones climbing up to him. I don't know what you're worried about. Mrs. Jiang looked at Jiang Tongji with some exasperation. Jiang Che had a good character, background, treated people sincerely, loved his women, and was handsome. It was clear why Jiang Yun'er pursued him. If she were 20 years younger, she'd pursue him too. Jiang Tongji sighed with a complicated expression, knowing his wife was right. It was he who was being overly concerned. Second floor, inside Jiang Yun'er's room. What gift do you want to give me? Jiang Che looked at Jiang Yun'er, who was dressed in a JK uniform with white stockings wrapped around her legs, and asked curiously. Brother, you sit on the bed first. Jiang Yun'er did not answer Jiang Che's question but urged him to sit on her bed. After Jiang Che sat down, she first locked the door of her bedroom, then took off her little white shoes and climbed onto the bed with her white silk feet bare. She sat opposite Jiang Che, only a few dozen centimeters apart, with an unusual blush on her small face. She was a little nervous, as she had never done such a thing before and didn't know if Jiang Che would look down on her because of it, which would be a bit of a loss. Jiang Che looked curiously at this little girl, not understanding what kind of trick she was trying to play. Brother, I know what you like. Jiang Yun'er looked at Jiang Che with some shyness, her voice soft and sticky, looking extremely cute. These days, she had also checked some related information online and knew why Jiang Che had customized that so-called family rule for her. In order to quickly win Jiang Che's heart, she was going all out anyway. She had already decided on Jiang Che in this life and would cling to him for the rest of her life. What do I like? Jiang Che was stunned for a moment, looking at Jiang Yun'er in confusion. Could it be that this little girl had figured it out? Impossible. Jiang Che felt he had hidden it well enough. What exactly do you want to do? Jiang Che frowned, looking at the little girl with some confusion, not understanding what Jiang Yun'er was up to. But Jiang Che quickly understood. Outside the Jiang family villa, Yang Wei was pacing back and forth around the Jiang family's perimeter, his brows deeply furrowed, looking somewhat irritated. This is not going to work. I need to find a way to get inside. Staying here for a night was definitely not an option. He needed to find an identity to get through the Jiang family's gate first. If he couldn't win over this woman, he would find a way to deceive her family. After all, he was determined to get her. Whether he could turn the tables depended on this time. With this thought in mind, Yang Wei returned directly to the Jiang family's gate, having already come up with a plan in his mind. Why are you here again? Seeing Yang Wei return, the guard at the gate frowned and asked impatiently. Looking at Yang Wei's attire, he didn't seem like a wealthy person, so the guard's words were not polite at all. I am a wandering Taoist priest. I happened to pass by and found that the master of this house is fated with me, so I came to form a good relationship. Yang Wei was not annoyed by the guard's attitude but said with a smile. A wandering Taoist priest. Hearing Yang Wei's words, the guard burst into laughter, laughing so hard that tears almost came out. He roughly knew what this guy was here for. In simple terms, he was here to climb up to the Jiang family, but this reason was quite bizarre, involving a Taoist priest's tricks. Kid, I don't care what you're here for, but I advise you to leave. The Jiang family is not someone you can cling to. Hearing the guard's words, Yang Wei's fists clenched unconsciously, his face immediately turning gloomy. Damn, these little B***stards dare to mock him. Being bullied by Jiang Che was one thing, but being looked down upon by these B***stards. Yang Wei took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner anger. Now was obviously not the time to get angry. After all, he still needed Jiang Yun'er to rise. If he beat up these guards now, it wouldn't be a wise choice. You are Li Dayton, 25 years old, from Qingzhou next to Jiangzhou. You are Li Tianlong, 26 years old, from Chuzhou, unmarried, with an old mother at home. Yang Wei was too lazy to explain anything to these guys and directly read their faces. The guard looked at Yang Wei in shock, clearly stunned by his words. He didn't expect this guy to really have some skills. What Yang Wei just said was his life story. This guy could tell so much detail just by looking at him. Could it be that he really had some skills? His thinking of this, the guard couldn't help but take a deep breath, wondering what kind of person he had offended. Cold sweat kept seeping from the guard's forehead, his back completely soaked. "Master, please forgive me, it was my fault for being blind." The guard quickly apologized to Yang Wei, afraid that this guy would settle accounts with him later. He knew that these skilled Taoist priests could do some spooky stuff, and if he didn't apologize, who knew how he would die. "Can I go in now?" Yang Wei glanced at him, his expression calm, hands behind his back, fully displaying the demeanor of a master. "Please wait a moment, I will go and report." The guard's attitude made a complete turnaround, then he went into report. "Master, there is a Taoist priest outside who wants to visit you, saying he is fated with you." In the living room, Zhang Tengji was still frowning in thought when the guard's voice interrupted his reverie. "A Taoist priest? No, let him go." Zhang Tengji frowned and said, thinking that the person the guard mentioned was a charlatan, as he never believed in such things. "But master, he does have some skills." The guard recounted Yang Wei's fortune-telling at the door. "Oh, is what you said true?" Hearing the guard's words, Zhang Tengji also became a bit curious. Could there really be such a person in this world who could tell a person's life story at a glance? "It's true," the guard nodded, saying that he was initially skeptical and didn't expect this young man to have such extraordinary skills. "Let him in." "Okay, master." The guard responded respectfully and retreated. Under the servant's guidance, Yang Wei soon arrived in the living room and saw Zhang Tengji drinking tea. "You are the Taoist priest?" Zhang Tengji frowned, sizing up Yang Wei. Could this guy really have some skills? But he was too young. He thought it would be an old man in coarse clothes, with white hair and an immortal demeanor, as that was what he imagined a master would look like. "Yes, I am the Taoist priest. I am Yang Wei, from Kangmang Mountain, apprentice to Kangmang Zhenren." "Then why are you looking for me?" Zhang Tengji asked curiously. Regardless of the truth, this guy's background was impressive. He had heard of an old immortal living on Kangmang Mountain, who could predict all things in the world with a glance. "Passing by here, I found that we are fated, so I came to form a good relationship." Yang Wei said with a light smile. "Fated with me? How do you want to form a good relationship?" Zhang Tengji looked at Yang Wei, surprised that this guy was so articulate. "I found that your daughter Zhang Yuner and I are destined to be together. I came to meet Miss Zhang. If we can become Tao companions, it will be greatly beneficial to both of us." Yang Wei said after some thought. He believed he could use his words to fool this guy, so he didn't hide anything. Destined to be together. Hearing Yang Wei's words, Zhang Tengji's expression became strange. He could now confirm. Damn, this guy was a fraud. In this day and age, talking about destined relationships, why not say he has the aura of an emperor? Seeing Zhang Tengji's extremely skeptical look, Yang Wei smiled and continued, "Miss Zhang Yuner was born in the year of Renyan, Bingwu, Gangxi, Wuyin. She had a serious illness at the age of 6 and went up the mountain to learn at 13. This hearing Yang Wei's words, Zhang Tengji was dumbfounded. Damn, how did he know his daughter's birth details so clearly? Only his wife and the doctor who delivered the baby knew about this. Could it be that this guy really had some skills? But Zhang Tengji still didn't believe in destined relationships, as it was too far-fetched. Miss Yang's fate is conflicted, and she will face a calamity at 20. To overcome this calamity, she must marry me. Yang Wei said seriously, without exaggeration, speaking the truth. Zhang Yuner indeed had a calamity in her fate, which couldn't be resolved by ordinary people. Why should I believe you? Zhang Tengji frowned, already somewhat swayed, as this guy could accurately state his daughter's birth details and life. Dad, don't believe what he says, he's the pervert who has been stalking me. Zhang Yuner appeared at the stairway, holding Jiang Che's big hand, her eyes full of disgust as she looked at Yang Wei. How did this pervert manage to get into the house? What were the guards at the door doing? She had already changed into a new pair of white silk stockings, as the previous pair could no longer be worn. They were covered with white stains, making them feel strange to wear. Miss Zhang. Yang Wei also looked up at the stairway, his face showing what he thought was a very charming smile. But as he kept smiling, he couldn't keep it up. Damn, why is there another man next to Zhang Yuner, and why is that man Jiang Che? Yang Wei's eyes widened, looking bewildered at the two people coming down the stairs. He had imagined countless outcomes, but never this one. What a coincidence, little Taoist, we meet again. Jiang Che looked at Yang Wei with a teasing gaze, a mocking smile on his face. He already had a murderous intent towards this guy. Since he wanted to die so much, he could only fulfill his wish. Young Master Jiang, do you know him? Hearing Jiang Che's words, Jiang Tongji looked at Jiang Che curiously. This Yang Wei even knew Jiang Che, could it be that he really had some skills? I know him, he's just a charlatan. Jiang Che spoke with ease, recounting Yang Wei's illustrious deeds at the Jiyu family and how he was framed for murder at the Lu family. He conveniently left out his own flirtation with Jiyu Yunqi. After all, it was enough that he knew about it. Lu Qingfeng of the Lu family was killed by him. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Jiang Tongji was dumbfounded, his eyes wary as he looked at Yang Wei. Lu Qingfeng's death had caused quite a stir in the upper circles a few days ago, as he was the head of the Lu family, one of the four major families in Linjiang. The Lu family only said that Lu Qingfeng was assassinated, without mentioning the reason. Damn, this B***starred really had no good intentions. No, Master Jiang, listen to me. Yang Wei was almost in tears. Damn, why is Jiang Che everywhere? Why is this guy always one step ahead of me? He had almost convinced Jiang Tongji, but now everything was ruined. What else is there to say? Someone, throw this charlatan out. Jiang Tongji's face was gloomy as he ordered the guards standing nearby. The guards didn't hesitate, rolling up their sleeves as they walked towards Yang Wei. Ding, the host has framed Yang Wei, causing him to be estranged from the Jiang family, changing the plot, and earning 2,000 villain points. Kid, are you going to leave on your own, or do we have to make you leave? A burly man in black stood in front of Yang Wei, his eyes vicious as he spoke. His gaze was full of disdain. This guy was barely over 1.7 meters tall, he could take on 3 of him without a problem. Miss Jiang, what I said is true, we are truly destined to be together. If you don't marry me, you won't survive the calamity at 20. Yang Wei ignored the few foolish guards and turned to look at Zhang Yuner, speaking seriously. What are you guys waiting for? Beat him up. Zhang Yuner ignored Yang Wei's nonsense and looked at the guards with some dissatisfaction. Okay, miss. The guards didn't hesitate and directly attacked Yang Wei. A bunch of ants dare to be so arrogant. Yang Wei was completely enraged. If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you think it's a sick cat? Without hesitation, he struck with his palm, gathering his internal energy. The guards were sent flying by his blow. Jiang Che watched Yang Wei's outburst with interest. He knew what Yang Wei meant by Zhang Yuner's calamity. But that matter was child's play to him, he could easily solve it when the time came. Overestimating yourself. Yang Wei sneered at the guards lying not far away, then turned to Zhang Yuner and said, I will be in Linjiang City for a while. If anything happens, come find me. After speaking, Yang Wei wanted to leave, but Jiang Che's mocking laughter soon reached his ears. You think you can just leave after hitting someone? Jiang Che stepped in front of Yang Wei, looking down at him with a mocking expression. What do you want to do? Yang Wei unconsciously took a few steps back, looking at Jiang Che with apprehension. He was afraid that Jiang Che would take the opportunity to send him flying again. He was already traumatized by Jiang Che. What do I want to do as Yuner's male best friend? You dare to harass her. What do you think I want to do? Jiang Che sneered, grabbing Yang Wei like a chick. You let go of me. Yang Wei's feet were off the ground, struggling constantly, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape Jiang Che's grasp. After all, Jiang Che was 2 whole small realms higher than him. Feeling Zhang Yuner's mocking and disdainful gaze, his face turned extremely red. Men always like to show off in front of the women they like to attract their attention, and Yang Wei was no exception. Unfortunately, today he was the one being beaten. Jiang Che exerted his strength and threw Yang Wei out, and Yang Wei's body flew straight towards the swimming pool like a straight line. Plop! With a dull thud, Yang Wei fell directly into the swimming pool. He struggled to climb out of the pool, his clothes soaked through, looking like a drowned rat. Jiang Che, I will kill you. Yang Wei wiped the water off his face, his eyes full of killing intent as he looked at Jiang Che. He couldn't take being humiliated by Jiang Che again and again. Gathering his internal energy in his palm, a sword energy shot out directly from him, aiming straight at Jiang Che's face with lightning speed. Jiang Che casually waved out a sword energy. The golden sword light collided with the white sword energy in midair, making the surrounding trees sway with the wind. With a loud bang, the golden sword light shattered the white sword energy and shot straight towards Yang Wei's arm. Yang Wei looked at the approaching sword light in horror, unable to retreat in time. The golden sword light pierced through his arm, leaving a ghastly wound, with blood constantly seeping out. Off feeling the pain from his arm, Yang Wei screamed in agony, his face turning pale, his features twisted. I think you're the one who's truly overestimating yourself. Jiang Che stepped forward and stood in front of Yang Wei, his face full of disdainful smiles. Watching Jiang Che's display of power, Zhang Tengji was stunned. Releasing internal energy, killing from a distance, shrinking the ground to an inch, these were all signs of a transformation realm martial artist, and Jiang Che had accomplished them all, indicating that he was a transformation realm martial artist. He had heard from his daughter about the divisions of martial artists. Some people might never reach the transformation realm even after a lifetime of cultivation. This proved how rare experts at this level were. He didn't expect Jiang Che to be a transformation realm martial artist. This made him feel uneasy for a long time. Jiang Che had hidden his strength very deeply. Brother is actually a transformation realm martial artist. Zhang Yuner was also surprised as she looked at Jiang Che, not expecting his cultivation to be so high. She had never asked Jiang Che about his cultivation because she didn't think it was necessary. She liked him as a person, not for his cultivation. But today, her brother had given her such a big surprise as expected of my brother, so outstanding. Zhang Yuner looked at Jiang Che with some infatuation, realizing she was deeply attracted to him, unable to extricate herself. If you have the guts, kill me today. Yang Wei lay on the ground, his eyes full of coldness as he looked at Jiang Che. Do you think I don't dare? Jiang Che sneered, just about to make a move, then suddenly stopped. System, if I kill his master too, will there be a villain points reward? Host will receive rewards for changing the plot. Yang Wei's master, Kangmang Zhenren, does not die in the original work. If the host kills him, it also changes the plot, and the system will reward you. Hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Che nodded in realization, then looked at Yang Wei with disdain. I'll spare your pathetic life for now, but don't think you'll get away so easily. Jiang Che smiled sinisterly, lifting his leg and kicking Yang Wei. With the sound of an egg cracking, Yang Wei's face turned pale as paper, and he fainted directly after a scream. Ding! The host turned Yang Wei into a eunuch, changing the plot, and earned 2,000 villain points. Ding! Yang Wei's luck 2,000, earning 4,000 villain points. Yang Wei loses the protagonist's halo and becomes an ordinary person. Listening to a series of prompts from the system, Jiang Che understood. This guy had been crippled by him and couldn't do anything anymore. Naturally, he was no longer the protagonist. Brother, thank you for subduing this bad guy for me. Zhang Yuner ran and threw herself into Jiang Che's arms, smiling cheerfully. This is what I should do. Jiang Che patted her little head, smiling indulgently. This silly girl had given herself to him, of course, he had to protect her well. Zhang Yuner squinted her eyes comfortably, leaning her little head against Jiang Che's chest, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from him. Brother's chest feels so safe. It turns out being patted on the head by someone you like feels so good. No wonder those girls like it so much. Zhang Yuner thought to herself and snuggled her little head further into Jiang Che's arms. Seeing the two so intimately close, Zhang Tengji shook his head with a complex expression and turned to leave. He could see that his daughter was serious this time. She truly liked Jiang Che. He decided not to interfere. Young people's matters should be left to themselves. Here, this is for you. Jiang Che took out a marrow cleansing pill, nourishing essence pill, and great restoration pill from the system space and handed them to Zhang Yuner. These things were of no use to him, so he might as well give them to Zhang Yuner to help her improve her cultivation. He wasn't a stingy person. Since Zhang Yuner had satisfied some of his preferences, he naturally had to show his appreciation. What kind of pills are these? Looking at the 3 pills that suddenly appeared in her hand, Zhang Yuner asked curiously. She had never seen these pills before, but she could feel the energy contained within them, knowing they were not ordinary. This is marrow cleansing pill, which can help you cleanse your marrow and improve your aptitude. This is nourishing essence pill, useful for healing injuries with miraculous effects. And this is great restoration, which can save you years of hard cultivation and help you break through realms. Hearing Jiang Che's explanation, Zhang Yuner was surprised, her cherry red lips forming an O shape, her face full of shock. These miraculous pills were given to her just like that. Zhang Yuner felt deeply touched. Brother, why are you so good to me? Zhang Yuner laid her head back on Jiang Che's chest, speaking in a soft voice, tears welling up in her eyes, evoking a feeling of tenderness. This is what I should do. Didn't you say you wanted to be my little wife? Isn't it right for me to be good to my little wife? Jiang Che supported Jiang Yuner with one hand to prevent her from falling out of his embrace, and with the other, he playfully tweaked her nose, smiling teasingly. Although he was ruthless, he was kind to his own people. Towards enemies, he was merciless, but towards his women, he was protective. Especially when he was with Jiang Yuner, he always felt like he was raising a daughter. Jiang Yuner said no more, burying her head deeply in Jiang Che's chest, her resolve to stay with him for life growing stronger. All right, don't cry anymore. If you cry again, you'll become a little kitten. Feeling his chest soaked by the little girl's tears, Jiang Che patted her shoulder, teasingly. I'm not crying, you must have seen it wrong. Jiang Yuner wiped the tears from her face, turning her head away with a hint of pride. What do you plan to do with this guy? Jiang Che glanced at Yang Wei, who was lying unconscious like a dead dog, and asked curiously. Why not let him go? Jiang Yuner hesitated and said. Although he had been harassing her, he had never succeeded, and now he was turned into a eunuch by Jiang Che, which was punishment enough. I think the same. Jiang Che nodded in agreement. He didn't plan to kill Yang Wei before Kangmang Zhenren arrived, as he still needed him to provide villain points. Jiang Che gently put Jiang Yuner down from his embrace, called some guards to carry Yang Wei out, and then drove away from the Jiang family. Brother, remember to come and play with me when you have time next time. I'll wear cat paw socks. Jiang Yuner shouted a few times, reluctantly watching Jiang Che leave. Jiang Che waved his hand to signal her to go back, then floored the accelerator, and the Ferrari sped off, quickly disappearing into the night. Watching Jiang Che's figure completely disappear, Jiang Yuner walked back to the living room with little energy. As soon as she entered the living room, she saw her parents sitting on the sofa with serious expressions, clearly waiting for her. Dad, Mom, why aren't you asleep yet? Jiang Yuner asked strangely, not understanding what they were planning to do. Tell me, what are you thinking? Jiang Tengji looked at his daughter, sighed, and said. What am I thinking? Jiang Yuner looked at her father with some confusion, not understanding what he meant. Don't you know Jiang Che has a fiancée? Why are you still so close to him? What does that have to do with anything? Jiang Yuner wrinkled her nose, even more confused. She didn't want to take her senior sister's main wife position, she just wanted to be a little wife. Jiang Tengji. Never mind, go rest. Jiang Tengji opened his mouth but said nothing more, just told Jiang Yuner to rest. He could see that his daughter was determined to be with Jiang Che, so saying more was useless, she wouldn't listen. Jiang Yuner looked at her father strangely, then went upstairs to sleep without thinking much. I told you not to worry about this. Yuner knows what she's doing. You know her personality. She won't listen to you anyway. Yang's mother looked at her husband and said, trying to comfort him. And you saw what happened today. That man just teased our daughter, and young Master Jiang beat him like that. Can't you see how much he cares about our daughter? From this, Yang's mother said enviously. Every woman loves a hero, and Jiang Che's domineering and protective nature would naturally attract many girls. I just feel that Yuner will be wrong. Jiang Tengji sighed, his face somewhat unnatural. Is this karma? When he was young, he often ignored his wife and had mistresses. In middle age, his daughter became someone else's little wife. Although Jiang Yuner said she was Jiang Che's little wife, it was just a title, not an official position, which was essentially a mistress. Well, you worry about it then, I'm going to sleep. Yang's mother yawned and went upstairs. She was optimistic about Jiang Che. Although her daughter was just a little wife, she wouldn't suffer with Jiang Che. From ancient times to the present, there have been many cases where the rich pampered their concubines. Damn, trying to deceive the Jiang family, deserved to be beaten. Weren't you arrogant just now? Why aren't you pretending now? The guards threw Yang Wei to the roadside outside the Jiang family, kicking him a few times to vent their anger. Not a man anymore, you'd be better off dead. They spat on Yang Wei's face a few times before leaving. Not long after the guards left, Yang Wei slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the pain from all over his body, Yang Wei couldn't help but take a deep breath. As if he suddenly thought of something, he touched his body, and then he was dumbfounded. He, Yang Wei, was really finished this time. He was no longer a man. Jiang Che, I will kill you. Thinking that all this was thanks to Jiang Che, Yang Wei's face turned green with rage, his eyes filled with killing intent. His chest heaved, and he roared angrily. His voice was hoarse, lacking some masculine strength, sounding somewhat effeminate. Jiang Che, I will kill you. Yang Wei struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes bloodshot, his hair disheveled, his face covered in blood. Feeling extremely agitated, he couldn't accept the fact that he had become a eunuch. PFF'd already injured, Yang Wei's excitement made him spit out a mouthful of blood, and he fainted again. Yang Wei struggled to get up from the ground, yelling like a mad dog on the road, looking extremely pained. His face was twisted with anger, unable to suppress his inner rage anymore. He raised his hand and sent out a palm strike, a sword beam shot out from his palm and smashed towards the tree by the roadside. Boom! With a dull thud, the tree was cut in half by the sword beam, causing a shower of dirt and rocks around. Still not satisfied, Yang Wei continued to strike out several palms, and the nearby trees all fell victim to his wrath. Jiang Che, I will kill you, Yang Wei roared hoarsely, looking insane. No, I need to calm down. Yang Wei took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. If he kept going crazy like this, it would only worsen his injuries. He took out his phone and dialed his master, Kangmang Zhenren's number. Although his master was on Kangmang Mountain, he wasn't completely cut off from the world and still used a phone. You brat, calling me so late, don't you know you're disturbing my sleep? As soon as the call was connected, an old man's grumpy voice came through. Master. Hearing his master's voice, Yang Wei couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and he choked up. What happened to you? Kangmang Zhenren frowned, asking with some confusion. He clearly noticed something off in Yang Wei's tone. It lacked the usual masculinity and had a more feminine quality. Master, I've been turned into a eunuch by Jiang Che. Yang Wei sobbed and recounted the entire grudge between him and Jiang Che. How outrageously arrogant to dare treat my disciple this way. Does he think I have no temper? It seems I've been out of the limelight for too long, and many have forgotten my name. Wait for me, I'll head to Linjiang City now, and I'll be there the day after tomorrow. This time, I will get justice for you, Kangmang Zhenren said angrily. He was truly furious this time. He didn't expect anyone in Linjiang City to dare disrespect him like this. Just as he was about to break through to the realm of unity of man and heaven, he needed a catalyst, and venting this anger might just be it. As for Yang Wei's injury, they would find a solution later. Jiang Che, let's see what you do this time. Hanging up the phone, a cruel, bloodthirsty smile spread across Yang Wei's face. He laughed maniacally, as if he could already see Jiang Che's death, momentarily forgetting the pain in his body. System, I want to improve my cultivation in the garden pavilion of Crouching Dragon Villa. Jiang Che sat cross-legged on the ground, communicating with the system in his mind. It had been some time since his last cultivation upgrade, and he had stabilized his cultivation over the past few days. Now he could advance to the peak of transformation. Moreover, that old thing Kangmang Zhenren should be coming soon, and he needed to improve his cultivation quickly to be able to fight him. Ding, deducting 10,000 villain points, upgrading, mysterious heavenly scripture. The upgrade lasted a full 5 hours, and when Jiang Che opened his eyes again, it was already midnight and the moon was high, the stars were sparse. Jiang Che exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling the power coursing through his body, and couldn't help but stretch. So this is the power of the peak of transformation. Jiang Che raised his hand and struck out a palm, and a stone 100 meters away shattered into powder and quickly dissipated into the air. System, how many villain points are needed for the next upgrade? Jiang Che asked curiously. According to this damn system's usual behavior, the points needed for each major breakthrough would multiply. To advance from the peak of transformation to the peak of unity of man and heaven, each upgrade requires 50,000 villain points. 50,000. Hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Che's face darkened, feeling speechless. How many protagonists do I have to kill to upgrade once? This damn system is truly a profiteer. Complaints aside, Jiang Che had nothing more to say. At worst, he would just go out more often and encounter more protagonists. After consolidating his cultivation, Jiang Che yawned and went back to sleep. The next day, at the Shen family villa. Where are you going? Lin Wanru looked at her son Lin Nan, frowning. She noticed that ever since they came to Linjiang City, her son had become very strange. He was either holed up in his room all day or constantly going out without saying a word to anyone. Could he have been traumatized? Mom, I have something to do. Lin Nan said and left the Shen family gate without looking back. There was no point in explaining. He couldn't possibly tell her that he had acquired shares in a company through the system's sign-in, and now he was going to sign the transfer agreement, could he? You better behave yourself and don't have any unrealistic ideas. Watching Lin Nan's back, Lin Wanru warned seriously. It seemed staying with the Shen family was no longer feasible. They needed to return home earlier. She feared her son might cause some trouble if he stayed here any longer. Lin Nan waved his hand without saying anything, got into his car, and headed straight for a small company on a bustling street in the city center. Young master, Lin Nan went to a gaming company in the city center after leaving the Shen family. In the living room of Crouching Dragon Villa, Along respectfully reported the information gathered by his brothers. "What's the name of this gaming company?" Jiang Che asked curiously, already guessing that Lin Nan was likely going to handle the transfer of shares. After all, such reborn entrepreneurs usually followed this routine, but the e-commerce industry had already been preempted by him, so the plot was completely disrupted. He had no idea which gaming company Lin Nan had acquired shares in. Star Game Company. Star Game Company, isn't that a subsidiary of the Jiang family? Jiang Che was stunned, a bit taken aback. Star Game Company was a small subsidiary of the Jiang family. During his last visit home, he had heard his mother mention that the gaming market was already saturated, making it difficult to make any profit, and she planned to sell the company's shares soon. Unexpectedly, it ended up in Lin Nan's hands. Thinking about this, Jiang Che's expression turned a bit strange. He was sure this guy's money had an improper origin. Lin Nan was just an illegitimate son of the Lin family from the neighboring Tianai city, with no real influence or resources. With just a phone call, he could have the Jiang family investigate the flow of Lin Nan's funds, and that guy would be in trouble. With this in mind, Jiang Che didn't hesitate and directly called Su Shanshan. The call was quickly connected, and Jiang Che asked directly, "Mom, did you already sell the shares of Star Game Company?" "Yes, that company was almost bankrupt, so I sold it." "Is there a problem on the other end?" Su Shanshan's tone was a bit puzzled. "How much did you sell it for? How many shares?" 1 billion, for 70% of the shares. Su Shanshan replied. Star Game Company was just a small subsidiary of the Jiang family, and selling it wouldn't affect them at all. She couldn't understand why Jiang Che suddenly asked about it. And 1 billion wasn't much, just Jiang Che's allowance for 10 months. "The person who bought Star Game Company has issues, Mom, you should quickly investigate where that billion came from," Jiang Che said with a cold smile. A poor boy with a sudden surge in wealth, owning luxury cars and houses, clearly had problems. Just a little investigation would reveal everything. "All right, I'll have someone look into it." Although puzzled by Jiang Che's actions, Su Shanshan didn't think much and immediately hung up the phone to order an investigation into the source of that billion. "Where is Yang Wei now?" After hanging up the phone, Jiang Che asked Along curiously. Yang Wei found a hotel on Tianan Road in the Western District and settled there. He hasn't gone out since, probably recovering from his injuries. Along replied respectfully. "Got it, have the brothers keep an eye on him and report any movement to me." Jiang Che waved his hand, signaling Along to leave. "Young master, why do you always have them monitor some people?" After Along left, Ching, who was massaging Jiang Che's shoulders, asked curiously. Over the past month, her young master had had the guards monitor numerous people. "Because they are my leaks, bringing me benefits. I'm protecting them," Jiang Che said playfully, tweaking Ching's nose. Ching nodded in half understanding and didn't ask further. This wasn't something she should worry about. She just needed to fulfill her duties as a maid. "Young master, how's the strength?" "A bit harder." Comfortable. Jiang Che squinted his eyes in enjoyment, leaning back on the sofa and enjoying the girl's massage. Jiang Che was enjoying the ultimate massage from the young girl when he received a call back from his mother, Su Shanshan. "I've found out that the source of the funds indeed has a problem. This billion was transferred in 20 installments from 20 different accounts around the world. The person who acquired Star Game Company is named Lin Nan, an illegitimate son of the Lin family in Tianai City. He has little status in the family and couldn't possibly have this much money. Recently, he has also acquired many luxury cars and villas. This person is suspicious," Su Shanshan said gravely. Upon thorough investigation, she had discovered the issue. "I've already sent a lawyer and reported it to the police." "That's good. Fortunately, we cut our losses in time," Jiang Che said with a smile. Although this matter wouldn't fundamentally impact the Jiang family, ignoring it might let others think the Jiang family would sell shares to anyone, which wouldn't be good. "How did you know about this, and how did you know there was a problem with this guy?" Su Shanshan asked in a puzzled tone. She had only sold the shares at 10 in the morning and hadn't had time to tell Jiang Che, yet he called her directly. That's my little secret, Mom, don't ask. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Remember to bring Ah Ching home for dinner when you have time. With that, Su Shanshan hung up. Jiang Che didn't want to say more, and she didn't want to pry. Everyone has their secrets, and she wasn't one to be overly curious. The more mysterious Jiang Che was, the stronger he seemed. As a mother, she shared in his glory and shame. After hanging up, Jiang Che noticed Ah Ching sitting next to him, her jade feet wrapped in white silk resting on the coffee table. At this time, the other maids had left the living room, leaving only Jiang Che and Ah Ching. What's wrong with you? Jiang Che frowned at Ah Ching's flushed face, asking curiously. Could the little maid have caught a cold recently? Young master, my cold syndrome is acting up. I need your help to suppress the cold poison inside me. Ah Ching said shyly, but it was something she couldn't help. Suffering from this strange illness, she was quite troubled. Fortunately, she had met her skilled young master, otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. When the cold syndrome flares up, it is extremely uncomfortable. The pain is unimaginable for most people, and only her young master could temporarily suppress it. Meeting her young master was the luckiest thing in her life. Jiang Che nodded understandingly. No wonder her complexion was off. So, her cold syndrome had flared up. Since learning the Ghost Gate 13 needles, Jiang Che had gained a different understanding of medicine and could try its effects. In the office of Star Game Company. Mr. Lin, this is the share transfer agreement. If there are no issues, please sign it. A beautiful woman in professional attire handed the transfer agreement to Lin Nan with a smile. She sized up the man in front of her, wondering. Being able to take out $1 billion to acquire Star Game Company, he was clearly not an ordinary person. But doesn't he know that the gaming market in JoJo was already saturated? She really couldn't understand Lin Nan's behavior. To put it bluntly, he had spent $1 billion on a nearly bankrupt gaming company. Did he not research the market before the acquisition, or was he a rich family's son, using the family money to start a business? After reviewing the contract, confirming there were no issues, Lin Nan signed it directly. He had his plans. He had acquired many future game development technologies through the sign-in system. Once he acquired this game company, he could quickly accumulate his first wealth. Thinking about his future happy life, punching Jiang Che and reclaiming Shen Qingqiu, he couldn't help but fantasize. Mr. Lin, from now on, you are the chairman of our company. My name is Chen Yudi, and I will be your personal secretary. Chen Yudi said with a smile. Before Lin Nan arrived, she had been appointed president of the company by Su Shanshan. Now that there was a chairman, she would start over. But she didn't mind. Su Shanshan had treated her well over the years, and she had saved enough money. Starting over wasn't a big deal. Hello, I'm Lin Nan said with a smile, a flash of greed in his eyes. This woman had a great figure and was very beautiful. Although not as beautiful as his cousin Shen Qingqiu, she was still a rare beauty. Thinking that such a beauty would be his secretary, he felt excited. A secretary with work to do. As Lin Nan fantasized about his future, a middle-aged man holding documents and a group of police officers pushed the door open. What do you want? Lin Nan asked, slightly annoyed. He spoke with confidence, as he was now the company's boss. Mr. Lin, you are suspected of illegal fundraising and money laundering. Regarding your acquisition of Yang's Star Game Company, which may affect our company's reputation, we are filing a lawsuit against you. This is a lawyer's letter. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and handed the lawyer's letter to Lin Nan, his expression serious. What money laundering? Lin Nan looked bewildered at the lawyer who had come to him. Damn, when did he launder money? And which Zhang family is this? The system just had him sign the share transfer contract. He didn't know about anything else. So now he was confused. Had he just become the company's boss only to end up in jail? Mr. Lin, you are suspected of money laundering, and the amount is huge. We are now investigating according to the law. Please come with us. The leading officer glanced at Lin Nan and had his men handcuff him and take him away. This case was serious. If the money was illegally obtained, it would be a big deal, enough to keep this guy in jail for life. They had to take him back for a thorough investigation. Lin Nan, still in a daze, didn't resist. In JoJo, resisting arrest is a serious crime, unless he didn't want to live there anymore. Besides, he wasn't worried. Everything was done through the system, so they probably wouldn't find anything. If necessary, he could ask the Shen family for help. With his mother's connections, they should help him. But he didn't understand why they were investigating his funds. Which Jiang family are you from? Lin Nan asked the lawyer, feeling a bad premonition. The Jiang family in Linjiang City. The lawyer looked at him with a condescending gaze. You acquired our subsidiary, and you don't even know which family we belong to. The Jiang family. Lin Nan frowned, realizing it was Jiang Che's family. Damn, the system handed him a subsidiary of the Jiang family, pushing him into the fire pit. He didn't think Jiang Che would be generous. This whole situation was definitely caused by Jiang Che. System, will they find anything? Lin Nan asked anxiously in his mind. If anything went wrong, he was finished. He didn't think his family would go to great lengths to save him. Please do not worry, host. Any reward given by the system is obtained through legal means, the system replied calmly. Lin Nan sighed in relief and got into the police car. As long as it wasn't money laundering, he was safe. Chen Yudi watched Lin Nan's departure with a strange expression. She had thought he was a wealthy family's son out for experience, but he turned out to be involved in money laundering. Name: Lin Nan. Gender: male. Place of origin: Jiangzhou, Tianai City, Lin family. Tell us, where did your money come from? In the interrogation room, the police officer glanced at Lin Nan and asked indifferently. They had contacted Tianai City and investigated Lin Nan. Although he was born into a wealthy family, he had little status and couldn't have such wealth, especially not so suddenly. My money came from stock trading, Lin Nan said after a moment of thought. It was the only reasonable excuse. Then why was the money for acquiring Star Game Company transferred from overseas accounts and the cardholders weren't you? The middle-aged officer glared at Lin Nan, hoping to find a flaw in his story. I choose not to answer that. I request a lawyer. Lin Nan replied calmly, unafraid of the officer's aggressive attitude. This matter was too complicated to explain, and they wouldn't find anything quickly. He just needed to stall for time. The middle-aged officer stared at Lin Nan for a moment but said nothing, returning his phone to him. He couldn't force a confession, so they would have to wait and investigate further. Lin Nan took his phone and quickly called his mother. Mom, I've been framed. Get the Shen family to save me. Shen family courtyard, in the living room. I told you not to mess around, now look at what you've done. After scolding Lin Nan, Lin Wanru hung up the phone. What happened to Xiao Nan? Did something happen? Seeing how furious Lin Wanru was, Lin Wanxi asked curiously. She had never seen her sister so angry before, so her nephew must have caused some serious trouble. He's suspected of money laundering and has been arrested. Lin Wanru sighed, not expecting her son to get involved in such matters. Money laundering? Lin Wanxi was stunned, her expression bewildered. Even though her nephew didn't have much status in the Lin family, he still had money. Why would he get involved in something like this? He used that money to buy a gaming company, hoping to achieve something impressive so the Lin family would take him seriously. Seeing her sister's confusion, Lin Wanru explained with a sigh. Lin Nan had good intentions, it was good for young people to be ambitious. But he shouldn't have used money laundering to gain the Lin family's approval. Sister, can you help me? The matter isn't finalized yet, and there's still room for maneuver. Lin Wanru pleaded, looking at Lin Wanxi. Although they weren't biological sisters, their bond was closer than that of real sisters. They had a good relationship even back in the Lin family, and now Lin Wanxi was the only one who could help her. I'll let Qingqiu handle it. Lin Wanxi sighed. Seeing her sister like this made her feel bad. This matter was neither big nor small. The main issue was that it wasn't yet confirmed that Lin Nan was indeed laundering money, so there was still some room to maneuver. Without further hesitation, Lin Wanxi took out her phone and called Shen Qingqiu. At Shen Group, Shen Qingqiu was reviewing documents. When she saw the incoming call, she didn't hesitate to answer. Mom, what's the matter? Lin Wanxi briefly explained the situation to Shen Qingqiu. Go to the detention center and see what's going on. What's he up to now? Shen Qingqiu frowned, her expression impatient. After what Lin Nan had said about Jiang Che last time, she didn't have a good impression of him. Xiao Nan was just momentarily confused. Don't say too much, just go and see. Lin Wanxi comforted. After all, Lin Nan was Shen Qingqiu's cousin. Despite their differences, it was still good to help. I understand, I'll go. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. With that, Shen Qingqiu hung up the phone. She wasn't the type to be unreasonable, she knew what needed to be done. What a troublemaker! After grumbling a few times, Shen Qingqiu took her assistant and headed to the detention center. Qingqiu has already gone to the detention center, you don't need to worry anymore. Lin Wanxi comforted Lin Wanru. Thank you, Sister Lin Wanru said gratefully. In the Lin family, she wasn't treated well. Only with her sister did she feel a bit of warmth. Do you know why Xiao Nan had such an extreme idea? Lin Wanxi asked curiously, unable to understand Lin Nan's actions. Even if he wanted to achieve something quickly, there was no need to take such an extreme route, right? I'm not sure, Lin Wanru pondered. She couldn't possibly say that Lin Nan's actions were spurred by Jiang Che and Shen Qingqiu's behavior. At the detention center, Shen Qingqiu arrived with a lawyer from Shen Group. Hello, Miss Shen. Just as she was about to go in to see Lin Nan, a middle-aged man stood in her way. Do you know me? Shen Qingqiu frowned at the middle-aged man. She was sure she had never met him. I am a lawyer for the Jiang family. Before coming, our young master instructed that if Miss Shen arrived, I should withdraw the lawsuit against Lin Nan. The lawyer adjusted his glasses and said with a faint smile. He was an old hand at the Jiang family and knew that his young master and Shen Qingqiu had a marriage contract. Although he didn't understand why Jiang Che first sued Lin Nan and then had the lawsuit withdrawn when Shen Qingqiu arrived, he was just a worker and followed instructions. You mean Lin Nan used laundered money to acquire a Jiang family business? Shen Qingqiu asked coldly, her brows furrowing in anger. That's correct, Star Game Company is a subsidiary of the Jiang family. Our young master said this matter is just a small lesson for Lin Nan and won't be pursued seriously. I will now proceed with withdrawing the lawsuit. The lawyer said and left to prepare the necessary procedures. Shen Qingqiu let him go without stopping him. Her mother had only mentioned that Lin Nan used dirty money to buy a gaming company, without specifying which one. She just found out that Lin Nan acquired a Jiang family business. This kind of thing could be minor or significant depending on the situation. However, for a company as large as the Jiang family, even the slightest blemish was unacceptable. Although this was a small matter, it could indirectly affect the Jiang family's stock market value and cause irreparable damage. But because of her, Jiang Che decided not to hold Lin Nan accountable, which touched her deeply. Indeed, Shen Qingqiu's man is so considerate. Even though Jiang Che didn't call her directly, he had arranged everything. Feeling touched, Shen Qingqiu also felt more disgusted with her foolish cousin. This guy had badmouthed Jiang Che in front of her last time, and now he was being slapped in the face at lightning speed. President Shen, the necessary procedures have been completed. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. About half an hour later, the lawyer returned to Shen Qingqiu and spoke politely. His respectful tone indicated that he saw her as his future mistress. Thank you, Shen Qingqiu said faintly. Although Jiang Che handled everything, the lawyer still deserved some gratitude. You're welcome, President Shen. You can now take Lin Nan out. My client will not pursue the matter further, but whether Lin Nan laundered money still needs to be investigated. The lawyer said respectfully and left. As the chief lawyer for the Jiang family, he had many cases to handle and couldn't stay there indefinitely. Cousin, why are you here? Lin Nan was soon released. He was still confused but understood when he saw Shen Qingqiu in the hall. He believed Shen Qingqiu must have used her connections to get him out so quickly. This made Lin Nan deeply touched. His cousin still cared about him. After all, she wasn't as heartless as she seemed. Have you had enough causing trouble yet? Shen Qingqiu coldly glanced at Lin Nan, her eyes filled with killing intent. Her aura was chaotic, ready to erupt at any moment. She would not allow anyone to threaten Jiang Che, not even her cousin. Cousin, you feeling Shen Qingqiu's undisguised murderous intent? Lin Nan was terrified. His back was drenched in cold sweat, fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his face turned pale, his voice trembling. Shen Qingqiu's current state was something he had never seen before. From today on, don't let me see you again. Get as far away as you can. Shen Qingqiu coldly looked at Lin Nan and turned to leave. She feared staying longer would make her lose control and hit him. After all, this was a detention center, and the impact wouldn't be good. In any other place, she would have beaten him up today. Jiang Che was her bottom line, and Lin Nan had crossed it, making it impossible for her to remain calm. Watching Shen Qingqiu leave, Lin Nan was utterly confused. He couldn't understand why Shen Qingqiu was so hostile toward him. Wasn't she here to bail him out? Why did she look like she wanted to kill him after getting him out? You can leave, but you must stay in Linjiang City until we complete our investigation. If necessary, you must respond to our summons. A police officer walked up to Lin Nan and warned him. The Jiang family had withdrawn the lawsuit, so he had no reason to keep Lin Nan detained. Although Lin Nan was highly suspected of money laundering, there was no solid evidence yet. But the matter was too significant to drop. Once they had enough evidence, they would arrest Lin Nan immediately. So Lin Nan left the detention center in a daze, still unsure of what had happened. Ding, the host successfully framed Lin Nan, causing him to completely break with Shen Qingqiu, altering the plot. Reward: 2,000 villain points. Ding, Lin Nan's luck 1,000, reward: 2,000 villain points. In the living room of Crouching Dragon Villa, Jiang Che listened to the system prompts echoing in his mind, a disdainful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Che hadn't expected the plan to frame Lin Nan to go so smoothly. After completely breaking with Shen Qingqiu, Lin Nan had no more value to exploit, especially since the online shopping avenue had already been seized by him. Now that Shen Qingqiu had broken with him, Lin Nan's rebirth was meaningless. He could choose a time to send him on his way. Thinking this, Jiang Che got up and walked out of the living room, heading towards the training ground where his bodyguards were practicing in the backyard. In a clearing in the backyard, Uncle Fu was training a few of his bodyguards. As a master at the late stage of transformation, Uncle Fu found it quite easy to instruct a few warriors at the innate level. Young master seeing Jiang Che arrive, a smile appeared on Uncle Fu's face, and he greeted him with utmost respect. "How are their training progressing?" Jiang Che asked curiously. "After taking your cleansing pills, young master, their physiques have significantly improved. Through hard work during this period, Along has advanced to the late stage of innate." Uncle Fu stroked his beard, sighing in amazement. Such rapid progress in cultivation was something he had never dared to imagine before, all thanks to Jiang Che's cleansing pills. "Not bad," Jiang Che shrugged. Although their cultivation levels were still somewhat weak, the progress was evident. In the later stages, he could help them with various pills, which would make them a significant force for him. "Take this." Jiang Che exchanged a great restoration pill from the system and handed it to Uncle Fu. The old man, Yang Wei's master, was arriving in Linjiang soon, and Jiang Che needed to elevate Uncle Fu's cultivation. Having an extra helper would increase his chances of victory. Although he was confident he could kill the old man, who knows what hidden cards he might have. "What's this?" Uncle Fu frowned, looking puzzled at the pill in his hand, not understanding Jiang Che's intention. "This is a great restoration pill. Taking it will grant you the equivalent of 10 years of cultivation, helping you break through to the peak of transformation. In a few days, I'll need your help in a tough battle. Take it quickly. This young master, you should keep it for yourself." Uncle Fu was tempted but politely declined. Such a pill was too precious. "I have plenty. No need to refuse." Jiang Che shook his head. As long as he had enough villain points, he could get as many as he wanted. "All right, thank you, young master." Hearing Jiang Che's words, Uncle Fu no longer refused and looked at Jiang Che with gratitude. He hadn't expected the young master to treat him so well. Although he had served the Jiang family for decades, he was still just a servant. "Find a time to break through. There's a big battle tomorrow." Leaving these words, Jiang Che departed. Uncle Fu found an open spot to begin his breakthrough. At the Shen family mansion, when Lin Nan returned, Lin Wanru was already waiting for him in the living room, her face looking displeased. "Mom, I'm back." Lin Nan touched his nose, smiling sheepishly. He knew why his mother was angry, so he avoided her gaze. "Tell me, what are you planning to do?" Lin Wanru looked at her son with disappointment, feeling he was being too hasty. Though Lin Nan's intentions were good, he should never have resorted to money laundering. "I'm telling you, I didn't launder money. I was framed. Do you believe me?" Lin Nan sighed helplessly. The system said his money was obtained legally, but he didn't know the details. This time, it was Jiang Che who tricked him, leading to a series of misunderstandings. "Do you think I believe that?" Lin Wanru frowned, looking at her son with dissatisfaction. His wings had grown, and now he was even lying to her. If he made a mistake, he should admit it and avoid repeating it. But Lin Nan's refusal to admit his mistake frustrated her. Lin Nan said nothing more, turning to pack his luggage. He planned to leave Linjiang in the next few days and return to Tianai City. Shen Qingqiu always kept her word. He didn't think she was joking. Next time they met, she might beat him half to death. He no longer had any thoughts about Shen Qingqiu. She was deeply in love, and nothing he said would matter. You watching Lin Nan's retreating figure, Lin Wanru gritted her teeth, feeling disappointment for the first time in her son. The next day, at dusk, at Linjiang City train station, an elderly man with white hair and a solemn expression emerged from the waiting hall, dressed in coarse linen. His steps were vigorous, indicating his robust health. This was none other than Kangmang Zhenren. After receiving Yang Wei's call, he had rushed to Linjiang overnight and had just arrived by train. He looked around, his eyes filled with astonishment. For the past 10 years, he had been secluded in the mountains, occasionally descending to the villages at the foot of the vast mountain for supplies. He hadn't visited the city in over a decade and was amazed by the drastic changes in Linjiang. However, he didn't have time for sentimentality. He took out an old mobile phone and called Yang Wei. "Hello, I've arrived in Linjiang. Where are you? Hongyun Hotel on Tianan Road. I'm heading there now." After getting the address from Yang Wei, he hailed a cab and headed straight for the Hongyun Hotel. Room 101, Hongyun Hotel. Hearing the doorbell, Yang Wei excitedly opened the door. Seeing his master, Yang Wei couldn't hold back his tears and began to cry, pouring out his grievances. Kangmang frowned but said nothing. He knew his disciple had suffered greatly, even becoming an eunuch. "I'll find a way to help you. Don't be too sad." He patted Yang Wei's shoulder, comforting him. Is there really a way? Hearing his master's words, Yang Wei looked up expectantly. He knew his master was highly skilled and might have a solution. "There's a way, but it's complicated." He handed Yang Wei a pill, saying, "This pill will help calm your mind. Once you take it, you won't dwell on this issue." He had no real solution. Once it was gone, it was gone. But he wanted to comfort Yang Wei and prevent him from falling into despair. "If you reach the unity of heaven and man, I can help you recover." Fearing Yang Wei's disbelief, Grandmaster Vast painted a rosy picture. "Really?" Master Yang Wei asked excitedly, his eyes shining, already envisioning his future life. "Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Take the pill first." He coughed, his eyes evasive and his tone guilty. "Okay." Without hesitation, Yang Wei swallowed the heart-cleansing pill given by his master. As the pill dissolved, Yang Wei felt his focus shift away from the issue, his mind no longer filled with wild thoughts. "Tell me, what happened?" Seeing Yang Wei calm down, Kangmang Zhenren sighed in relief and asked curiously. On the phone that day, Yang Wei had been too emotional, his voice hoarse. Grandmaster Vast hadn't understood the details, only knowing his disciple had been crippled. "Here's what happened. At first, I went to the Jiu family to adjust their feng shui, then Jiang Che crippled me." Yang Wei recounted his recent experiences to his master. By the end, his face was ashen, his eyes bloodshot, his fists clenched, and his chest heaving with suppressed anger. What a family, what a Jiang Che! Hearing Yang Wei's story, Grandmaster Vast's expression darkened. Such a formidable young man in just a decade, the Jiang family had produced such a prodigy. He had thought his disciple, Yang Wei, reaching the initial stage of transformation at 20, was already exceptional. But Jiang Che surpassed him in every way. "Let's go, I'll take you to get your revenge now," Kangmang said with a gloomy expression, unable to bear the humiliation his beloved disciple had suffered. Hearing his master's words, Yang Wei's eyes lit up. As long as his master was willing to take action, Jiang Che would definitely die. No matter how high Jiang Che's cultivation base was, it couldn't surpass his master's. Right, after all, Kangmang had been at the peak of transformation for countless years. Without much hesitation, Yang Wei led his master out of the hotel, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Wolong Villa. He was going to give Jiang Che a surprise. Jiang Che would never expect an attack in the middle of the night. "This is where Jiang Che lives." Kangmang Zhenren frowned as he looked at the magnificent and imposing manor before him. "Yes, Jiang Che lives here." Yang Wei took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. The thought of his master beating up Jiang Che excited him. "Let's go in." Kangmang Zhenren glanced at the dark night sky and stepped forward, ghost-like, to the gate of the manor. The security guards at the entrance were stunned by Kangmang's sudden appearance. Before they could react, they were knocked unconscious. After dealing with the guards, Kangmang walked towards the villa's center, showing no attempt to hide himself, as if he were returning to his own home, wanting everyone to notice him. Yang Wei followed closely behind. As they walked, patrolling security guards continuously spotted them, only to be knocked unconscious by Kangmang each time. "He lives here," Yang Wei said, his face twisted with a grimace as he thought about how Jiang Che had made him a eunuch. "You're finally here." Kangmang was about to use his Hedong roar to force Jiang Che out when he heard a playful laugh. The lights at the villa's entrance came on, revealing Jiang Che and the smiling Fu Bo behind him. I almost fell asleep waiting for you. You're finally here. Jiang Che yawned lazily, looking drowsy. Jiang Che seeing Jiang Che's leisurely appearance, Yang Wei's face turned ashen, his chest heaved, and his teeth clenched in anger. Why are you so hostile to me? I don't recall offending you to this extent. Jiang Che looked at Yang Wei with feigned confusion, then glanced at Yang Wei's trembling legs, understanding dawning on him. A playful smile appeared on his face, filled with disdain. Oh, I almost forgot, you're no longer a man. Jiang Che's deliberate remark hit its mark, infuriating Yang Wei, whose face twisted in rage. Ah, Jiang Che, I'm going to kill you, Yang Wei shouted, ready to charge at Jiang Che, but was stopped by Kangmang Zhenren. Kangmang looked at Jiang Che seriously, realizing he couldn't gauge Jiang Che's cultivation. Either Jiang Che had a secret method to conceal his breath, which was unlikely, or Jiang Che was also at the peak of transformation. Realizing this, Kangmang became vigilant. I have no grievances with you, so why are you targeting my apprentice? Kangmang asked, dreading that Jiang Che's hostility was due to his own actions. After all, Yang Wei hadn't been off the mountain long enough to develop such a feud. Why target him? He coveted my woman. Shouldn't I teach him a lesson? Jiang Che glanced at Kangmang dismissively, not taking the old man seriously. Jiu Yunqi from the Jiu family had a marriage contract with my disciple, and he didn't bother too much afterward. You keep going after him. Don't you think you're overdoing it? Kangmang's voice grew colder, anger flashing in his eyes. Overdoing it? Jiang Che laughed, as if hearing the funniest joke in the world. I am a villain. I should be arrogant, and I have the capital be arrogant. It's my business what I do. You have no say in it. Hearing Jiang Che's arrogant words, Kangmang could no longer contain his anger. He leapt towards Jiang Che, his palm glowing with inner strength, aiming a lightning-fast strike at Jiang Che's face. The aura was terrifying, making people tremble. Jiang Che remained seated, not even bothering to raise his head, showing utter disdain for Kangmang. This contemptuous action infuriated Kangmang further. The sword light in his palm was about to strike when Fu Bo appeared in front of Jiang Che, his face serious as he met Kangmang's blow with his own. Two immense energies collided in the air, sending sand and rocks flying. After a loud explosion, the two forces dissipated, causing the surrounding air to tremble faintly. Kangmang staggered back a few steps before stabilizing himself, looking at Fu Bo with dread. He hadn't expected Fu Bo to be a master at the peak of transformation. Fu Bo's face was also grim. Though he had withstood the fatal blow, he had lost considerable internal strength. Kangmang Zhenren, indeed, is someone who does not have a false reputation, Fu Bo said solemnly, recognizing that dealing with such a long-established veteran was no easy task. Master, are you okay? Yang Wei asked, concerned, having calmed down from Jiang Che's earlier taunt. I'm fine, but these two are not easy to deal with. I'm afraid we are in for a fierce battle today. Kangmang shook his head. He could handle Jiang Che or Fu Bo alone, but facing both of them significantly lowered his odds of victory. If this is all you have, you won't be leaving today. Jiang Che glanced at Kangmang, his tone full of mockery, planning to use provocation to gauge the old man's strength. What an arrogant young man today, I'll show you this old man's true skills. Kangmang Zhenren sneered, displeased with Jiang Che's arrogance. He leapt into the air, countless sword lights shooting from his fingertips straight at Jiang Che. Good, let's fight, Jiang Che exclaimed excitedly, jumping up to stand directly opposite of Kangmang. Ever since reaching the peak of transformation, he hadn't had a clear sense of his own strength. Today, he was eager to test his power against this formidable opponent. Jiang Che gathered the power of the pure yang in his palm and launched a fierce attack towards Kangmang. The two terrifying forces collided mid-air, covering the sky with dark clouds and causing the air to tremble faintly. As the battle intensified, Jiang Che grew more excited, unleashing a series of lethal moves. With the blessing of pure yang limitless technique, his inner strength seemed inexhaustible, and he felt no fatigue. Kangmang, however, was quickly stunned. How could this guy's inner strength be deeper than his own? Blocking a fatal blow from Jiang Che, Kangmang retreated several steps, looking at Jiang Che with a strange expression. After dozens of rounds, although neither had the upper hand, Kangmang had exhausted most of his internal strength, while Jiang Che appeared tireless. What kind of secret technique do you practice? Kangmang asked warily, unable to fathom Jiang Che's seemingly limitless strength. Too much talking. Do you want to fight or not? Jiang Che snapped impatiently. Why was this old man so talkative? Realizing that he would soon be drained of his internal strength while Jiang Che remained unaffected, Kang Meng made a quick decision. Taking advantage of a moment's inattention, he dashed back to Yang Wei's side, grabbed his arm, and ran towards the exit. In times of crisis, retreat is often the best strategy. As long as they survived, they could always seek revenge in the future. With remarkable speed, the two vanished from Crouching Dragon Villa. Jiang Che watched their retreat in bewilderment. He had imagined countless outcomes, but he hadn't expected the old man to flee without a fight, but escaping wouldn't be so easy. Follow them, Jiang Che commanded Uncle Fu before disappearing in pursuit. Uncle Fu followed closely behind. Under the moonlight, four figures moved like ghosts through the streets and alleys of Linjiang City, their speed like lightning. Passers-by only caught fleeting glimpses, thinking they were seeing things. In the woods on the outskirts of the city, Yang Wei, panting heavily, spoke to Kang Meng, who was still running. "Master, stop, I can't run anymore." Yang Wei sat down, gasping for breath. Although Kang Meng had been pulling him along, Yang Wei had also used up a lot of internal energy and was injured. He didn't want to run any further. Kang Meng, sensing that Jiang Che was no longer pursuing them, exhaled heavily and began to regulate his breathing. This had been a serious miscalculation. He hadn't expected Jiang Che to match his cultivation level and possess a secret method to maintain his inner strength. "Master, why did we run?" Yang Wei asked, puzzled. He had watched the fight with excitement, not expecting his master to flee. Kang Meng glanced at Yang Wei reproachfully. Could he not see they were no match for Jiang Che? However, he couldn't admit this to his disciple. "I am close to a breakthrough and plan to seek revenge on Jiang Che afterward." "Such insights don't come often," Kang Meng said, finding a reasonable excuse. "Really, congratulations, Master," Yang Wei exclaimed, looking at his master with admiration. As expected, his master was a genius, gaining insights even from a fight. "Yes, I plan to take you out of Linjiang City first and return after the breakthrough," Kang Meng said, feeling guilty. He truly intended to leave Linjiang City, having offended a monster like Jiang Che. It was best to escape while he could. Just as Yang Wei was about to ask when they would set off, a voice chilled him to the bone. "Why did you stop running?" Jiang Che jumped down from a tree, looking at the master-disciple pair with amusement. These two were quite good at running, making him chase them for over an hour. Yang Wei looked at Jiang Che in horror, not expecting him to catch up so quickly. "What? Shut your mouth!" Jiang Che snapped, frowning at Yang Wei. With a wave of his hand, he sent Yang Wei flying with a slap. Yang Wei got up, covering his swollen cheek, looking at Jiang Che with resentment but not daring to say anything more. "Young Master Jiang, today was my mistake. Let's put it behind us and consider it water under the bridge," Kang Meng said sincerely, realizing he couldn't win. Admitting defeat was the wisest choice. "Master," Yang Wei was shocked. Just a moment ago, his master had been clamoring for revenge. Now he was admitting defeat. "Shut up!" Kang Meng glared at Yang Wei. Couldn't he see that admitting defeat was the only sensible choice? "You want me to let you go?" Jiang Che glanced at Kang Meng, assessing his character. This old man wasn't stubborn like the protagonists, he could calm down and think rationally. "Yes, young Master Jiang, please forgive us," Kang Meng said humbly, having lost all his earlier arrogance. "It's not impossible to let you go, but there are conditions," Jiang Che said, eyeing Yang Wei, who was hiding behind Kang Meng. "Please say it, young Master Jiang. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse," Kang Meng said quickly, even swearing an oath. "First, give Yang Wei a few slaps for me. Slap him hard and don't stop until I say so," Jiang Che said with a sinister smile. This Kang Meng hesitated. "What, you don't want to then die?" Jiang Che released the pressure of his peak transformation cultivation, pressing it towards Kang Meng. Sweat dripped from Kang Meng's forehead. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid, but with his internal strength nearly exhausted, he couldn't resist. "All right, I'll do it." Gritting his teeth, Kang Meng agreed to Jiang Che's demand. "Master," Yang Wei looked at Kang Meng approaching with a stunned expression. Covering his cheeks, he couldn't believe the old man was really going to slap him. "Don't be afraid, my apprentice. I'll go easy on you. Bear with it for a moment, stay calm. We have to endure it as we're no match for them," Kang Meng said as he forcibly removed Yang Wei's hand from his face. Crack slap. The slaps landed with no mercy. "Master, please stop!" Yang Wei choked out, tears streaming down his face from the burning pain. Kang Meng ignored his plea and continued slapping, even harder this time. Yang Wei's front teeth were knocked out, and he fell unconscious. "Apprentice, forgive me, I have no choice," Kang Mang muttered to himself as he looked at the unconscious Yang Wei. "Young Master Jiang, are you satisfied now?" Kang Mang took a deep breath, turned to Jiang Che, and asked. Jiang Che nodded, a bright smile on his face, clearly in a good mood. "Then can we go?" Kang Mang said, pulling up Yang Wei like a dead dog and preparing to leave. "I'm satisfied, but you can't go yet." "Young Master Jiang, what do you mean? Didn't you say you'd let us go if you were satisfied?" Kang Mang was stunned and looked at Jiang Che angrily. What was going on? He had slapped Yang Wei so many times already. "I'm satisfied, but I didn't say when I'd let you go." Jiang Che shrugged, looking like a rascal. This made Kang Mang furious. He felt like Jiang Che was playing him for a fool. "You deceiver, prepare to die." Kang Mang's heart pounded with rage. He hadn't been so humiliated since he became famous. Asking for peace was one thing, but being mocked was too much. Kang Mang's body suddenly radiated golden light, and sword light gathered in his palm. He dashed towards Jiang Che with incredible speed, aiming a palm strike at him. Jiang Che calmly raised his palm to meet the attack. When their palms collided, countless golden beams lit up the forest. "Old man, you're quite tenacious," Jiang Che sneered, his body glowing with pure yang energy. He swung his right hand, delivering another powerful palm strike. Kang Mang was startled and quickly tried to defend himself, but he soon realized his internal strength was no match for Jiang Che's. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he struggled to keep up. "Unbelievable." Jiang Che cast a disdainful glance at him and increased the force of his palm. Kang Mang was blown away. Boom! Kang Mang smashed into a large tree, breaking it in half. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to get up, covering his heart to prevent more blood from spilling. His pale face was a sign of severe internal injuries. "Do you still want to fight?" Jiang Che stepped forward, directly in front of Kang Mang, and stomped hard on his chest. Kang Mang did not struggle and was pinned to the ground. "You really disappoint me," Jiang Che sighed. He had expected more from Kang Mang, but you still have one last use, Jiang Che said with a sinister smile. He placed his hand on Kang Mang's head and began to use the Star Devourer technique, to drain his internal strength. No, feeling his remaining internal strength rapidly depleting, Kang Mang's eyes widened in horror. "Evil cultivator, you are a wicked cultivator." As Jiang Che absorbed his inner strength, Kang Mang's appearance aged rapidly. His face became wrinkled, his hair turned completely silver, and his voice trembled like an old man on the verge of death. Jiang Che slapped Kang Mang to the ground. He had absorbed a lifetime's worth of cultivation. Except for his deeper inner strength, his body remained unchanged. Except for his deeper inner strength, his body remained unchanged.